After 2 weeks of action here in Milan, the ECI has got underway yesterday. Really exciting with three teams that really can all beat each other. So expect some more international blockbusters today. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode ECI Italy Milan, and it starts right now.
The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good morning to you, buongiorno. Welcome back to Milan for the last day of action in our 2-week adventure. We had the ECS, of course, the domestic T10. Yesterday, we started the 2-day ECI European Cricket International Series T10 action on the way today with 4 more matches to close out this series. So we have the hosts, Italy, here, but we won't see them in the first game. We'll see them a little bit later on. Right now, it's going to be France versus Romania. It's match number 6. These two, I think, are a really fascinating matchup. Let's see what happens at the toss. Rob Kemming has the two captains.
Deal. Tails is scored. It is hits. They're going to bat first.
So it is Romania that win the toss, and their captain Ramesh Sethisen has elected to bat first. Look, I don't mind that at all. They showed yesterday they could kind of come back from adversity. They do bat deep. In fact, they lost 5-0. They lost 6-1 actually in that innings yesterday against France. They end up posting 77, and that was enough. So I think both teams lead with their strength this morning. We know that Ramesh Sethisen, the captain, is so important at the top of the order, and Taranjit Singh as well, a very experienced campaigner. I really like the work of Anand Rajshekara under pressure yesterday, and Manmeet Kohli batting 10. They put together a crucial 26-run partnership in this matchup. And these two teams, they'll meet now. They also meet in the final game of the tournament later on this afternoon. France, though, I think that we're going to struggle to see Ramatullah Mangal on the field today. He is a key bowler, but he does have a slight groin strain, and I just don't know if we'll see any of him today at all. I guess there'll be some more team news shortly. But with France, I mean, their issue isn't so much with the bowling, which is normally pretty solid, and their fielding, I think, impressed me as well. It's just where are the runs going to come from? That's the question. I think that Gulami probably holds the key there. Usman Khan as well, a bit more responsibility with the bat as well as being a handy bowling option. And well, the Energizer buddy, the French muscle man, Dawood Ahmedzai, with his wrist spinners, he was brilliant. He took a forfeit in this contest yesterday. Let's talk about the conditions today in Milan, and I can tell you that right now it's not too bad. A little bit of cloud cover. It's about 16 degrees. We're heading for a maximum temperature of 24. There is a chance of a thunderstorm later on. I know that we saw one sweep through in the first week of the ECS, so hopefully that stays away and we can get through the program, but it is kind of a bit of a danger lurking in the background. Well, lurking in the cube right now is Danny Hudacek, and Danny, let's get ready for the start of day 2. Match number 6 is on the way. The Romanians winning the toss and batting. Over to you. Let's get ready for the start of another exciting day of international action.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome to everyone who's watching from all around the world on YouTube and on FanCode in India for this FanCode European Cricket International Series here in lovely Milan. A match between France and Romania, and it was a fascinating game yesterday. They played with the number 27 not being particularly welcome to Romania. They lost a lot of wickets on that number. As we see the match summaries from yesterday. So France against Italy first up. Very close game in the end. France posting 65 and then surprising the Italians with the energy they had in the field, and also some brilliant bowling from Usman Khan and also Ramatullah Mangal, both taking 2. And so a much closer game than what you'd expect with a total of 65 on the board. And then Romania played Italy. Again, another very close game. Italy, the home team, getting the 96 they needed against Romania, who are a very batting-heavy side. And Taranjit Singh is very good up top for Romania, as we'll see shortly against France. Then Romania and France. So it was 68, the total France put up against 77 for Romania. They were bowled out, but a fantastic bowling effort there by the the French. Again, a lot of energy in the field, and they had Romania in all sorts of trouble in that game. And France played Italy again, a bit more comfortable, even though the French did mount a pretty good challenge. 77 was a decent score, and they couldn't hold back Italy with their main man, Mangal, out with an injury. It's might not see him today, unfortunately. And the final game of the day, good win for Romania against a star-studded Italian side. Restricted them to 69, which was achieved in the final over. Again, Taranjit with a big 40. He'll be instrumental for Romania's chances today. So, here's the table at the moment. And Italy up top, but only just. They've won 3, lost 1. Romania played 1 fewer game, actually, and could actually top the table after this game against France. France yet to score any points. They've been competitive in games. Their batting lets them down a little bit, but as you'll see this morning, their bowling and the energy in the field really helps the French. So as we see the two teams, fantastic bowling attack for France. They are with their main man though, missing the main man, but Rahul Mangal will no doubt open the bowling. Usman Khan's very useful, and also Ahmadzai Adel with the little leg spinner is full of energy. And the two main men for Romania, definitely Ramesh Sathiesan and Taranjit Singh up top. They have a very long batting order as well. So we'll see how this game unfolds. We're about ready for a start. Just umpires and getting everyone ready. And you'll see how much energy France have in the field. Last game they struggled a little bit. It was the third game of the day. Energy was flat. I spoke to one of the lads this morning. He said they really wanted to win all 3 games here on day 1, and they were disappointed with how they played, and also the pitch does play tricks, and they're not used to it. They're more used to a flat track back in France that bounces, and this pitch is a little bit different. The Italians have a distinct advantage with that, and also the correct batting of the opening pair here for Romania. So it looks like it will be, as predicted. Actually, it would be, well, we'll see who the bowling is. I think it'll be Rahul Mangal, probably Noman Amjad next. He's up top, the captain, a very, very good player is Noman Amjad. And as predicted, it is Sathiesan, the captain, and also Taranjit Singh. They often get Romania up to a good start. And here's the first ball. And just prodded into the covers. No run. Again, great conditions for cricket. It's a bit of high cloud, but nice and sunny. And nice temperature to start today's play. So we have the field restrictions in play for the first 2 overs. Man deep at square leg. Also deep cover. As Mangal comes in again. And this is going to be called wide. But yeah, this French team is very impressive. I think they lack a couple of batsmen up top. Just if they had Taranjit and also the Sathiesan in their lineup, France, they would look a much more complete team. There's a little bit of imbalance. There's some good batting though. Usman Khan's very handy. This is Gulami. This one's hit over the top and gone! First wicket for France. That's a big wicket. The skipper. There's a bit of a low full toss outside off stump. Good catch taken out there on the boundary. Having a look at this. And really nicely taken, especially early in the morning. That's the first wicket down for Romania. That's a big wicket. If they can get these two, as you can see, Derek is waddling off there with Ramesh Sathiesan. If they can get Taranjit as well, he's the main run getter for Romania. And what they like to do, France, is just build pressure on the batting team. And they do that very, very well. So if they can continue this, then Romania might struggle. It's early on, but they just build and build and build this pressure, just with really good fielding and top-line bowling. So, Mangal comes in again. And another good ball at the point, no run. They bowl really good lines, the French. They're very disciplined with their bowling as well. And they're backed up by their fielders, who are young and athletic. There's a lot of promise in this French team. Allez les gars, as they're saying out there. Allez les gars. Let's come on, guys. As Mangal comes in again. And again, just prodded into the covers, no run. Very disciplined by the bowler. Natty got his new batsman. Pumped up the order a little bit from yesterday. It's been a good start here for France. Nice and tight. Couple of balls left in this over. Just a 3-over power play as well. There's Mangal bowling to Natigotta. Short, a bit wild, called it wide. Definitely one for the over. And you can see this pitch does bounce if you dig it in. It was dug in a little bit too much maybe. And probably bounces not the way to go. Bit of a surprise ball. Surprised me. Definitely surprised the batsman. But just too high for Mangal. No runs off the bat yet for Romania. Mangal comes in again. And this is on the top again, over the top, but 4 runs just wide of the fielder. That's first runs off the bat, the first boundary for Romania. Just a little bit wide, and played it straight enough to get away from that fielder who took the catch of Thiessen in the earlier this over. Good contest this. Big cheer from the Romanians. Not quite sure why. Getting excited. In fact, a signal. Well, I think a signal 6. Shout. It's going down leg, I think. And that's the end of a pretty good over. This one hit him pretty high as well. It's a pretty good shout. Possibly missing leg. Looked a bit closer on the replay, but too matched out for me. And the expected scores you can see here: Romania 94, France 86 for the result. But it's relatively close. Romania the favourites for this game, especially they've won 2, lost 1. Good win against Italy yesterday. France going down in all the 3 games. They were competitive in most of them. Probably got a little bit tired psychologically yesterday afternoon. Also missing the main man with the ball. And it's Pira Bakaran, the bowler. A little bit taking the pace off a little bit. Just been poked through the gully. They come back for 2. He won't get much bounce, and with the bowler, he's not the fastest, relies on swing. He's come into the team due to the injury of Mangal. And he's been given his chance up here with the new ball. Bowling again to the very dangerous Taranjit Singh. And it's hit straight back past him. The right area for him. Need to continue this right up in the block hole. The bowler, Pira Bakaran. But we saw the spirit in the French team yesterday when they do pick up wickets, and they do pick them up on regular occasion. So it's outside off, and got past the cover fielder, and here's the fielder down there, Rahul Mangal. Tense atmosphere here. The bowler comes in again. This one's on the leg side, and there's a man back there at square leg. Does well. And they do pride themselves on their fielding. They're very, very athletic out in the field on this French side. They hold their catch as well, but they just put a lot of pressure, and they build pressure in the field. They're creating dot balls and taking wickets. So it's going to be called a wide. Just lost that a bit. You can see the blue line there. It's an indicator for the umpires, and it was just outside that blue line. Anything that really clips that blue line is considered a wide. Just a guide, though. Also anything down leg stump. This one's hit in the air just over the fielder. Didn't get hold of it to Taranjeet. As you can see, well, causing a bit of concern there for the batsman. They came back for the second one, but great fielding. Let's have a look at this. They're taking it pretty easy, the batsman. They look for the second, but a sliding stop, and well, it looked like he was always going to get home there, the batsman. But again, that pressure put on them by the fielding team. This one's bowled in straight through him, and that's a huge wicket. Taranjeet is gone. Well, Pirabakaran's come into this lineup, and he's picked up a huge wicket. Just played across the line, and you can't do that on this pitch. Let's have another look at this. It did come in a fraction. Just played across the line. Loose shot there from Taranjeet. We don't see that too often. And that's a big, big wicket in the context of this game. And France, with the two openers being dismissed, are on top at the moment. Very good start for the French side. Romania 15 for 2 after 2. Vinny, what do you make of the start?
Well, a couple of danger man gone already, and that's a huge key for France, who are missing Ramtula Mangal. But yeah, Pirabakaran picking up the slack, and so yeah, he gets that opportunity, I think, to bowl his 2 overs. And Taranjeet is a danger man, isn't he? Romania, interesting. I mean, that was a bit of a loose shot. I agree with you there. It's a Thiessen's one. He kind of goes up with it, gets caught on the deep point boundary. Pretty nice catch taken out there as well by Wanagulusaria. So, I mean, you remove the openers for a combined 5. You're really happy with where you're at in the game. But we know Romania also, they're a team that bats deep these days. And they've still got, well, they've got Kohli listed at 9. So they've got genuine 9 bats there.
Yeah.
They're going to keep going at it. Nadagotla here on 7. It's pushed back by Shamwan Wanagulusaria. Remember, we just talked about that excellent catch on the boundary. I want to say a very good morning to everyone that's watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Hopefully you guys are well. Just about to log into the chat. So we had a bit of a fun night last night, bit of a crew dinner. We did hit up the all-you-can-eat sushi again. I never thought sushi and Milan would be so intertwined in my my existence. But they have been here. No ball called. I think he oversteps here. It would have been a wide anyway. It'd be a no ball plus a bye. Let's have a look at this.
Yep. That was his front foot.
Yeah. So yeah, it'll be no ball plus a bye. Harsh on the keeper, because normally that would be wide plus another wide. Anyway, changes the strike, and Sani's on strike now for the first time.
A good start from France. And we saw how much pressure does for them when I think Romania, did they lose 4 wickets? Or 5 for
they
27?
Lost 5 on 27.
Yeah.
So let's see what happens when they get to that score. Maybe in Romanian cricket folklore now, 27 will be their bogey number.
I think it might be.
Yesterday, like 87 in Australia. Free hit. No ball again. And sit down the ground. Just take the 1. So another free hit coming up. So yeah, certainly in a 60-ball game, you can't be affording these. Have a look at the foot here. Yeah. He's just over striding. And so back-to-back free hits coming up. Yeah, creating history. 13 away from 40. Yeah, they lost 1 wicket on 26. They lost 5 on 27. So there was this crazy collapse of 6 for 1. But yeah, the other thing is Romania are going to have to deal with Dawud Ahmadzai. I know he has a slightly injured forearm from taking a ball on it yesterday. And it was kind of a bit swollen, but it's a little bit up from where his actual wrist is. So he should be able to bowl okay. But yeah, the little man will be raring to get into the action. So that's another challenge which is lurking probably maybe next over. Another free hit coming up. And it's a little glance away. And again, they only get 1. So Wanagulusaria not really getting hurt too much. The effective 4 off the first 2 balls.
It's 2 big wickets up top. And you saw yesterday afternoon when Italy beat, when Romania beat Italy.
Yeah.
How important Thiessen and also Tarangic were to getting a good platform for Romania to build on. And they're back in the shed already.
Exactly. Straight drive. Runs mid on and gets through the mid on. So I'll get a single.
Oh, that's launched.
Yeah, I'm not behind that one, even with my gloves. Yeah, so what a series we've had so far with Romania beating Italy last night. And Romania being a real surprise packet, I think. France, probably a lot disappointed with how they've gone so far without a win, but they can turn it around. You can already see that there's a certain energy about them this morning. Now they got them on strike. Ball's going down the leg side.
Good feeling by the bowler as well. You can see how much pressure they put on. They're just always on you. It's just like being attacked by bees.
Yeah.
They're just around you all the time. Oh, look at this. He got an edge there.
Almost pops back to the ball for a catch.
It did, but then the ball was right on him, and it would have been close.
He would have been gone.
Yeah.
And really, it was an opportunity to run out. Not a god luck. He's just struggling a bit at the moment. But, yeah, very good morning to all of our viewers. And I'm watching on FanCode, of course, in the Indian subcontinent. More international action today. Double-pronged approach with T20 internationals as well. Wrapping up in Gibraltar a bit later on today and tonight.
Slow ball, and just couldn't hold on to it. Great attempt there in the gully.
This would have been an absolute all-time worldie. And he actually has a bit of more time to get there. You see, so he gets the extra couple of steps in here to actually launch. And even though it was curved away from him, that would have been such a great catch if it had stuck. What a great format of the game.
It is a great format of the game.
I mean, it's a mixture of, obviously, the game being an amateur pursuit on continental Europe and the format that just makes this such a great watch on a Sunday morning or any time. Another one that slides into the pads and kind of does the batter for pace. And Saini almost thinks about a run as the world's slowest throw bounced off the stumps as we get to the end of the power play. All the twos. Pretty interesting one. 22 for 2.
That's a pretty good start for France, and keeping Romania in check with those two early big early wickets. And they just build pressure, as I said, and this pressure will continue here with this bowler Ahmadzai. He's a little live wire, and he's just always on you. Very rarely bowls a bad ball. Doesn't turn it too much, just gets it to dip, and then the field does the rest. There, it is now relaxed, the field, because of the end of the power play. So 3 men back on the boundary on the leg side. No one behind square. You have to keep it outside off. Well, Ahmadzai. There's 4 infielders lurking on the offside, plus 2 back as well on the boundary on the offside. So Ahmadzai. Bong to Nadigota. 2 for 22. It's a pretty good start here for France. I'll be happy with it. Here comes Ahmadzai.
To be good. Good shot first up. Takes on the drive. Bounces off Kanasan. And he's able to gather it in time. So, he got trying to be attacking, but he's just been tied down here at the moment. Yeah, Ahmadzai's such an interesting bowler. He just slide onto you.
Yeah, he's always at you, isn't he? Always probing.
There's another overspinner. Infield wall of 4 on the offside. Nothing to stop that time.
Yeah, not much gets through them actually at all. There's no one back square though. There's a man on the deep cover boundary. There's a long off. And this
Sliced away and up and over the top of that wall. That's going to go for 4. So it's a pretty good shot by Nadigodla. Kind of uses that extra pace and overspin of Ahmed Zait. Throws the bat at it and carves it away for 4. Nice shot.
Yeah, just to mention, there's no one back there on that boundary. He's more a cover area. So anything square, if it can get past the field or over the top, it'll probably be 4. But it's taking a risk going over the top. And he won that battle there, did Nadigodla.
It's a little bit back in. I mean, I suppose it's working at the moment because most of these are getting cut off. Obviously not the one that went for 4, but he's just gone run a ball here, Ahmed Zait. And I suppose there's no fine leg at all. I'd like to see maybe one of those 4 men go to fine leg and allow him to bowl a bit straighter and attack the stumps. So that's why you can actually take wickets. Oh. He almost has this ball. Ow. I felt that. He almost had that ball run into the palm of his hand, but it just takes a fingernail off, I think, on the way. That would have been another outstanding catch. He definitely gets a finger on it. I heard it. Ow. Yeah, I think you can feel that even if you're on the other side of the world.
He's a tough man. I saw him take a one on the forearm with the return yesterday that smarted.
Yeah.
Fixed pretty much by the magic spray, but as you said, there's a bit of swelling there on his right arm.
So I'd be thinking, it's going to be outside off. I'd be jumping across and trying to sweep here, manufacture all the runs. Well, that is the straighter one. And the Energizer Bunny is up and away. The Muscle Man is into the action. And with the score on 27, that is the Romanian bogey number. Ahmed Zait going for 5 in the 4th, and it's 27 for 2. Well, if they lose 5 wickets today on 27, they'll be 27 for 7. Funny thing is that despite that collapse, they were still able to win the game, posting 77, which turned out to be enough.
Well, it just shows you how strong this Romanian batting lineup is. I mean, you lose, do you say 6 or 7 wickets on 27?
They lost 5 on 27.
Yeah, and then one
on 26, so one before that.
So
from memory, I think that might have been a wide that took them to 27 as well.
Most teams would just collapse. But they brought it back really well.
So that on the Nelson on 1-1-1, you meant to step on one leg and stuff. So what's the tradition that we're going to have for when the Romanian team's on 27? As Usman Khan comes up, and he's going to take a ridiculous catch. It's pretty casual. And at 27 strikes again. Right, everybody sit on your hands because Romania are on 27 and they lose a wicket too. Really an instinctive take from Usman Khan, and he's so casual about it.
Just stuck out of hand. That's it. I think it's the Romanian 27 club. It has to be.
Yeah,
they're illustrious members all in this team, but I mean, 27 club is a bit more, but I'm not suggesting. But they are losing their wicket.
27 gets another victim. I love this, and he was kind of going to his left to get off the pitch in his follow through, and then he says, "Yeah, okay." And
I don't think the batsman can quite believe it either.
How has that happened? Nadigodla didn't have a very good time though. Did like his boundary on the offside. He also hit a 6 while he was there, but he goes for 14. 27 for 3. Periawa comes out now. Frant's doing a good holding job at the moment. Periawa almost nicks this one. 27 is the bogey. Yeah, okay. I suggest sitting on your hands as how you meant to deal with it. But then not everyone's sitting, so it's not something you do on the field. Maybe we just acknowledge the 27 is the Romanian 87 or the 1-1-1.
I don't think the Australians don't. Sorry, the Australians don't do anything for
we don't
87.
do anything. We just acknowledge it. Yeah, 27. I suppose it's that time of the game as well. If it was 87, I mean, normally towards the end of the innings, or at least in the second half of the innings, if the score's 87, and no one really notices because it probably ticks over pretty quickly. This time, they will get off the 27. So, Periawa off the mark and be happy about that. Usman Khan goes for his first one off the 4th ball.
Yeah, they're keeping it pretty tight, our France. And Usman Khan is an important player for this French team, both with the bat and the ball. They are a bit thin with the batting, as we mentioned before. And Usman is one that looks more likely to score runs than others. Comes in again, so it's been cut down to the gully, and chance, and just missed it. That was very, very close. A very tight run. You can see the desperation in the Romanian batting.
Just going on contact, even though it's pretty much straight at the fielder. If this throw hits, he's actually home. That's all to do with the backing up. He got there really quickly, Ziva. He's on strike now. Last ball, the 5th.
It's just chipped away, short.
And that'll be the end of the 5th over. The score is 30 for 3. Want to say a big warm welcome to all of you wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo with Danny Hu to check. We are your good time crew here in the Cube. Last day in Milan. Now, I know with the French team there, and you have a bit of French heritage, Danny. We got a lot of viewers in France. Maybe you'd like to give them a special message. Maybe in French. Could you do something like that?
I could try.
Okay.
Yeah. Bienvenue à tous les téléspectateurs en France et bonne chance pour l'équipe française ou l'équipe de France aujourd'hui contre la Roumanie et aussi contre l'Italie.
Ah, très bien. I love it. And honestly, the French cricket community, it's so great to engage with them a little bit more. We're hoping that we can do a European cricket series in France
That'd
as
be
well.
fun.
Perhaps next year. I know it's in the calendar.
Pick me.
Well, Danny, if we do go to France, actually, you're a natural person to have there. And right now, French team putting in a good shift. And the issue is, with their batting, they're low on confidence. I know there's probably a few grumblings about the pitch, but to be honest, it's been the same for everyone, hasn't it? Is Ahmedzai coming back in, another overspinner, knocked down into the offside. And that's good backing up and good response. These two bat together for Cluj a fair bit, I think you can tell, have a good understanding. And it's almost like they don't mind being run out, but they're not going to be run out because they hesitate. They're going to go straight away, and that's how that score's just ticking up, and they're trying to get out of this little hole they're in. Nice shot by Vasu, and it gets through the field. It's a big task with the outfielder, and he's not going to get there. 4 runs, and there's Kadasana there, who it's got a little bit of a Tortuga, I think. It jumped a bit more than he thought, so Vasu relieves the pressure of the boundary.
Well, I talked about the pressure they put on the batsmen. This French team, both with the bowling and their fielding, but also that's what batsmen can do to fielders. They put pressure on them by knowing when to run. It's a good contest here at the moment, isn't it?
Sure is. Yeah, well played. I think Russell's worked out. There's not a lot of side spin coming from Ahmedzai. It's just accounting for it. You can see that ball that did go to the boundary, got past Kadasane. You could see on the side on camera how it took a little bit of a jump and just kind of spun away from him unexpectedly. That's why it got through. Again, you can just put an ugly 75 on the board. It could be enough against France. We know that. They yet to really prove themselves with the bat. Nice shot, but they've got that field well positioned. Again, I would have thought it's a bit of a risky tactic to not have a fine leg at all, especially because he's the kind of bowler that would be easy to kind of just deflect there. He's bowled a lot of balls outside off stump that you could kind of take the LBW out of the equation, for example, but it's a tactic that's worked well. He's only conceded 11. Fires this one in, inside edge, I think. And the keeper had to appeal and chase it at the same time, and that slowed him down enough that they're going to get 2. And that will be the end of Ahmedzai's spell. None for 13, so he goes wicketless. Romania survive him, but they do need to get a move on. It's 38 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, they're going at 6 and over at the moment, Romania. And it was those 2 big wickets up top that helped, but also that constant pressure from the French fielding side. And pretty disciplined bowling. As you mentioned, there's no one behind square except for a deep square leg. So fine leg is exposed, as is third man. And there are a lot of gaps in the French field that are just difficult to get through, if that makes any sense.
Yeah,
there are places where you think, okay, I can hit the ball here, I can I definitely get runs here, but actually doing it with an attack that is always at you is really a struggle here for Romania at the moment.
We've seen things go like this. And especially this time of the day, there's a little bit of overnight rain. The field's a bit heavier, not travelling as far. It gets a bit claustrophobic in there, I think. You said they're like bees. I like that one. Yeah. They're just on you. Hello to Rob Thompson watching from New Zealand. And he said France has been disappointing so far. They'd love to be able to take all 10 wickets. I don't know if they'll take all 10 wickets here, but they certainly have done a good holding job on Romania. Hello to Kai Bay as well, who's watching from Australia. If anyone else wants to say hello to us in the chat, feel free. ECN European Cricket Network. Anyway, Let's get cracking as Peter Bakaran. A pretty good first over. He's being brought back now. It's not a convincing shot. Action Jackson tries to chase it down. This one stops under its own steam, and they're going to get 3. And this has been a feature of Romania. Their hustle, as I'd call it. They've worked really hard to get fitter over the winter, and they're looking kind of in as good a shape as I've ever seen. And just have a look at number 17 there, Periawa. He's running in straight lines. He sees it, and he knows he's coming to the danger end. So a genuine 3. And if you can't hit a boundary, that's the next best thing.
There's a lot of experience in this Romanian side. There's such a contrast between the 3 sides that we see here in this tournament. France are bubbly and full of energy, especially in the field. As a bowler comes in again, and as he beats him outside off. And but they're probably a batsman or 2 short. But their bowling and fielding side is really top notch. Whereas the Romanians are batting heavy, but experienced, so that nothing will really phase them.
That's the thing. Experience. Although this one sneaks past Periawa, who has run well. Probably hasn't scored too well so far. Being kept quiet. I like that length from Peter Bakaran. It's right up in the block. I think that's effective. Hard to get under. We know if you're not getting under, it's hard to score boundaries with the field being a bit slow. This time it's another important bowl. This time it's a 2-hander. So Seema tries to hustle, but he can't get too much going. Wraps the bat around this. Peter Bakaran, he's been an able replacement, hasn't he, in this 5-prong attack. And that will be the 4th wicket. It's 41 for 4.
He's been really good, and I'll tell you why. There are just very few bad balls from him. He's always in the right areas, and he's bowling to his field, which is really something important that I think quite a few bowlers, especially in the tournament we saw early with all the club teams, where you've got that little bit of a difference between the levels of bowlers and fielders, and also the teamwork. They've worked a lot on their fielding, have France, and working to these patterns, and you can see it, and it's every bowler. But he's got big shoes to fill.
Yeah.
With, and he's come in and done really well, taking a couple of wickets.
And he's been economical as well. Just 10 off the 10 balls he's bowled. And here's Anand Rajshekhar, who I think is a very, very talented player. Rajshekhar and Nishant Devre, they've both qualified fairly recently on residency to play for the Romanian national team. So here's Anand facing up. Gets the ball first up. Didn't have too much pace on it. It's created. And see Ahmadzai jumps all over that in the infield. A brilliant over. How many off this? I mean, I know there was the 3 that got squeezed away. And that's all. It's gone 3 dot, wicket dot.
The French seem to love fielding.
Yeah. Probably just be 1. So 4 off the over, score 42 for 4. I know that my sources were saying that they were doing so much fielding and fitness in their training, and I think it shows.
Absolutely.
Just a reminder that later on we'll have the final 2 matches from Portugal T20 Internationals. Been a great series there. Gibraltar versus Portugal in match 8, starting at 2:45 local time, which is 6:15 in Central Europe, and then Malta and Gibraltar in the 9th and final match of the series. That'll go under lights. So the hosts get to finish off with a double header. So I'm sure there'll be a pretty healthy crowd down there at Europa Point as well.
Sure. Well, everyone's a neighbour, really. It's only a small
if
place.
If you get 30,000 in there, then you've actually got everyone in the country, because that's the population of Gibraltar. But a lot of people do come in. They work. They come in from Spain.
Yeah.
It's a very unique part of the world. Had the pleasure of spending some time there earlier this year. Anyway, we're going to go back to Watercolour Saria now. And yeah, just looking at the bowlers they've used and haven't used, funnily enough. Just the wide, just grabs the bit of the line. We haven't seen Noman Amjad with the ball.
I'm sure, come in.
I have a feeling it might be that he's also pulled up a little bit sore after the first day. Just a thought. So they've used Watercolour Saria and Peter Bakaran instead of, obviously, Mungal that's out, and also Noman Amjad. This one worked away. They're going to take on the 2. I think it's news to Vasu Saini, but that's great running by Rajshekhar.
Very good running. And again, that space just behind square, around that fine leg area is exposed. Just going back to captains and bowling and such, we're going to see Italy up next. A bit of a thing that I wanted to discuss with you.
Yep.
This is hit straight down to the ground, just be a single. Look, you see here that Amjad is possibly injured. He hasn't bowled himself. He's an important player for this side.
Yeah.
But Baljit Singh for Italy, I want to have a chat to you about Baljit Singh.
Yeah.
Because he's captain of the side. He opens the bowling. He comes in the top 3. Is it too much responsibility? Should he just back off? Because he's not scored any runs for Italy at all in this series.
Yeah, it's a good question. Really good question, actually. That's a slower ball. It's a quick leg spin up. Only get away for 1. I don't know. For me, I mean, he's done it before. That's the thing. You know, he's done it before and done it well, so he shows he can handle it. So I don't know if it's responsibility or just the fact that he's having a bit of a run of outs. But I think for me, it comes down to what other options you've got. So how desperate are you to have him continue to do all those roles?
But that's the thing, is you've got a whole list of options for Italy.
Yeah, exactly. But then which one do you choose? You know?
Well, not Baljit.
Yeah, but I mean, do you mean just with captaincy?
No. I think he's a fine captain.
Yeah.
But he's opening the bowling and he's batting in the top 3 as well as captaining.
Yeah.
Right. Should he just drop himself down the order? Because they're super talented, Italy. You've got guys like Jagmeet and also Asim Ali who are coming in at 8 and 9.
Yeah.
And they were batting up in the top 3 for their teams.
That's a good question. I suppose, yeah, if you're going to choose a role for him, then you could play him as a bowler, because that seems to be something that is working. He can just stick to that, and then if he does bat, there's no real pressure on him to do much, and then it'll probably surprise you. I suppose it's hard to ignore his talent with the bat.
True, but he's got nothing to prove, and you've got to say that other players in that lineup
on current form,
like Zayn Ali and also Simran, as this just goes through the just for a single. Simran, Zayn Ali, they've had fantastic series. They're 2 of the top run scorers in the series. In fact, I think they were the 2 top run scorers.
Yeah, you're right.
But he's batting in front of them, and he's not been in good form. He's not really put on a good show at all through the Milan ECS. So
it's a really good point you make. I think they've already kind of thrown Zayn Ali up there, ahead of him.
But Baljit's got nothing to prove.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah.
He's a quality player. He's a little bit out of touch with the bat. His bowling's still fine, and his captaincy's excellent. But just push himself down the order. He doesn't need to be up the top. And he got a golden duck in the last game. Yeah, yesterday.
I agree with you. I mean, that's the thing. If you get a golden duck, I suppose it's better that he gets golden duck than like a 2 off 12 or something like that, So, yeah, but I take your point 100%.
This isn't a series where you need to bat yourself into form. Like with the ECS was over 2 weeks, so I understand that. But here is just a short series, and it's giving new players, for instance, like Asim Ali or Monu Lal, a chance in this side. There's quite a few. Jagmeet.
Yeah. Really good point. And I agree with you 100%. Special comments from Danny Hudacek about the Italian side. We're coming up second. Second up this morning. It's 49 for 4 after 8. Becomes 50 with that. And you can see there the run rate graph a moment ago as well. They scored 8 off their first over. And that's as good as their run rate ever has been. Just hanging around the runner ball. Can they get the boundary or 2? They need to make this a little bit prettier on the scoreboard. But with the start Romania had, it's always the chance that it's going to be a low-scoring thriller. Liam saying that Action Jackson has been fantastic behind the stumps. Yeah, I agree. It's just that infectious energy. And having a good keeper that sets the example. Yeah. I remember reading a fair bit of literature on wicket-keeping when I first started looking at cricket and all the roles and all those things when I was quite young. It's that slow ball picked and one hopper, again, good fielding, whistled in, just a single. And yeah, they talk a lot about the wicketkeeper's role as the chief motivator of the fielding side as well, to set the example, to be clean, and that when you do have a wicketkeeper that does everything right, it kind of sets a really good tone. Anyway, here is an attempt off the slow ball, and I think that's sailing out of the ground. Maximo Rajshekhar, the man, just the second Maximo of the innings. Let's see if he can lift them up to something maybe a bit like the 77 they scored yesterday. It was almost a little helicopter shot from Anand.
It breaks the shackles a little bit, doesn't it? It was very tight bowling from the French, not giving anything away. And here's another one, or is it? It could be caught. Player coming in and drops it. Well, they won't be happy with that.
They won't. I mean, that was another slower ball, and then went back to it. And the thing with this slower ball, because it has overspin, is it's jumping on you. So it's very easy for this to happen. Ends up just going up. And he hits it pretty much close to middle, but it's up. Amjad, I think, is kind of put off by the company. Even though you had Zain Ahmed next to him, it was keeping his hands behind his back, essentially saying, that's yours, skipper. I just think it put him off a little bit. That's why the catch goes down. They get 2 off that. Narad Shaker gets 1. Again, acrobatic work in the field from the French. Well, they are above the 60. And I'd say that means game on as we get to the end of the night. The score 61 for 4. Yeah,
they pride themselves on their fielding, the French, so for the skipper to put one down, I'd be very, very disappointed.
To get a bit more technical with that drop from Amjad, he ends up having to take it slightly to the side of his body, and that's because he does have company, has a player to the side of him. So that's one that if you're catching it and it's just you, there's no one else around, you're catching it right in the middle of your eyes, and that gives you the best chance to catch the ball. When you have to turn to the side slightly, it's only slightly more difficult, but it is a little bit more difficult, and you're more likely to make a slight misjudgment. And in cricket, if you don't get the ball in the middle of the hands, quite often they'll pop out. It's not like baseball where you've got the big glove, you've got the margin of error. And
we'll see how much it'll cost them, because Rashekar, I think he got 2 off that ball, didn't he? I think
they got 2, and then they get a single off the
last. So that's 3 it's cost them already.
Yeah.
And we'll see if that's a determining factor, plus whatever he scores here. We'll see if that's how much that affects the final score.
Good bowl to come back, Rahul Mangal. Steps across, hit pretty much straight to Noman Amjad. We haven't seen bowl in this innings. Talked about that a little bit. So he's also kind of a key batter. He started opening yesterday, wasn't really working out, dropped himself down to 6. I just wanted to say that Liam had a comment as well about Watercooler Surya coming into the side, been a great addition with bat and ball. Liam really likes the angles that he bowls. Yeah, it's nice to see a bit more of the bowling depth. They've needed the depth, France.
Well, they have, because he's been smashed out to the field. It got through him, though. Probably took a bit of a strange bounce.
Yeah, Rahul Mangal's not happy about that. I mean, probably takes a slight or two, a bit of a side spin. But the fielder, the thing is, he needed to stay a bit more still. He was kind of running in a bit, and he didn't have to do that. And, didn't even get a hand on it in the end. So, Romania just getting a bit of a kick along at the end of this innings, aren't they? They're up to 66. Susani moves to 19 off 13. In this game, that's actually a pretty good strike rate. 4 to come. Gone now, though. Nice catch, and they resume the standards. That's Abdul Malik Jabakhel who takes the catch. And that was hit really well from Vasu Saini. It just would have been a boundary. So France do come up with the right of reply as Vasu goes for a very handy 19, 66 for 5.
Yeah, very nice catch there. It was hit pretty firmly, and that go down a little bit low. And just a nice technique in that catch. Got right behind it. But Romania, that was a good little partnership for them. That's exactly what they needed. And it's got them up to a competitive score against this French team who's struggled a bit. They've been a bit more patient on this pitch, though, France, as the tournament's gone on.
Yeah.
But we'll see how they go in the second innings of this game. Still 3 balls left in this one, though. Well, should get up to at least the 70 mark.
Romania beating Italy last night really threw things wide open as far as this tournament has gone. And France winning this one would also kind of throw it even more wide open. I mean, Italy would be happy with France winning this game and giving a bit of breathing space. But also, France will play Italy again today. And France are hitting their straps. I'm liking the replacement bowling options here. If France can find a few runs, I mean, Gulami impressed me yesterday. Maybe he's a guy that can pull out a big innings for them. It'll be pretty interesting. Ali Hussain gets a go. Left-hander. 3 balls to come. Tries to get funky, and he does. I don't know if this goes to the boundary or not. It does. Wow, what a shot from Ali Hussain. So, tactically, they sent out a left-hander to try and counter Mangal. Really good shot. I thought with this outfield, maybe this doesn't go, but again, the pace of Mangal carries that ball to the rope, and now Romania have hit 70 and kind of eerily like yesterday where they found themselves in a bit of a hole, but they were able to scramble 77 together. I mean, now they're 70 with 2 balls to go.
That was a nice shot because he knew exactly where he wanted to put it. There's still no one back there at in that area.
Key with that, don't try and hit it too hard, right? Just make sure you get your bat in the right place, and he did.
You try it again and gets it away again.
This one, is it going? It's going, and good stop. To be honest, I'd be happy with 2 here because, yeah, Hussain looks like he's a good matchup. I think they've got Rajshekhar at the other end. I think you've got to plug that gap and make him do something different.
Sure.
Or you've got to bowl fuller.
We've got a man down there at the 3rd man. As we get fed, which looks great. Strawberries and those little wheaty round things you get everywhere, and bananas and little cakes. I'm looking forward to this.
Last ball, and they do put the fine leg, but he's in the circle. Might want to go over him. Well, it goes over somebody. It goes over the keeper, running away. And it's a very... Oh, here we go. Where do we go? At 2. They're going to go for 3. They shouldn't get it.
Has to be run out.
They wouldn't have gone anyway. So Rajshekhar protects his average nicely there. He'll finish on 14. But Hussain, nice work from him, as it will be 2 and run out. Again, we'll just confirm this. You can see there's the first run, and there's the second run. And Rajshekhar says, I like the idea of a 3rd in theory, but as I'm not going to make it, I'm going to make you the one that's run out. But anyway, look, they do get to 74 for 6. Pretty similar to the score they scored yesterday. France couldn't get it yesterday, but I mean, France, all things considered, if you keep your opposition to 74, no matter what the conditions, you should feel like you're a favourite in the game. But they are going to have to click with the bat. You can see the team meeting there discussing how they're going to go about the chase. But really, Megborough Steel, they need these 75 runs to come alive in the series.
Absolutely. Look, it's a good start. They've got a couple of really good big wickets early out of Sathisen and also Taranjeet, and it slowed down the batting for Romania, but they did manage to get up to a pretty good score. There's a very similar game to what we saw in the first match up between these two, and France will have to bat well to get there. But the wickets, that was a beautiful little catch. Just stuck a hand out. There we go. Just plucked it out of the air. But Romania has a good partnership in the end between Rajshekhar and also Vasu Saini, that they got them up there to a decent defendable total. So you see another caught and bowled. And then a little cameo at the end from Ali Hussain, the left-hander, who just had a plan when he came out and decided to just knock it around a bit. Might have been a costly drop there. So you see a lovely catch there taken in the gully. But you'll see here the left-hander tucks it around the corner, gets 4, and then got another couple of runs. This one's the another one that's gone down in that area. This is the eventual run out, but they picked up another 2 runs. So a good contribution at the end by Ali Hussain. So 74 for 6, 75 to win for France. They hit 77 in a game against Italy a little bit earlier. And they'll have to bat well. As you can see, Sathisen with a duck. Taranjeet, 5 off 5, unlike him, not to get a score. But then a good little partnership, Nadigota and also Vasu Saini and Rajshekhar with the runs. Pretty disciplined from France though. Let's have a look at the bowling. Mangal going for a few on these final over, but it was just good batting. Takes 2. Pirabakaran bowled really well. Got a vital wicket of Taranjeet. Also takes 2. Good economy rates around about the 5.5, 6 mark for most. So, in the middle of this game, one of the innings of France will come up. They'll need 75 to win in this FanCode European Cricket International match between Romania and France. It's can go either way, this one. And we'll be back in a few minutes' time to see if France can get their 75 they need to win and to place their first win on the board. Whether Romania can defend this total. It's going to be an interesting one. Join us in a few minutes' time for the second innings of this game between Romania and France. See you then.
European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good morning once again, or good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching from around the world. Great to have your company on ECN Super Sunday of international action. Mr. Maximo with you today. And it's going to be Romania who are taking the field now with France chasing 75 for victory. And I think it'll be a very, very interesting second half of this match 6. 4 matches today here in Milan for T10 internationals, also 2 T20 internationals as the Gibraltar T20 International Series wraps up. And really interesting game. Noman Amjad, I was having a chat to him. He said, no, I'm not really injured. It's just I wanted to concentrate on my batting.
Cool.
He thought we had some more options. He had Danny who checked with me. And so he's going to open up, Amjad and Action Jackson. Let's see if they can get France off to a good start.
Well, they need it, I think. And if they put any pressure on this this bowling attack, it's a good bowling attack for Romania.
Here we go, Mishra to open up with his big innies and forgets to bowl, so we're going to try again. He just lost his run. So, yeah, I mean, Action Jackson at the other end played some nice shots, hit the ball pretty crisply, especially in the power play. I think the power play is super important. It's probably your best chance to hit 4s, I think, in the innings. If you can get a few of those away, then maybe you can get ahead of that rate. Here we go. First one comes in predictably. And that's cut off by Sivakumar Periawa, who's coming back from a bit of an injury himself. Good to see him out there. And yeah, Mishra places cricket for Cluj. You've got Nadagotla, the Cluj keeper, behind the stump, so they've got a really good understanding.
Sure. And he's standing up to the medium pacer, which I think is a really good move.
One comes in as well, doesn't beat the offside. So another dot ball. So yeah, Amjad, you can see that I suppose in another side he'd be more a bowler that bats a bit, but I think in this side he's got a lot of responsibility with the bat. You see that's why he's concentrating on it in this game this morning. Let's see if he can get going. Doesn't want to risk going over the top. Bites in another dot ball. Yeah, so against Mishra, you want to be brave. You don't want to cross the line into stupid, but you do need to be brave. So one thing I'd be looking at is maybe stepping across, because then you're probably going to get hit outside the line, a ball that might hit the stumps.
Sure.
And clipping weight to the leg side, because there's no one back on the square leg boundary. That's probably an area I'd be targeting rather than fighting the movement, maybe going with it. But you do have to be brave to do that. Oh, great keeping. Stumped off for wide. And Nadagotla thinks he's got him. That's really, really sharp work from Satwik Nadagotla. And I think Amjad's going to be gone here.
I think you're right there, Vinny.
Take, and he takes off, and he is gone. That is outstanding work from Satwik Nadagotla. And the ploy works. Strangle Amjad down the leg side. It's a good trade-off. The wide for a wicket, and Romania are fizzing. Just like that, it's 1 for 1.
I did mention that I think it was a really good ploy to have the keeper standing up, and then that's a fantastic bit of work, as you said, Vinny. That's a big loss for France. They're 1 for 1, not the start they wanted, and I think it was the right thing for Amjad to do to concentrate on his batting, but he's escorted off the ground there by Derek.
It's the old 3-card trick, to be honest. It's when you play that glance shot, it's kind of natural that your weight takes you forward. It's actually after he plays his shot that he falls out of his crease. And the key there for Nadagotla is he anticipates. It's so easy to be late on that as a keeper. So easy to be late on that as a keeper. But as soon as he sees down leg side, takes a big step with that outside foot, making position. And when the ball reappears, he was in perfect position to take it. Took off the bails like lightning, didn't he? Gulami, the number 3. And, well, this is going to go over everyone. I don't know if there's a little inside edge on this, you know. It won't go to the boundary. Let's wait on the signal. I think it might be buys. And that's just the movement. And that's the kind of trade-off, because if there is movement that beats the bat, it's natural it might beat the keeper as well.
Well, there's a lot of, that came in a lot, didn't it?
It seems as well as just kind of hooping. But anyway, it doesn't even cost them 4, so they're happy with that. Just extra so far. Wide and 2 buys. This is not a good delivery. In fact, it's 2-4 whipped away, and that should go for 4. It does. So the first boundary of the chase. Galami, I think, has a lot of responsibility in that number 3 spot. He's an addition to the T10 side. We haven't seen him before in T10 internationals. But you can see he's quite organised, and he put away that bad ball from Gaurav Mishra.
I do like the look of Mukhtar Galami as a batsman in this French lineup. He looks the man most likely, doesn't he? And I think he'll need a big innings, but it's a very difficult bowler he's facing at the moment in Mishra. And this one is a bit of a weird one. Chance for a run out, not gathered. And he tried to play it through the offside, and then got a little bunt. Have another look at this. Would have been a wide, and just chased it and hit it.
Coming in a bit. I mean, who knows what the call would have been, but it's a really good first over for Romania. They get the big wicket of Amjad as well. And again, talk about fielding. Wicketkeeper's a fielder, and so that's a high standard of keeping. And well, I do hear that Satwick does have a secret wicket-keeping Swami that gives him a few tips sometimes. And obviously, having watched him play for a few years, so whoever that secret little coach would be, they'd be very proud of that bit of work from Satwick Nadagotla. Anyway, 33 matches since we've had a golden ball. It's exactly 1 week. It was Sunday morning last week. And so, if this is the 34th match since. That's how many matches we have in a week. Of course, excluding all the matches from Gibraltar, which have been bonus this week.
This is a big over coming up here with the Ali Hussain has been fantastic for Romania in this tournament. Coming in, left arm around the wicket.
Yep, goes back, punches, and straight to the fielder. So, 8 off the first. Here's the thing, though. They did get what they needed off the first, thanks to a couple of extras and 1 boundary.
Well, even if they lose a wicket every over, and they get 8, they win France.
That'd be a great game.
It would be a great game.
It's already probably going to be a great game. Could this be another Sunday morning golden ball? It's in the zone for me. It's in that kind of Goldilocks zone. In these conditions, Hussain's been a really good addition to this Romanian national team. Played his first day in the yellow shirt yesterday and was brilliant. Wasn't too phased with anything. Even like his confidence with the bat to come out and take calculated risks. And he's a brave cricketer.
He's added a lot of balance to the attack because they've got a top line left arm spinner now, Romania, and they look a really complete unit with a lot of experience. So I think he's a really vital cog in this Romanian machine.
Another ball. Just goes pretty much straight to the fielder. It's a bounce of an Nadagotla. I think about it. Overthrow. Now somehow the backup fielder has fumbled a ball which he already had in his hands. He's filthy with himself, Rajshekara. So in the end, it turns into 2. Again, that's just the batters going on contact saying, look, you have to be a perfect piece of fielding. And when you take on the 1, you have the opportunity then of sometimes creating a second. And Action Jackson spotting the action. He was quick to come back.
That's well played. I think they're batting pretty responsibly here, these two at the moment. They're looking for the bad ball and trying to get it away, looking for quick runs. It's been good from these two so far. Oh, not so good that one.
Well, I mean, like I said, you don't be too conservative in the power play. I know you don't want to be stupid either, but I think it's your best chance to find boundaries when they're unattended, and get the jump. You won't get these 3 overs back.
I agree, Vinny, but I don't necessarily think it's super important chasing this total. You don't want to take too many risks.
Yeah, you can scramble 75, true.
And if you wait for bad balls, and there will be some bad balls in this Romanian lineup. Yeah. So
end of the second now. There's 12 for 1. Pretty good over from Hussain. Only goes for 4. One of those was a bit of a circus-style overthrow. As we look at the table, France without any wins, but I mean, this can all change. I mean, France could still win 3 games today, and if Italy have a bad day and lose a couple, you could have a situation where all teams finish 3-3. I know that sounds far-fetched, but in a series where you literally think that anyone could beat anyone, and I think that is the case.
Yeah.
France, even after an awful first day, they could still end up on top.
I think they came in with a certain mentality of how they're going to play this this series. So this is overpitched, hit to cover again, and they'll take a single. They came in a way, but then how they're going to play this series, and they showed it with the ball and fielding, but with the batting, this pitch is tricky.
Yeah.
It's different to what they're used to in France. I was chatting to one of the lads this morning,
Yeah.
and he said, yeah, this pitch, it keeps low, it does things. I said, yeah, you just got to play straight. So,
Plays like a cricket pitch.
yeah.
No, I'm not used to it either. Anyway, this is a misfield. I think they'll just get the single. I mean, I like the attack there. But it's Ali Hussein at mid-wicket. Wasn't able to make the stop. I think they might go back to him in the fourth over as well.
You think?
I think they will. They did yesterday.
Well,
They're feeling like they just want to really try and get on, try and push that required run rate up a little bit.
they do have good bowling to Romania, but he is a wild card for them.
Oh, he's bowled him, and another big in-swinger accounts for Action Jackson. He'll swing the ball around corners, Gaurav Mishra. So that is both openers gone now. France 14 for 2.
Yeah, France has been pretty disciplined in not playing these sorts of shots. He tried to cut it, but it did hoop. And
This is what I'm saying. He's fighting the movement. I said maybe a better tactic. To that exact ball, if you step forward and across, you might be able to whip it leg side and whip it up in the air to the short boundary because and kind of protect your stumps with your pads because you'll probably be outside the line. Easier said than done, but yeah, it was too close to cut and it went through the gate.
it's no secret to what Mishra does.
Yeah.
I mean, he's gonna pitch it way outside off stump, and it's gonna hoop in. So, but yeah, it was a nice start from Action Jackson. Just played the wrong shot, played the wrong line, and it's a bit of a shame because there's only 1 over left in the power play. It would have, and 1 over or a few balls left of Mishra's spell.
Yeah.
So it might have gotten easier for them. It's, but he's got no pace on him as Mishra, but he's just got this hooping in-swinger and the keeper up as well.
Great seam position and that natural in-swing action. Kanasane comes out at 4. Again, makes you make all the pace. Soft hands from Lingiswaran there as he gets off the mark. It could be a good game. You feel there's normally a kick somewhere in the innings, right? And we saw Romania had one kind of at the end of their innings, didn't they? They were able to score 25 off the last 2 overs. And, yeah, really had to hustle for the runs. Just chatting to some of the guys, they're saying, look, yeah, the forwards are hard to come by, so you got to run hard. You have to look to kind of create an extra couple of runs and over. If you can find 2 runs and over by just hustle, by pushing for 2s and 10 2s into 3s even, that's extra 20 in the innings, which is pretty significant. Anyway, this is the shot I was talking about. Kind of comes in, goes with the movement of Mishra, and Gulami relieves the pressure with the boundary. Good shot.
Yeah, very good shot. And they're probably ahead at the same stage of the power play here, France. They've lost 2 wickets. And they're, this one just bounces inside the rope. They're about probably a little bit ahead at the end of the power play. 1 ball left.
Yeah.
They wouldn't want to lose a wicket, especially Gulami's. But
Gulami's a key. The one guy I think could play the big innings. Drives this firmly down too long off, and that will be the end of the power play, into the over. And it's 20 for 2 after 3. Gulami moves to 12. So, yeah, Kanasane coming in ahead of Usman Khan. Usman Khan played a really good hand first game. Also was tied down a bit, though, to be fair. Kanasane is a guy, he scored their top score in the ECC, which was only 32, admittedly. But he's a guy, I think, if he's playing, I do like seeing him up in the top 4. And he's a guy that can actually strike boundaries pretty well, which is kind of what would help a lot in this chase. Romania very similar at this stage. They were 22 for 2 off the power play.
you can see there's a difference in the batting from the French. They came out there was a lot of energy with the batting, but they did try to hit across the line in the first couple of games, and it was they're just applying themselves a bit more and getting used to the conditions, getting used to the pitch, getting used to also the new bowlers they haven't really seen before. So I think it's just they're building a little bit, France.
They know they've got the 10 overs to get there, so they don't want to derail things of their own account, of their own actions, if you like. Anyway, it's Hussein coming on for over number 4, and again, good hustle here. Results in a 2. Ball that barely left the infield. Yeah, Liam saying Ali Hussein's been a great addition coming in. especially with a couple of names out. And that's true, and he's looked really comfortable straight away. He's been brilliant. I think United could have used him in the ECL, to be honest. He is a United player. Galami faces up again. This is wide that's spoiled. They will get a run, though. It will tick past as a ball.
They're running well between the wickets, the French as well. They're really just this type of thing where they're hitting to fielders, they're hitting just wider fielders and running that singles. It doesn't seem much. It just seems it's a runner ball. Doesn't seem much, but it's super frustrating for the captain and also for the fielders of Romania.
Yeah, exactly. Different type of cricket, isn't it, that we're seeing this morning. We call it small ball in baseball.
Oh, yeah.
But, I mean, it's probably the right tactic. I mean, obviously, if you get the bad ball, you want to put it away.
Yep.
You don't want to go your shell too much and limit yourself, but got to keep it ticking. If you keep it ticking, you probably get there. It's only big runs of dot balls that get you into trouble. Sane pushes and gets one.
Yeah, it's a very, very even contest at the moment. 75 the target, but they'll have two of their, I guess, more unorthodox bowlers.
Yeah, this is going to be a chase for Narset. And once again, they'll get a 2. So, I mean, that's fine. Yeah, so, yeah, it's a really interesting kind of chase at the moment. Pretty much going at the rate required. But I think both teams have really focused on their run between the wickets and getting a good jump from the non-strikers end as well. You know, getting the 2-3 metres that might just get you to that danger end. Like I was saying, it's gone for 10 off the 10 balls he's bowled. Hasn't broken through with the wicket yet. Here's the slightly bigger shot from Galami. He's got a good eye, doesn't he? A lot of batters have missed that shot, but he does get one. So
they need to keep on going with this partnership. I think these two. We've seen the French batsmen. It's not the strongest batting lineup, and but these two are going on a little bit of a mission. Golami 18 off 12. Kasane just 2 from 2.
Again, on contact and fielder will hold it. Looks like Safi Ahmed, who's on the field, is into the lineup today. That's why. So here's another bowling option for Romania as we get to the end of the over. It's 28 for 2 after 4. So going at 7s at the moment, that's fine. So 8 wickets in hand. And you feel like it's kind of 2 teams treading water. Something's going to give. You see they're pretty much at that red line, not too far off it at the moment.
Yeah, look, Romania did prop up their innings a little bit towards the end. It's a very close game at the moment, but I think to keep Ali Hussein wicketless, I think is a very, very positive thing for France. And Mishra picked up a couple of good wickets. Their stumping down leg side was excellent.
Yeah,
and,
creating something.
Yeah, exactly right. So we'll see a new bowler. It will be Kohli, who's been good at this tournament.
I suppose the issue with Kohli, a bit more pace on the ball. That can kind of work in the batter's favour as well. We've seen, no disrespect to Gaurav, we've seen 4 overs of slow bowling so far, I think, where the batters have had to make the pace. With Kohli, you might see a few edges flying back down behind the batters. Kohli's been a little bit leg side, probably have had to be critical in this series so far. That was not too bad. And goes for a single first ball. Yeah, the power of ticking. You know, since that wicket, every ball has been scored off 10 consecutive balls. Now, only one of those is a 4. We've had a couple of 2s in there. They get 8 off that last over without hitting a boundary, which shows you, it's more than one way to go about this. Takes it on, but yeah, once again, Katasane, you wouldn't expect to be medaling at the 100-metre sprint at the Olympics, but because he does get that jump, he calls and he gets there.
Yeah, look, it's sensible batting from the French. They're building to something, which is good to see that they've learnt from what they saw yesterday, and they've come out and they've definitely had a plan. Even Noman Amjad, the captain, is the one who has instilled that. He didn't bowl. He's one of their better bowlers, and they're certainly the quickest in the lineup now that Mangal's injured. So it's been very impressive with the French today.
Kohli. I don't think it can be OEW, and I'll tell you why.
I think they're going for the catch.
Well, that bounced because it's gone in. So if it's anything, he's hit it. Let's have a look. Yeah, he's hit it. Well, in fact, I think that was a chance, but Natagotla puts it down.
That's where the bowler was appealing there. Let's have a look.
I couldn't believe it. It missed the stumps. Yeah. It's off the very bottom of the bat, but it does carry to Natagotla. It wasn't a bump ball. One of those ones that looks like it's a bump ball, but I don't think it was. It bounces and it hits the toe of the bat. It scratches it on the way as the ball's bouncing up.
Yep.
So anyway, tough one goes down. Can't really criticise Natagotla too much, considering how we created that wicket out of nothing first up. That was an important wicket to get.
It's been a good over here from Kohli so far.
Like I said, though, the only way you get in trouble if you're France, a whole bunch of dot balls.
True. Or losing wickets.
Which are probably dot balls as well, yeah. But yeah, you can see that's why they're willing to, maybe risk a run out somewhere across the line in return for all these extra runs they're getting. So just one ball left in this over. Kohli's been good. It's been just 3 and a leg by off this over to this point. Yeah, Maya's enjoying the hustle. Good running between the wickets, enjoying this batting. And they'll get bat on this and run again. So even though it's straight to the fielder, would have had to have been perfect. I think would have been out of a hit, but Kanasana survives. And we've got a game on our hands, folks. It's the end of 5 and the score 33 for 2.
That was a good over there from Kohli. And yeah, it would have been out. You can see what I was saying before, actually. Let's have a chat about this.
I'm really excited about the ECC. All 3 sides you see this weekend in ECI cricket will be part of the ECC. Bigger and better. 31 countries. It's getting crazy now. And they'll have 3 days each in their groups. Some of the groups I'm looking forward to, Jersey and Guernsey in Group B. I mean, that's going to be epic. And Belgium there in Group B.
That's going to be a great group.
It's going to be kind of a clash of cricket and cultures there. Croatia and Bulgaria also in Group B.
Good luck to them.
Yeah,
that's going to be difficult for them.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. And they'll have an interesting battle with each other as well. Maybe they can take down a giant somewhere along the line. We've got Romania, who you're seeing here. They'll be in Group E with England, the big fish in the group. But then, yeah, kind of medium-sized fish in the group. Cyprus, Switzerland, Romania, Malta. We will see France, of course, as well. They were, I suppose, a team that finished with a bang last year. Now they think of 2. Taranjit's in, by the way, so they're continuing with some spin. Yeah, so France will be in Group A, so we'll get to see them straight away. France and Spain. Interesting rivalry there as well.
France and the Czech Republic.
France and the Czech Republic, of course.
That'll be
2 countries very close to your heart.
Very close, yeah.
And Italy, of course, Group C, which includes Denmark and Sweden. So they've got some power from the north.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky group for Italy. Some good teams there. Denmark, very solid.
Slight delay while the batter sorts out the grip on his bat. See some of the new teams as well. And Turkey in there. That could be a surprise packet considering how Istanbul's KSK went at the ECL recently. They were actually really, really good. Celebrated probably more than the eventual winners. Again, good keeping. It's good early position, but it will be a wide. This has probably been a little bit of an issue sometimes where he gets a bit too leg stumpish. It's probably because he's turning the ball too much, actually. That's better. You can see he's one guy that's actually spinning the ball. I know it sounds radical, but he actually spins the ball like an off-spinner instead of just darting it in all the time. It's causing problems. That's what's played back to him. So, yeah, a couple of dot balls, building a bit of pressure. Just feel France have lost a bit of the momentum here. And when you play that small ball approach, this is the issue. If things stop, you find yourself having to hit your way out of trouble to get back on track at some point, because already that rate's gone up to around about 9 and over required.
You still don't have to panic if you're France. You just keep on going, and then they were right on the rate just by doing what they were, just by staying in there and hitting the 1s and 2s. And there will be boundaries along the way somewhere. Not this one though. Kanasane is gone. Good bowling there from Taranjit.
I think that's the implied pressure of just a few dot balls adding up and only singles. In a while since we'd seen a 2 as well. And Natagotla, again, smart bit of work from him. He's gone by miles. And that's a good example of a stumping where you don't have to rush. I think if I'm in the keeper's shoes there, I'm just saying, look, I'm just going to catch this ball. If I catch it, I'm going to have all the time in the world to affect the stumping. And that's how it worked out. Natagotla with his second stumping of the innings. And Taran's over was going to be crucial. That's what they were saying in the chat, and it's proving to be the case. Kanasana goes for 6 off 9, and it's 36 for 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, he missed out with the bat, Taranjeet, this time, but he's also very important to the ball for Romania. He brings new batsman out. It's Zain Ahmad. So, but Gulami's still there, and that's the hope for Romania. Sorry, for France at the moment, that Gulami just continues. He's 21 off 17. And we know he can accelerate the run rate as well. So while he's there, France have got a very good chance, but they've got a long, long tail to France.
Yeah, so Nico Fernando is watching. Hello, Nico. He's saying that Taran, with the Sikh headgear, looks a bit like a right-handed Monty Panesar. Monty's still pretty active, actually, on social media. Big fan of his cricket. Yeah, of course, Taranjeet's a right-handed bowler. And a lot of discussion about the tactics. You know, the tactics of France, and do you send someone out this stage maybe to have a bit of a go? It's a bit of a wild card.
No,
with 7 wickets in hand.
Well, with the left-hander here, it changes things a little bit, changes the angles, but you want Gulami to stay in, and you want someone to support him. You know, just to build partnerships.
Yeah, so there's a pro and a con to that, sending out a pinch hitter kind of attack. And one is that, they might bring a boundary or two, but they also could chew a lot of dot balls if they're swinging and missing wildly, and you don't want that. Anyway, Zain gets up and gets on top of this cart. He'll retain the strike. He's off the mark at a 6. And France 37 for 3. They are creeping towards this total, but they'll have to double their score in 4 overs.
It's still very much in the balance, as you see the scorecard here. Noman Amjad got that. Was a very good stumping. Jackson looked good, but Gulami is the batsman that can get France over the line. If they lose him, I think they're struggling. Usman Khan's still there, who's also a very good bat. So as we saw in the first game.
On, so you're going to see the 5th bowler now. And Vasu is really experienced in this situation.
Yeah.
He does tend to bowl at the end of the innings now. It's the role he took on in the ECC last year. He's got a cool head. He's experienced. It's normally pretty accurate. He's got good attributes. Wouldn't say he's got all the tricks of maybe a death bowler, but his accuracy is his currency. So they've got the left-hander on strike, and they're just sorting out the field.
He bowled really well against Italy in the final game yesterday, where they won against Italy.
7th over. First ball springs off the bat of Zain Ahmed over Crocodile Rock. They'll just get a single. Singles are fine at the moment for Romania. You know, I think they're happy if that rate keeps climbing. It's kind of heading towards 10 and over required now, and you can't really do that in singles. It's kind of a mood is kind of riding the emotions. He thinks that France are making life tough for themselves now. They need something. Probably think that's true. Gulami's still there, though. He can go up a gear.
Yeah.
I think it's a big moment if he decides to go for an attacking shot, whether he gets away with it or not.
I think he'll target this over, though.
Let's have a look.
Well,
Does target, and this is high in the air. Taranjeet's going to go right back to the line, and he's going to... Wow, it's going to be 6. That's an outstanding bit of work. And so, well, this is an absolutely crazy bit of work. And it's kind of like rocking up to school without doing your homework, because there's a situation that he has no idea what to do here, Ali Hussain. If he'd stayed on the field of play, he would have had a shot at taking this in. But look, I think he's fine there. He's almost touching the rope, but I don't know if he is. And then this is the one that if Ali Hussain had stayed in the field of play, he might have been able to come back. But instead, he just has to air swing at it. And this is a really interesting rule question, which is if the first point of contact is inside the field of play, you can actually take off from outside the field of play and bat it back in. But I don't know if that applies to a second fielder. Because it had already been touched, but not by Ali Hussain.
I've got a feeling that even though it was a fantastic effort and a fantastic catch from Taranjeet, I think his foot was touching the rope.
It might have been, but I still think if you went to the replay on that, it's not conclusive enough, and the doubt goes to the fielder. So, yeah, someone help us out with a rule check. And I know most of them, but by the way, it's a rule I don't think makes sense. I don't think you should be allowed to jump from outside the field and touch the ball before you re-enter the field play. You shouldn't be able to touch the ball. I think that's a flaw in the rules anyway. I know that if Taran had then jumped from off the field and batted it back in, it would have been fine. But I don't know if a second fielder, if the fact it's been touched by a fielder, means the second fielder can come from outside the field. Anyway, Taran will back off this one. Just keep it to Floyd. Oh, he just ran around in the end, kind of yorked himself. And France, out of nowhere, have got a 6 and a 4. Look, the 6 they deserved, the 4 they probably didn't. And so Galami catches a break, and there's just been a couple of lapses from both teams in the field that have cost him boundaries.
I tell you what, the other end, Zain Ahmed, he's had 3 deliveries, he's scored 3 singles, but he's hit them off the middle of the bat. Hasn't tried to hit the ball too hard, but finding the middle of the bat and playing good support to Gulami. I think this is looking pretty good for France at the moment. Touch wood.
Slashes this away. That was reliable enough. And now they think about a second, but it's good backup from Mamik Kohli, pardon me. Who makes sure they're not going to get an extra one. What an interesting over. It's 51 for 3 after 7. Coming up in match 7, which is coming up in around about 35 minutes. We'll get to Italy for the first time today, taking on France. France will be batting first after being sent in by Italy. That was a bit of a tactic yesterday from the Italians. Have a look at their lineup. Zayn Naqvi is going to keep for Italy. Interesting. I mean, he has been doing a bit of keeping for Fresh Tropical before. Baljit Singh listed at 3. Rajmani's back into the lineup for them. They've got the twin left-arm spinners of Kosala and Jagmeet Singh in there. Zain Ali listed a bit lower. And Patkaragi Sadev, who won't have the gloves, but he will be in the side. Sukhvinder also had a pretty good day yesterday with his left-arm pace. So join us for that. That'll be a really good matchup. But right now, France get that big over they wanted. 14 off the 7th, the best over so far. And so 24 off 18 gets them pretty much back on the pace.
Yeah, they, as I said, I thought Gulami would target the bowler there, and this one's just prodded away. They just need, again, just these nice little singles, just turning over the strike and then the odd boundary. But, still a long way to go. 3 overs to go in this game. 75 the target. They are 52 for 3 at the moment, France.
But looking at the boundary law and the way I read it, it says if his or her first contact with the ball. So if Ali Hussain is to touch it, even though that's not the first contact with the ball from a fielder, it is his first contact. So it would have been 6 if he touched it, according to my reading of that law. 19.5.2. Meanwhile, wow, this hits the edge of the pitch and almost takes Taranjit's head off. It's good hustle. They get through for a couple, but also it was a dicey one.
That would have been disaster because that was Gulami running to the danger end.
Yeah.
Took on the fielder, and even a good throw into Taranjit. It was a pretty good throw. It was coming in. He would have been miles short.
He would have been. And dot ball. This is a tense one. There's no way this can't be close. The way it's going. Anyway, Taran is around the wicket to left-hander. I think it's a good matchup for him. Left-hander misses out, wants to go wrap, changes his mind. Probably lucky he doesn't hit that. It's probably going straight to the fielder if he does deflect it. But clever bowling. He's super experienced. Taranjit Singh. Romania, remember, they can put themselves in the box seat in the whole series if they can win this. No pace on this. They'll get 1. And, despite the heroics of the 7th over from France, they do stare at that kind of 9+ an over required right now. And so this, for me, is a really important ball coming up. Gulami facing up. Does he go the 1 or does he go large?
I would see off Taranjit rather than take too many risks. And there you go.
Stays low, and we've seen it a million times, haven't we? Trying to go across the line. As Taran gets the most out of this surface, just kind of shoots through. Certainly lower than the batter was expecting. Just watch it here on the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. Shoots through under the bat, middle stump. And so Taran wins the battle, and it's a key battle. He takes 2 for 8 in his 2 and gets Romania back on course. 55 for 4 after 8.
You can see Gulami there. He's just not happy with himself. He played very well. He batted very well. Didn't play much across the line, line of the ball. And that one, just played the wrong shot. I know this.
The thing is,
this
I think
pitch now.
he's annoyed because he was only looking for one there because one retains the strike, and he was happy just to take the one.
But he tried to play a big shot. He saw it coming. It was right in his wheelhouse and just didn't bounce.
Yeah, because I think in his mind he was happy to accept a one, but then saw something sort of go after, and yeah, the lack of bounce did him there. So 8 overs down. What a contest this is. As we'll go to the ninth. Ninth will be the most important over in the game, but you can see that one kind of shooting on, and yeah, like I said, middle stump, the old-fashioned stump cam. That would have hit it right on the nose. Anyway, Coley's going to bowl the ninth. You'd imagine Vashusaini will bowl the 10th. And yeah, Usman Khan comes out at 6. He, I think, is the right man for this situation as well. And the left-hand, right-hand combination is still a factor at the moment.
Hussain Ahmed, he's hit the ball pretty cleanly, actually. Hasn't hit a boundary yet. Just got singles. But as I said, there's another one that's been hit out towards Taranjeet.
Yeah, Taranjeet repays his team for the misfield last over. I suppose he also almost pulled off an out. He did catch it, didn't he, on the boundary, but ended up being 6 as he wasn't able to throw it back into play. But yeah, 19 off 11. Usman Khan again. He's got quick hands. He's one guy that can hit the boundaries. He'll be looking at that cover region, I think. There's a cover in the circle, but there's a big gap behind him.
Straight even.
Straight maybe. It's straight. It's a longer boundary from the bat.
True.
And I think he's got those good fast hands. If he gets a bit of width, he'll be going for cover. Standing at the French card, and Natagot has been outstanding. Ooh. Now there's an appeal for obstruction here. The only question here, is this deliberate from Zain Ahmed? Now, the only thing is...
that's not good.
He runs towards the ball, and it's two things. Does he move out of his natural running line, and why? You see here, he's running on that side of the pitch, but then he moves across. He is watching the ball. To me, this is out, and it's partly to do with where he's running, not just what happens. It's partly the ball's come back, and he's crossing the middle of the pitch.
Well, he missed it the first time, and then he hit it the second time, I think.
I think this is out.
I think this is out.
You know, I think the fact that he actually changes his line so significantly and he leaves his bat out there, I think there's enough evidence there to give Zain Ahmed out obstructing the field. But it's a judgment call. Wow. In my opinion, I've seen it a few times on ECN, I think that's out.
I think that's out. He put his bat out. It looked like he was trying to hit it, and then I think he looked like he missed it the first time. Let's have another look.
But for me, even if he doesn't hit it, if the ball was to hit him, let's say, and he's not watching, then...
So he's put his bat out, and he's definitely... It looks like he's put his bat out there, and then he's almost prodded it. It has to be given out.
He's given 5 penalty runs, and is that because he runs across the middle of the pitch? That makes no sense at all.
No, 5 penalty runs for what?
What's going on here? That makes no sense, because you never really give penalty runs for running on the pitch. He's out.
So penalty runs as well?
I don't know if there's penalty runs. That was the signal I saw originally. Maybe it's just a miscommunication. But yeah, he's been given out obstructing the field, protecting his wicket. And for me, again, there was a very good chance he was going to be run out anyway. See, Coley was there, ready to pick up the ball. And so I think, morally and under the rules, he's out.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. It's he put his bat out. And you see it all the time with batsmen getting hit and appeals. But that one, he deliberately put his bat out. And you could see him, he's sort of angling towards trying to hit the ball. And it's disappointing way to get out. But,
I think it's just a miscommunication that we saw a 5 penalty run signal, because the penalty isn't penalty runs. The penalty is your wicket.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Like I said, the first time I thought I was going to be making a judgment just on does he hit the ball deliberately or not. But when I watched the line that he runs under the modern interpretation, if you change your line significantly to try and intercept the ball, then you can also be given out for obstruction. Anyway, after all of that, we'll have Usman Khan still on strike, and he's able to get a 1. He's been joined out there by Winnacle Surya, and that 1 turns into a 2.
Yeah, that's
really good hustle from Shyam.
Yeah, going back to that, the other one, he just put his bat out to try to block the ball from coming out to the bowler. It was pretty clear for me.
Meanwhile,
I think we have a game going on.
Satwik Natagotla, let's think about how good that stop was in the first place, because he got it in the one hand.
Here comes the bowler again. It's Kohli bowling to Usman Khan, who tries to ramp it into his head. Doesn't quite do that. Will get just a single.
One of the great injustices is I don't think that Satwik gets any fantasy points for that, but he deserves some because he was about to create a run out. If that wasn't hit accidentally on purpose by the non-striker, then he was going to get a run out anyway. But yeah, right decisions made ultimately.
This game's still in the balance, but they'll have to bat well now, France. And still got wickets to come.
That's a fairly modern change to the law as well. So what I was going to say is, originally I thought we were just going to look at, does he hit it on purpose or not? But really, when I saw where he had run, he'd crossed the pitch.
Well,
So but that's the rule now. If you significantly change your line,
but he was running down. He was running down the line of the pitch, but where he crossed the pitch was when he put his bat out. I don't think he significantly changed his line when he was running.
I think he'd already turned to the left. He took a left turn in Albuquerque to use your expression, which I really like. As we get to the end of the ninth, it's 60 for 5, and that one up and really well located. Kohli coming up with the goods. Usman can't bog down as we go to the last over. They're going to need 14 to tie, 15 to win. It's hard to see where the runs are going to come from. Having said that, I do think he hit the ball deliberately.
Oh, yeah. No doubt. No doubt.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't turn around and run back in a straight line, is what I'm saying.
Well, going back to this, how important was that wicket off Taranjit's last ball?
Super important.
Yeah, that was because he's always the man most likely, Mukhtar Gulami for France. But Usman Khan's there. He won't be facing the first ball. Saini's over went for 14 the first one, though. And that's pretty much what they need, France. And there's a bat swappage as we see the golden ball rules
that might
here.
be the heavy bat coming out because they need something, don't they? If we do have a tie, 74-74 at the end of 10 overs, we'll go to a golden ball. It'll be huge. I mean, no matter what, this is a significant result in the face of this series. But let's go. Vasu protecting 14. Can he close things out for Romania? Well, that's a slice away. I think it'll be 2. I don't think they'll get more than that. So 2s are so much better than 1s at this stage.
Yeah.
Makes it 13 off 5.
I think for Romania that Vasusani is the perfect bowler to be bowling here. For France, Vasusani is the perfect bowler to be bowling here. Does that make sense to you, Vinny?
Yeah.
Because he's a bit straighter than the others, but he's vastly experienced. Still up in the air, this game. Saini, the bowler.
That's a pretty good hit. It's into the gap, and it's 4. Well, I was expecting to see a long on, but he was pretty wide. And so Surya gets the boundary they need, and this game is very much alive. 9 off 4 now.
It's a nice shot. As I mentioned before, there's no one straight. It's a very open, very open spot normally in this type of game, because there's normally a long on and long off, and Taranjit's come a bit straighter. Now there's a gap over cover. And he hits it.
Hard. Taran's got some work to do, and he does it. What a great stop. Saves 2 runs. That is such brilliant fielding. I know he missed one earlier, but he's made up for it, because that was skating away to the boundary. He put his whole body on the line, and this is the standard. Taranjit with a left-hand stop.
Yeah, that's a great stop. And as I said, he went a little bit straighter because of that straight hit, so that opened up the area. Well spotted by the batsman. And, a 6 gets us to a golden ball, Vinny.
He's hitting the ball well, though, Surya. Can he tie the game? He hits it, and it's once again kind of into the gap. They'll probably get 2 more. Taranjit, he's really flirting with that line. He doesn't touch the line. It's 1 short.
Oh,
it's
no.
1 short.
Well.
Oh, boy. This has had everything. It's had an obstructing the field of 1 short. You've got Taranjit doing calisthenics over the boundary line as well, but he never grounds himself on or over the line.
It'll bring Surya back on strike, though. He's the man you want there. And
let's have a look at the running here. I think it's at the bowler's end, judging by who made the signal.
Yep.
It didn't touch over the line. And that cost them a run as well. Wow. What a finish to this game. Taranjit with a couple of really good stops.
Yeah.
It's had everything. We're going to have a last ball thriller unless this one disappears out of the park. And Usman Khan is going to watch on. Warnakul Saria has been a difference maker, 10 off 5. And so here we go. Vasu, not too much to play with anymore. Hits it.
Oh, it's going to be 4.
I think that is going away to the boundary. It does. Oh, I am on golden ball watch now because it's 1 for a golden ball, 2 for France to pull off the chase. What a game.
Allez les bleus. Loving this. And I'm loving it mainly because this is such a likeable French team. And I want them to get these runs. But a golden ball will be fantastic as well. Well, they're going to have to run. He'll have to be at the stumps, I think.
Such an interesting situation. Doesn't get more interesting than this. Look, last Sunday morning, it was golden ball time right now. It's exactly 1 week since the last golden ball, 30th of April. Here we are, 7th of May. You see, bowlers have had a bit more success over the life of the golden ball, but it's pretty even this year. 4 to batters, 5 to the fielding side. You're pretty much going to try for 2 no matter what. Warnakul Saria, they don't want to run him out here either, going for a second, because he's the kind of guy I would want on strike for the golden ball because he's hitting the ball pretty cleanly. They stack the offside. There's no fine leg. I'd be so tempted maybe to go for that gap because you can definitely get 2 there. Do you go for a 2 into a gap or do you go for a boundary? You've got to get the ball out of the infield. Here we go, last ball. France need 2 to win. 1 for a golden ball.
Oh, he's got it! They've got it!
They're going to do it with a boundary. And Warnakul Saria pulls off the chase in the last over. Well, it had everything. It had instruction. It had 1 short. And it had the boundary off the last ball. And France, well, they're going to finish on 77, the exact score that Romania scored against them yesterday. What a way to start the day, and that's what this ECI is all about. Fantastic cricket match.
Fantastic cricket and fantastic application from the French batsmen as well. Such an improvement. They've grown so much with the bat in this tournament. We know they've got a very, very good fielding and bowling unit, but with the bat, they've struggled, and this is a really, really good result here for France against a very good Romanian side. Well, very happy for them.
It's a crazy finish. And Warnakul Saria, what a game for him. What a coming of age for him as well.
Absolutely.
In this format. This is what's coming up next. I mean, France will feel like anything's possible. They're going to hit match 7 with so much momentum. Italy, their first of 2 matches they'll play today. It starts in 20 minutes. And, yeah, Italy, I mean, they better wake up on the right side of the bed because this French team, they're on the run. If they win 2 more games, they could still even top the table. Italy will want to put that game to bed, no doubt. It was an amazing piece of keeping first up from Nadigotla. This is going to be such a great highlights package because this was an innings, wasn't it? That had a bit of everything, Danny.
Absolutely. And it was, you could see that what the French tactics were. And this is Gulami going down, unfortunately. Did brilliantly for, actually that was Action Jackson that went down.
Action Jackson early. But, I mean, they played this kind of small ball, as we called it, in the middle. But eventually the pressure kind of banked up and you saw Kanisana getting stumped by Nadigotla. Then there was this, which was such an interesting one. Even if Hussain touches that, it's still 6 because he hadn't touched the ball yet. We had to go to the rule book for that one. Taranjit Singh, that big wicket of Gulami late in the piece as this one hits the middle stump. This is just a sign of what's to come. There was going to be some late drama. Then we have this one. Firstly, a great one-handed stop from Nadigotla in the webbing. The batter crosses the pitch and hits the ball. And he's given obstruction. It's the right call in the end. Then Vasu Saini had 14 to play with, but we'd still have some more drama. There were missed fields. There were really good fields. Taranjit with some really important stops to keep his team in the game. And it seemed like Romania had done enough. But then, this one as well. A 1 short to add to the drama. So that was just a really long signal, even though if the grass was longer, maybe then Taranjit does touch the floor over the boundary. So that was just 1 instead of 2. It meant they needed 1 to tie. They needed 2 to win off the last ball. It's an edge. It could have gone anywhere. If that goes to hand, then Romania win the game, but it doesn't. It runs away to the boundary. And the French batters, they celebrate. They had an awful day on day 1, didn't they? Didn't win in 3 attempts, but they do win a last ball thriller here. First game of the day
in Milan. Time to catch our breath over the next 15 minutes or so, but let's have a look at the scorecard. Galami was super important, 34 of 23. We thought he was the guy that had to stand up, and he did, although he went out at a pretty crucial time. Zayn Ahmed had an interesting time here. He was eventually out obstructing the field. You don't see that very often, but there's one hero there. Wanakula Surya with 18 crucial runs at the end, and he drags France across the line. We said it was going to be a low-scoring thriller. That turned out to be the case. Look, lots of good performance with the ball. Saini, though, I mean, it wasn't all his fault, but he was very expensive at the end. That'll happen sometimes when you're a death bowler. He goes for 31. 2 for 8, though. Taranjit Singh was brilliant, and Kohli was really economical as well. Another good shift from Ali Hussain, and Mishra with a couple of wickets up front. And one of those thanks to an outstanding stumping from Nadigotla. Well, Danny, let's take a quick break. How are you feeling after that one?
I'm very excited for this French team. They've been so exciting in this tournament. Finally, they had a plan with the batting. They followed through, and it was tough going. But you could see what they're trying to do, and they picked up a very good win against a talented side in Romania, who beat Italy yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it was a crazy one. And every game, you don't know what's going to happen. Any team can win any game here. That's what makes this ECI so exciting. And yeah, final word from Shazad in the chat. It's true. Maybe the obstruction was a blessing in disguise, because then you got the match winner out there, Wanakula Surya. So we will take a break. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes' time, taking you to the second match of the day. And it should be a good one between the French and the Italians. Until then, it's Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, with Danny here to check. Well, everyone, just clean up the coffee you've spilled all around the kitchen after that, and join us for more action after the break right here from Milan. You're watching the FanCode ECI. The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Milan. Great to have you company here. Super Sunday of cricket action here on ECN with two sets of internationals, the T10 variety here at Milan, and a little bit later on we'll have T20 internationals from Gibraltar, with both these series wrapping up today. Now it's time to get into the second match of the day, and it's match number 7. It's going to be France versus Italy. First chance to see the Azzurri today. Baljit Singh, their captain, is out in the middle with Rob Kemming, the tournament referee, and of course Noman Amjad of France. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
You're cool. Heads is called. It is heads. We are both heads.
So it is Baljit Singh that wins the toss, and he's elected to bowl first, so they do want to chase. Didn't these guys have some interesting battles so far in the first day of action? Of course, Italy having the wood on France, but France, I certainly think that they're the mercurial kind of team. We saw Amjad really just being used as a specialist batter yesterday, and we saw Piro Bakaran come to the fore with a really good spell. I think Dawud Ahmedzai is always going to present some problems for opposition batter. I think there's going to be spin playing a big part for Italy as well. We know that Damith Kasala and Jagmeet Singh were brilliant on opening day, and you throw kind of Azam Ali into that mix, they got plenty of options. With France, always the question, can they get enough runs on the board? They will have to bat first. Let's see if they can get something competitive, because if they do, I think they'll be defending like their life depends on it. Let's get ready for the first ball. News from the toss in match 7. Italy winning the toss and bowling over to Danny Hudacek. Let's get ready to get started.
So welcome back to this FanCode European Cricket International Series, and what a fantastic start to the day we had. We had the second match between France and Italy coming up very shortly, with the first ball to be bowled by the Italians, and he'll be there. There's skipper Baljit Singh, as you see the two lineups. So France winning the toss, electing to bowl. I think a good toss to win as well. They can chase any total down with this very good batting lineup. Italy, France with a great last ball victory against Romania will be on a high. They'll want to get a good start, and I think they'll bat in a similar fashion with Amjad up the top and Action Jackson. So great start to the day, great start for France. They've got their first victory. They'll want another big one here against Italy. Amjad and the wicketkeeper Aluddin Jackson opening the batting. Baljit Singh, he'll be bowling outswing. It's pretty predictable from Baljit, but he's a very good bowler. Uses his height. You know where it's going to go. Just hitting it is another factor. So here comes the first ball of the game, and nicely struck straight by Amjad, who missed out due to a very good stumping in the last game by Nadigoda from Romania. So the French get off the mark, and there was more application in the batting from the French. Didn't take as many risks as what they did in the first day. Tried not to hit across the line. There was a temptation for a couple of batsmen to do that, but generally really good batting performance from France, who have struggled in that department. Aluddin Jackson is facing, just turns that around the corner. Just a single, got a bit of an inside edge. So both batsmen off the mark. For Italy, they have a very strong side. The spin of Kasala and also Asim Ali will be vital for this side. Jagmeet Singh as well in the lineup. That's flipped off his toes by the batsman. Lovely shot to square leg. Amjad with the first boundary for France. Clips it off his toes, a little bit straight from Baljit. Didn't swing much. And you see in the chat, could be feisty as Italy will be annoyed at losing the last game, and it could be Italy. They're definitely got the advantage with the conditions here, and a lot of these players have been playing over the last couple of weeks, so they're used to the pitch as well. Can be a bit tricky. So what did France in yesterday? And this is down leg side, called a wide. I'm speaking to one of the French lads this morning and said, oh, the pitch keeps low. And I said, yeah, but you've got to play straight on this pitch. And also that Italy have played for 2 weeks here, and a lot of local players as well from the Milan area. So it's well corrected by France. And we'll see them in the field a little bit later. They're a live wire side. Aldrich comes in, and this one's just a little inside edge. And it'll be a comfortable single due to the misfield. Bring Action Jackson back on strike. He missed out a little bit. Played one across the line. Did Jackson in the previous game. Pretty good start for France. 8 off the over so far. A couple of balls left. And this is hit through the covers. Beats the fielder. And might get 2. In fact, they'll look for it. Should get it pretty comfortably. Goes to the keeper's end. 10 off the over so far. Bright start. That's what they need is France. It's just a boundary and over, and then they run the singles so well. They run well between the wickets, the French. There's good communication. They're a young side, very athletic. Well led also by Noman Amjad. There's Jackson faces the last ball of the over and tries to go over the top and doesn't get away with it. Nice catch there, running catch there from the man at point. And Jackson misses out again. Let's have a look at this. It was pretty wide. He chased it. Would have been a wide actually. Got to the end of the bat. And he went very early, did the man at point. Really good running catch, and that's the first wicket down for France. They are 10 for 1. Well, that wicket evens things up a bit. A little bit pricey, that over. Cost them 10 runs, Italy. But probably should have left it alone. There is a man deep on the on that boundary as well. It's a good fielder in Zain Ali. He doesn't drop many. So, and it will be Sukhwinder Singh, the new bowler for Italy. Bowls left arm. He generally bowls left arm over. Does switch it up occasionally in his second over. But he's bowls with good pace, skids it along. He's not the tallest, but bowls a really good line of length. Often moving it away from the right-hander, and then getting one to nip back. And here's an important partnership for France. It's Mukhtar Gulami, who's probably their best batsman. Got most of the runs in the last game. It'll be Amjad who's facing. As this one's hit into the covers, past the covers, going towards the boundary, and that'll be 4 runs. Lovely shot from Amjad. He missed out in the previous game. He did have a chat to Vinny early and said he didn't bowl because he wanted to concentrate on his batting, because that's an important part of this French side, that they really haven't had that solid batting up top. But these two, in Amjad and Gulami, France are going to get a decent total. Probably these two that'll get most of the runs. No run on that occasion. It's a second boundary already, Amjad. And France, they'll be on a real high after winning that game against Romania. It's their first win of the tournament. It's only a short tournament over 2 days. Each team plays all the other teams twice. So France and Romania will play again on the last game of today. 4 games today. And this one's just poked down to third man. Spectacular fielding there for no apparent reason from the fielder down there. It'll make the highlights probably. Let's have a look at this. Just a bit edgy, just pokes it down to the third man, and, well, a rolling one-handed pick up from the fielder. Brings Gulami on strike. It looked good in the last game. Fell in the last ball of Taranjeet's over, and was very disappointed about that. As Sukhwinder comes in, and he's smacked him for 6. Lovely shot, just picked him up off a good length. And Gulami, have another look at this. Lovely shot, picked him up. It's safe in that area. And I think it's gone all the way. It has gone all the way. 6 runs and the first 6 for the French side. And Gulami gets off the mark. Nice way to do it. And so, well, they're looking for the ball. So there's a slight delay. I think they've got a new ball out there. Quite a few balls lost in that area. I'm sure they'll find that one. The potato farmer, I think, will find quite a few as well. After the ECS here over 2 weeks, lots of balls hit in that area. See how he responds here, Sukhwinder Singh. And this is a little bit further back. I think it's 4 that time. It was backward a square. Just went with, well, it went against the line of the bowler, but it was on that leg stump line. And another 4 runs there. Gulami, he'll want to keep going throughout this innings, want to build something. And he's taking Sukhwinder Singh apart at the moment. 15 from the over so far. France, great start. They are 25 for 1. Still a ball left of the second over. Sukhwinder Singh, he'll, well, he's been given something to think about by Gulami. Comes in again. And this one's hit straight and great. Oh, he's dropped it. Well, looks like Simran, I think. I'm not sure if he's disappointed or hurt. And it is Simran, who's got a very good pair of hands. Looked like he'd taken it. Diving catch. Let's have another look. He had it, no, and then he dropped it. And he's okay. He's rubbing his head, so it took a little bit of a knock. Ah, yeah. As Vinny comes back into the commentary box, he's done a spray thing at me. I didn't quite know. I thought I had bugs around me.
Get the magic spray, cranium strength, because I suppose if there are grounds to hit your head on, this is probably one that you'd want because it's reasonably soft. I'll have another look at the table maybe at the end of this over because it's pretty interesting to see where we're at.
It's been a good start here from France. Bulger continues and gets hammered. Well, that's another one for the potato field. And Gulami is taking it to this French attack. It was very leg stump. No swing for Bulgit. That's his main weapon. And, well, it's another one for the potato farmer to find in autumn as the third umpire comes on and gives the umpire out there.
Gives him a selection, doesn't he?
It does give him a selection.
Gulami, key player. He's come out. He's liking the new ball. He's liking the power play. I mean, he's seen a bit more of the bowling this morning. He's seen a bit more of the ball. So, I mean, he's coming out now in more batting-friendly conditions, I think, at the start of the innings. He's already kind of got his eye in because of that, of making a few runs in the last innings that we saw. But yeah, Amjad's out there coming off a duck. He expertly stumped down the leg side. It's an interesting one. Just comes back enough, I think, to sneak in. And, yeah, Bulgit, he had some interesting comments about maybe how they could use him a little bit lower down the order, take a bit of pressure off him, considering that he's captaining the side. He's bowling up front. 2 overs in the power play. Here he is now.
It's been called a wide. So Bulgit, his main weapon is his swing. He uses his height well as well. But if the ball's not swinging, and that one did a little bit, but he started a bit too wide. If it's not swinging, then it's pretty straight and pretty hittable.
Yeah.
And that's what Gulami has done. He did that against Sukhwinder as well. He's also a really good bowler.
Yeah, 100%. Kind of, fighting the angle of Sukhwinder, but did really well.
Oh, this one's a bit edgy. It's over the top, though. Gets away with it, going towards the boundary, and will be another 4 runs for France.
Yes, Patharagi Sadev was chasing it down. When the ball's edged like this, it always is spinning kind of towards the rope. And that's why you see the overspin there. And I think he felt like that was going to pull up, but it just never really happened. Also with the new ball, it's a little bit quicker along the surface as well. Yeah, talking about that shot where Gulami took Sukhwinder over the leg side. I mentioned that it's easier to hit it further, but it's harder to hit it in the middle of the bat. So it's a high risk, high return kind of option.
He's sort of straight. There's no one back there, and that's just bounced inside the line, and that's 4 runs. Gulami Look at this. He's 25 off 7. Just
Don't
hitting the ball
underestimate-
superbly.
Don't underestimate the power of momentum. and France have got their tails up. And it was an incredible first game, wasn't it, where they got across the line off the very last ball thriller. It was 77-74 in the end against Romania. And we saw France being sent in here. They're doing a really good job. It's turned into an excellent power play, 41 on the board. Still 2 to come in the third.
He's hit this one straight as well. Player coming round and does well. Does Simran. Good throw as well.
Looking for another one off the rebound, but it doesn't really go too far. I mean, this also gives them a bit of momentum going into the middle overs. You got 2 guys scoring a good strike rate. No, Amjad hasn't had a lot of the bowling yet, but I just think that gives them a lot of confidence. And, you know, this French team, one thing we haven't seen them do is have a decent score to defend so far. And Italy, they're coming off a bit of an off performance last night. Romania knocked them over in match 5. And, yeah, they're running into a bit of a hurricane so far.
This one just poked into the covers. Misfield. They'll look for 2. They should get it really comfortably. In fact, it's going all the way.
What's going on? Has someone put some oil slick over there or something? And that one just kept on rolling. I was with you. I thought, okay, they'll get 2. I started to think, will they go for 3? And as I was trying to compute it, I realised that ball had run across the rope. So, end of the over. And what a power play that is. As France are 46 for 1 after 3. Looking at this, I mean, it does throw it wide open. There is a chance if the next 3 matches go 2 wins to Romania and 1 to France, that we could finish with all teams 3 and 3, which I mean, I suppose will happen one day in ECI cricket, but then they'll go down to net run rate to work out who the champion is.
That would be crazy.
I mean, it's far-fetched. It's possible, but I mean, Italy, who did win their first 3 matches of the tournament, you'd imagine they'll be able to find a win somewhere else, and that'll probably be enough to win the trophy. But still, super interesting ECI so far this weekend.
Well, it's a Jagmeet Singh to bowl for Italy, and these 2 looking good off the pace bowlers. Let's see, they react to spin. He's a very good bowler as Jagmeet, bowling left arm around. And this one is bowled. There you go. That's Gulami. Doesn't have a look at the off spinner. The left arm off spinner just tries to smash him into the potato field again, and he loses his wicket.
Yeah, so change of pace, change of luck. So similar to how he got out before. Amjad's frustrated. Again, tried to keep the momentum going, but again, he's hitting across the ball. That's on the stumps. And on this pitch, it'll work every time but once. So a good innings, but yeah, maybe knocked over too soon. Gulami, 26 off 9. Jagmeet with the breakthrough, 46 for 2.
Yeah, there's a lot of spin options also for Italy. So it's a bright start against the swing of Bulgit and also the pace of Sequinder, but take the pace off a little bit. The skipper's not happy at the bowler's end. Have a look at him. He's just turned around and swung his bat. Lucky the umpire wasn't there. It could have been sanctions. But it'll bring Kasane out to the centre. He looked okay in the last game as well. They've come in today, France, and they've had a batting plan. And Amjad, the skipper, he didn't bowl himself in the previous game, concentrating on his batting. Didn't quite work out for him. This one just poked to man at short cover. That's Joy Pereira there. Not much gets past him. So, fantastic start for France, going at almost 14 and over. This will slow them down a little bit. And it's been hit back to Jagmeet by Kasane for no run. And he's done something here as Jagmeet. Hope he's okay. He's back up. Limping a little bit. Might have hit him on the knee. But what
Jagmeet's had such a good weekend, hasn't he? I mean,
he's had
in tandem with Kasala, they've been really effective partnership, that left arm spin. Slightly different bowlers, but I think they've both been really effective.
Well, we've got 3 top-line bowlers with Zain Ali as well. Spin bowlers, I'm saying.
Azamali, yeah.
What did I say?
He said Zain Ali.
Oh, yeah, well, Zain Ali's great as
I'm
well.
going to offend all the Zain Ali fans out there by calling him a spinner. He's anything but. And the big burly Italian all-rounder.
There are so many similar names, and it got pretty confusing during the ECS.
Yeah, we're on the Zane train in this game as well, with 3 of them.
Yeah. This is turned around the corner. Should just be a single. They'll look for 2. Won't get it though unless the throw goes amiss, and it doesn't. It's been really good over here from Jugmeet. Just brought it back a little bit, slowed the run rate, taken a big wicket as well. Got 1 ball left in this over. That's the pressure that he brings to Jugmeet. Of course, the power play is now complete. And there's another wicket. Kasane just plays back on it. And not a great shot to play by Kasane.
Yeah, it wasn't really. Again, ball the angles in. Doesn't really turn, does it? Just slides on into the off stump. And so Kasane is going to have to go. Goes for a 4-ball quacker. Cue Derek to enter stage left. As it's the end of the 4th over as well. It's 48 for 3.
That's it's a cut and paste Jugmeet wicket there. We saw it over 2 weeks here at the ECS, and just sliding it on, and it was taken to in pretty much exactly the same way. As we see a little dip after the 3rd with those 2 wickets, and that Jugmeet over. But really good start, really good platform to build on for France. And Noman Amjad's still there. He'll be facing the next delivery. It's not going to get any easier. It will be the very good bowling of Damith Kosala. Again, bowling left arm around. And as the batsman has to leave. So I think they just have to poke it around a little bit here, France. Just do what they did in the their last innings. And just look for singles. They run very well between the wicket. Amjad. It's one of those Zanes. Zain Ahmad.
There he is.
He's a left-hander as well, which will help.
Let's see if they can keep the momentum going then, because the spin has really slowed him down after that excellent power play.
Well, even if they get 5 or 6 and over for the next couple of overs, just to see off some of the spin. They're difficult to play, and this one goes down to a man who's in that slip area. They'll take an overthrow. It's disappointing.
They almost get a run out here, though. I don't know how quickly Abdul turned around. It's going through the power play over 10, 16 and 20, but only 2 off the 4th. Let's have a look at his back here. Oh, he was gone if it hit.
So it brings the left-hander, Zain Ahmad, to strike. And left armer will bowl left arm over the wicket to the left-hander. And he will be hitting the spin from Kosala, which will help a little bit. So it just changes the angles for the bowlers.
Yeah.
And if he can stay for a while, he hit the ball pretty cleanly in the last game against Romania. This one goes down the ground, just a single, bring Amjad back on strike. I think it's an important partnership here, as all of them will be for France. We've got some batting to come. We saw Warner Kulasuria bat really well in the last game. So it was Usman Khan. This one's just prodded back to the bowler. Well played, but well bowled. Interesting tussle now.
Yeah, it really is. Good old-fashioned arm wrestle. How brave can you be? You can see spinners are so accurate. Amjad on strike.
Oh, he's had a go at that one. Player can't go back far enough. 6 runs. Nice shot there from Amjad.
He targets the short boundary, doesn't he? So, yeah, it's hard to kind of... Yeah, playing with a straight bat's hard to get the power and you have to generate it yourself. And slight misjudgment, you're probably going to drag to a fielder. It's a kind of high-risk, high-return option there. Going after the straight boundary, he plays on length more or less. Gets away with it. Amjad then finishes the 5th with a single. That over, despite the Maximo just going for 9. And the score is 57 for 3 after 5. And he's down to him, Mr. Maximo, here with Danny Huchet. A big warm welcome to everybody, wherever you're watching from around the world. Day 14 of our Milan trip. And you were here the very first day. I was still travelling from Cyprus, but I mean, what an adventure it's been, and what a great way this ECI is to finish it off.
I love it, especially seeing 3 very different sides with different characteristics up against each other. But it's so even. But you know, you can see the French coming back into this tournament. You can see the Italians have got a class team, and Romania as well with the batting strength and the experience. It's really, really a fascinating tournament to end up here in Milan.
It's the format as well, fastest growing format in world cricket. As this is out. I'm telling you, right now, he takes it on again. This time, he doesn't make any contact. So 3 for 1 Jugmeet's figures. And the umpire, I think, had a pretty easy job that time. Hits him more or less in line with middle and off. Hitting across the straight one. Maybe even middle to middle and leg, but that wasn't missing leg. No doubt about it. And Amjad is going to have to go for 24. So they had 2 set batters go in the 20s. And France will need someone else to step up. It's 57 for 4.
Well, the spin has changed things a little bit here for Italy, especially the bowling of Jugmeet. Again, has been fantastic over the last 2 weeks in the Super Series, but he's been really, really good here for Italy as well, especially in today's game. France now 57 for 4, still going at a very good strike rate. And as I mentioned, probably should be just looking just to score the singles, just see off Jugmeet. He's taken 3 for 1, and it's just players trying to play the big shot against him.
Yeah, again, you kind of saw the best of it and the worst of it, didn't you? With those 2 attempted hoiks from Amjad. Hit 1 for 6. Next one takes care of him. Now, I'd be curious about when you bat someone like Watercooler Surya. And he's a guy I'd probably send in now, to be honest, just on the back of how clean he hit the ball. Usman Khan, of course, very viable option. But I think you kind of should go with who's hot in this situation. We are in the second half of this innings. I suppose the difference is also that Watercooler Surya was particularly good against the pace at the moment. There's a kind of twin spin attack on, isn't there? Jugmeet, 3 for 1. Really good figures. On to Usman now.
We've got a few bowling options to Italy. One of those is Zain Ali, who'll bowl right arm over, use his height well, sort of a fast medium, but also Asim Ali, and that's the man I'd be turning to if I were the skipper, Baljit. There's lots of bowling options, of course. One of the bowling options is Zain Naqvi, but he's wicketkeeper today.
Yeah, that's right. I don't think we'll see him bowling then.
There's Rashmani as well. This is going to be out. Went across the line there, the left-hander. And that's another wicket down, another wicket for Jugmeet.
Wow, I mean, what are we watching here? 4 for Jugmeet. We did see a 6-er in the ECI earlier this year in Malta. It was Umar Tariq with 2 hat-tricks. Took a 6 for 22 though. And how about that though from Jugmeet? Again, he slides it across. It's not really turn, it's just the angle. And so tries to go across the line and fails. So that's a 5th wicket now, France. 58 for 5.
Such a good start as well, but then they've gone back to old habits, I think, and trying to hit across the line, trying to hit the big ball, instead of building on an innings where they did in the last game against Romania. And but they do have Usman Khan. The new batsman is Jabakel.
Yeah, I mean, let's go back to that Umar Tariq performance. He bowled 2 overs, so think about this. He bowled 2 overs. I'm going to isolate his best 6 balls and his worst 6 balls. And it's very different. So think, and these overs, obviously, I'm going to take half an over and I'm going to smash them together. But he took 6 for 22.
Yeah.
Might wait for this ball from Jugmeet.
Got a little visitor here.
Yeah. Dhawan's just popped in. His game off. Here's next ball. Back down, pick from Jabakel. So his best 6 balls, he took 6 for 0. His worst 6 balls, took none for 22. So he had a magical over in there and he had a perfect over. And he had them in the one game, and that's very ECN, isn't it?
Very ECN. So, this could be close. He's gone. He's got another one. He's got a fifer. Has Jugmeet.
Wow, Jugmeet Singh with a left arm spin. He spun a web, and I tell you what, he might get 6 because he's still got a ball to go. This is fairly straight pitching. This one maybe shapes back, maybe turns a little bit. I mean, it's an umpire's call really about whether it's going to hit that leg stump or not. But it was fairly straight. It's not one you can afford to miss. And so the collapse continues. 56 for 8.
Look, Jugmeet's hit this.
58 for 6. Pardon
58
me, not
for, nah.
58 for 6.
Look, Jugmeet, he's so at the stumps. He slides it in, and so as an umpire, you know that because you've seen time after time, batsmen miss the ball and the ball hit the stumps with Jugmeet. So he's always at the stumps, and it's definitely in the umpire's mind that if it's the batsman misses, then the ball's going to hit. And here's a man who will need to block this one out, I think. Wanakula Saria.
5 for 2.
5 for 2.
What figures? Does he want another one?
And they'll just take a single. And, well, that's good batting.
It's the best figures we've seen now, because we had a couple of 5 for 4s, didn't we?
Yep.
The Rajmani and Vibor Yadav. And Jagmeet takes 5 for 3 in this international, and he's completely turned this innings around. 59 for 6 after 6.
Well, this is the important partnership for me. As you can see, Amjad with 24 and Gulami with 26. The rest, 6 between them. And it's not been good batting from France, but it's been fantastic bowling from Jagmeet. And, well, it's Asim Ali. It's a good move here from Baljit to keep going with spin. And I think Kasala's got one up the one in reserve as well. So Asim Ali, again, he's going to change the angle, bowling right arm over. Wanakula Saria, who batted so well and got France over the line in the last game, will be facing. But they've got a pretty good score on the board already. Just want to build on it. This is dab down for no run down to the gully area. Asim Ali he was really good with the bat and the ball in the ECS we just saw. Good to see him in the setup. He's just poked back to him. Very watchful is Wanakula Saria. Won't turn the ball as much as won't get the angle as much as what Jagmeet does, and won't get the turn of Kasala. This one is lucky. Turned it around the corner. Yeah, fielder's left it behind. Let's have another look at this. Exposed his stumps, and well, I'm not sure if it was called leg bias or not, but it was not the greatest shot, especially because there is a short, fine leg. This one's hit past the bowler, just be a gentle single. This is the type of batting they need at the moment for France, at least for the next 2 overs, just to tick the score over, then get 12 off the next 2 overs just by hitting singles.
Yes.
Or even
just this spinning a web at the moment, aren't they?
It's a bit short and out. Well, a bit short. Wanakula Saria just gives a bit of catching practice to the fielder. So, like on the training ground, that's another one down. Have a look at this. Just pokes it to him, and pretty simple catch there for the fielder. And that's a Jagmeet again, who's looking pretty good for a Man of the Match award already, and we're only not even halfway through this the first innings. But that was the hero from the last game, Wanakula Saria, who's gone. A lot of responsibility now for Usman Khan. You know, it's a bit of a fragile batting lineup for France, and it is Dawu Ahmadzai who will come in and face his first delivery from Asim Ali, who's had a really good over here. 1 for 1, only 1 ball left. So the spin has dried things up for France.
And about an over, we'll see the run rate and how it's gone in this innings. I think we're seeing it fall off a cliff here really at the moment. But here's the Energizer Bunny, the muscle man, Dawood Ahmadzai.
It's just been poked down the ground for a single.
He'll be busy, won't he, as you get to the end of the 7th over. France, 62 off 7. Ordinarily you'd say that's decent. It's just a case of what might have been. Just a reminder that we'll be winding up these 2 international series today, but then we've got Austria, Bulgaria, and then Sweden, actually, the next one on the calendar. So join us for our exciting summer of cricket. It's not just summer, really, because we'll be in all 12 calendar months this year. We'll run probably 46, 47 weeks of the 52. So, yeah, plenty of exciting locations still to come, including the Czech Republic in July, which is probably the next time we'll have you behind the mic on ECN, Danny. Looking forward to that.
Me too.
Anyway, here we go with Kasala. So it's not over yet, the spin attack. And, going over the wicket to the right hander here.
Spin. Well, stop there. Chance for a run out. Could have been gone, you know. And a really good feeling there from Jagmeet again. Just pokes it out. It's a pretty good shot. And a bit of indecision. And, well, I think it would have been if it was a direct hit. And he's having a pretty good game, Jagmeet. So, as Kasala continues. Bit full and just over the top of the bowler, going towards the boundary, but it'll be stopped there comfortably by Simran. who patrols that area very well. Just a single, just over the bowler, who quite acrobatically tries to reach that.
Yeah, Damadamazai. Again, he's a guy that'll give you everything he's got. He's got a nasty swollen forearm after taking the ball yesterday. Right now, he's just trying to be busy and give the strike back to Usman Khan. What can they scramble again? The wicket's lost, obviously, coming to the factor as well. 65 for 7.
Well, they've still got a couple of overs left after this. If they can get up to the 80-85 mark, which is possible. Projected score is 85, but it's, well, there's only one more over a spin after this one, which might help them. And this has gone through Pereira. It's going towards the boundary, but picked up there by Bulgit, the skipper, and they'll just come back for 2, which is a good result there for the French. But if they can pick up another 20-odd runs, they have a competitive score against a very good Italian side, but the French are a different beast in the field. This is a nice shot, but straight to the fielder, and that's the end of Usman Khan.
Oh, well, death by 1,000 cuts. I mean, I was relieved for him when he hits this, because otherwise he's going to be dead LBW. But you wouldn't read about it. He's just hit it straight down the throat of the fielder out there at a deep square leg. So, yeah, straight over Crocodile Rock. Pretty nice catch taken. And I think now there's Sukhvinder down there, patrolling that area. And so an 8th wicket falls down. This innings falling apart. And it's 67 for 8.
Yeah, they don't know what to do with the spin bowling. It was a pretty decent shot, actually. He just hit it straight to the player out there. And if it would have been a few metres either side, it would have made him work for it. Got a good piece of it. So it brings a new batsman out. And that will be Rahul Mangal joining Ahmed Sai. And the spin attack continues. 1 for 14 now for Casalo. He's got 1 ball left of his spell. And hit down the ground, just be a single.
Yeah, so here's the thing. As we get to the end of the 8th over, the score is 68 for 8. I mean, France essentially, if they win this and then they beat Romania again, they'll be 3-3. And then if Romania were to beat Italy, and you wouldn't put that past them, then all teams will be level on points. So with all the games being close, you see the run rate taking a dive up after the power play. And also, we've seen 7 wickets fall in that period as well.
You can tell distinctly in which over the spin attack started here for Italy.
Exactly right. And we're going to see more of it here in the 9th with Azam Ali coming back.
Yeah, good bowler. They'll end up with, well, they've got quite a bit of a selection of bowlers they can still use, Italy. And all the spinners are pretty much gone. Azam Ali, though, 1 for 2 off his first over. It's pretty good. He might even get the 2 wickets needed to bowl France out in this one. And good start from a little quicker outside off stump. But fantastic effort from all 3 spinners here from Italy, especially Jugmeet.
He's been brilliant.
And another good ball there from Azam Ali.
It's so funny because especially when you grow up, you're normally a bit scared of fast bowling, physically being hurt, and my reaction's quick enough. It's completely the opposite, really, at the moment, with the spin dominating these middle overs. It's hard to come up with the answers without taking big risks, and those risks haven't really paid off for the most part for France in this innings.
This pitch is a little difficult, especially for when you're facing a spinner, because it does sometimes keep low, so you don't really want to bowl play across the line. It will spin a little bit, but when you're getting a combination of this pitch, which plays like a normal turf pitch, which is nice for bowlers, and playing across the line to a top quality spinner, it's part of the reason why these bowlers are getting so many wickets and conceding so few runs. As you can see, the French team there, after such a bright start, just got a little bit of a delay.
It's like a momentum sapper as well, isn't it? Yeah, ordinarily, if you gave them 75 on the board, let's say, they'd go out and they'd be fizzing. And maybe they still will be like that, but you will have that sense of what might have been after such a good power play.
Well, look, there's still 1 over left after this. There's 4 balls left, so if they can survive the spin of Azam Ali, then they'll have another over of medium pace. Probably Azam Ali. It might be Sukhvinder
Well, maybe,
Singh.
otherwise, I'd be like, anyone can roll out some finger spin here, guys?
Well, Rajmani hasn't bowled.
Yeah.
Simran can bowl. We see Joy Pereira bowl. Sequinda's got an over left. And we haven't seen Zayn Ali. So who's Baljit going to choose?
Yeah, exactly. Options.
But it'll give them something else that's not spin to be able to maybe score a few runs. As Rob Thompson, frustrating to watch that batting. It is frustrating considering they had such a good start, but you've got to consider that it's these three Italian spin bowlers are fantastic. And Asim Ali there looks like more like a jazz musician than a cricketer with his glasses and his little beard.
How about this, though, with Jagmeet Singh in his 5 for 3, joining the 5-wicket Hall of Fame, no pun intended. And Italy versus France in this match 7, the 7th of May, all the 7s really. One thing we've never seen is the 7 for. I feel like the day will come. You saw the 6 for, the best figures ever, 6 for 2. I saw a 6 for 22, which was 2 hat-tricks to 1 bowler in 1 inning. So congratulations to Jagmeet. Finds his way onto the Hall of Fame, the 5-wicket halls.
That was the destroyer Stefan Gooch in Hungary.
Stefan Gooch, who's not even a bowler.
He's a wicket keeper. This is pretty nicely onto the offside and just be a single.
What were your best figures in cricket? Do you remember? Most people know the highest score, the best figures.
I thought it was 7 for playing for Nomads, but it was ended up. It looked like in the records it's 6 for.
6 on a countback.
But I did bowl something like 17 overs straight that day in Alphas.
It's a bit harsh that you had to do a recount and you've been cost a wicket.
Well, I just look at the record books and because I thought I'd taken 7, and this is another good run taken there off Asim Ali.
He's made it, but I'll have a little look here.
I remember playing Winter League and taking 4 for 8, and the ball was swinging nicely, and that was safe. I don't really remember figures like that. I remember that 6 for, which should have been 7 for, but I did bowl every over from one end in Alphas, and it wasn't as though I was a young man. It was while I was in Europe, of course, and it was just. I just kept on getting the ball to swing, lots of humidity, and it was good fun. A bit tired after it, but it was good fun. And I had about 100 metres of field to cover as well, because this is big swing and a miss. It was a team of players who were, some of them were of age. We had I'm not sure if it was that game. We had Jack who was playing for us, who was in his 80s. Another look. And he's back there. As the ball goes onto the stumps, but no problem with it. Somali comes in again.
Yeah, I'll squeeze out a single here. It's been tough going, hasn't it? It's the occasional 10 for, not very often. I don't think I've seen a 10 for. Actually, maybe I did see a 10 for live. Took me 1 for 8 after 9. I think someone took a 10 for against us in grade cricket, but it wasn't like, it just happened they took all the wickets. It wasn't like a big collapse or we got rolled. I think we made maybe 260, 280 or something. They just happened that all the wickets went to one guy. Well, Jagmeet with 5 for 3, stealing the show here. Personally, I bowled until I was 18 and then I converted to wicket keeping because I found that was something that was quite natural to me. Picked it up in my teens. But when I was opening the bowling for my school team in reasonably high-level competition for junior cricket, I had none for 9. I used to open the bowling, and I was kind of a Baljit type bowler, I suppose, kind of bowling outswingers.
Likewise.
And I had none for 9 and had bowled, I think, 4 overs, and my captain said, you can have one more over, but if you don't take a wicket, that's it. And then every over, I happened to take a wicket pretty much. And then I actually finished with 8 for 9.
Nice.
I took 8 for 0 in a spell. And the only reason to take 9, I'm sure about this, is someone was sitting an exam and they were an hour and a half late for the game. So they only had 10 players. Anyway, that's one that I know I'll never beat. Anyway, this in the air should be gone. Except misjudged by Baljit. It'll go for 4.
Wow. Nice.
Wow, okay. I mean, just a simple misjudgment. The ball carried further off the bat than Baljit thought. And this bounces inside the field, I'm sure of it.
It does. And, well, it'd be so reliable out on that boundary as well, Baljit.
Sukhvinder with a wry smile for Baljit, probably because he's the captain. And that's the only way you can deal with the situation. At France, trying to beg, borrow, or steal 80. So pace coming on, and the pace most surprising. The fielder on the boundary, Baljit. 5 to come.
Sequinda, and this was over the top again. And fielder should take this one. It's Zayn Ali out there. and simple catch. But you can see the difference between what the spin did for Italy and what the medium pacers have done today. France really comfortable with the pace coming onto the ball, but not real hot with the spinners of Italy. And there's one more batsman to come. 75 for 9. Well, they've got a target, have France, to bowl at. Will it be enough against a very good Italian side? It's touch and go.
Yeah, I mean, also, this morning I would have said probably not, but seeing how well the bowlers that have kind of come into the bowling lineup for France with Peter Bakaran and Wanakula Surya, pretty impressive this morning. Its answer's a definite maybe.
Yeah.
Anyway, down to their last leg, so this is where I'd probably just take my medicine. I'd probably take 4 singles from here. There's Peter Bakaran, we just talked about him. He's going to be coming out number 11. Long way out of his crease here.
Well, this is in the air, should be taken. Simran, and that's it. End of the line for France.
Wasn't satisfied with the 4 singles strategy. He just kind of, I suppose he just throws the hands at it, but he just tries to time it out of the ground. But, I mean, it's not easy to clear these boundaries straight, especially with a slightly older ball that's banged up, doesn't fly as far. And France bowled out, but not before they get 75. It was a tale of 2 phases. I mean, the first 3 overs go for 46, and the rest of the innings, so effectively 7 overs, they're only able to get 29. So they're going at kind of like about 4 and over after that. That was because the spin came on and strangled things. Only 2 boundaries in these middle overs. That 1-6 off Kasala, and then the 4 there really should have been caught by Baljit. So anyway, it'll be a wraparound hat-trick opportunity for Sukhvinder as he takes 2 and 2. And France all out 75, but they do have runs on the board. In fact, it's a very similar score to the scores we saw this morning with 77-73 this morning in that thrilling fielding there. This one splits the difference, 75 runs on the board, but yeah, France, they'll be defending for their lives because to have any chance of lifting the trophy, they need to defend this run chase.
They do, and they've got a really good bowling lineup, do France, and they're very athletic in the field, and they've got a really good unit there. But as we see, this one just rolling over the line. That was, as you can see, the captain, Amjad. He's disgust with the batsman Gulami going across the line, and it was a fantastic start for France against the pace bowling. They got tied in a web, as Vinny said, by the spin, mainly of Jagmeet Singh, who took 5 for 3, but also good contributions from Kasala and also Asim Ali. You saw that even in the final over when they had Sukhvinder Singh come back after 6 overs of spin, that it was tough going for the bowler, even though he did pick up the 2 last wickets. Sukhvinder ending up with 2 for 20. He took a bit of stick. This one just got over Baljit, but then there were 2 catches in a row. It's Zain Ali and then Simran taking the last one. They could hit freely, France. They just couldn't quite get over the boundary. So let's have a look at the batting card. Looks good up the top. So Naman Amjad, the skipper, 24 of 14, and Mukhtar Gulami, they're 26 of 9, got them off to a really good start. Jackson missed out, but then no one really forcing the issue against the spin. It was very difficult. Disciplined bowling there from Italy as well, only 2 wides. 75 all out of France. And we'll have to defend this total well to beat a very good Italian side. As we can see the bowling, that's pretty evident here. Baljit took 1, Sukhvinder took 2, but look at those, the economy rates 15 and 13. And Jagmeet 3 for 5, 1 for 15 off Kasala, and 1 for 2 there for Asim. So it's for 5, sorry, off Asim. So as we get into the second innings of this game, Italy will lead 76 runs to win against a French team who had a good win this morning against Romania. They'll have to bowl well. Early wickets will be key, I think, for France, but they are very, very good in the field, and they've got a very good bowling lineup, even though they are missing their top bowler due to injury. So we'll be back very shortly for this FanCode European Cricket International match between France and Italy in a few minutes' time. See you then.
The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
And welcome back to Milan for this FanCode European Cricket International between France and Italy. France, after a lightning start and a fantastic power play, struggled along against the spin of Italy, and only got 75. It's a total, and Italy will need 76 to win. Doesn't seem like a lot, but it could just be enough for France. And they have to bowl well. They've got a very good bowling attack, and their fielding side is, if they get a bit of momentum on, they're busy, and they'll keep the pressure on this Italian outfit. For Italy, though, they can bat France out of this game just by keeping wickets and frustrating them. It's going to be a very good tussle between these two very good sides. Actually, it's Mundell comes in. The first ball hit over the top of the gully area, and that's 4 runs. Just a little bit short there from Mungal. Zain Naqvi, a very good batsman. He's out there as usual as the opener for Italy. Rajmani Sandhu is the man he's opening with. He's a left-hander. So have to change the line a bit for the French. They really need to get their buzz on, the French. Mungal comes in again. Bit short, that's rubbish, but it almost brings a wicket. Well, it was short outside leg stump. Zain Naqvi turned on it and hit it to the fielder. Just fell short of him. Good stop out there, saved 3 runs. But almost a wicket there. It was a bit of a trap for the batsman. A dangerous trap there. That could have well been 6. Didn't get all of it, did Naqvi. Hit it pretty hard, and good fielding out there on that boundary at deep square leg. We'll bring the left-handed Sandhu back on or on strike for the first time. Mungal will come around the wicket to him. As Taranjit continues to poke his head into the marshmallow. Rajmani Sandhu takes his first ball from Mungal. And this is in the air. Nicely hit. That's 6. Well, Rajmani gets one outside off stump from Mungal and doesn't miss out. A few steps out, and hits it pretty well, pretty high in the bat. Nice shot. Didn't try to overhit it. It's a good start from Italy. France, they need wickets. And short again. And missed out that time. Rajmani. They're a team that they thrive on the energy of taking wickets to France, and also good fielding. And they build pressure in the field, but not much pressure in this over from Mungal, even though there was that one hit in the air by Naqvi. Coming again is Mungal. This one's just poked out in the gully. No run. Good fielding again. Always on the move, this French side in the field. Just poked down there, and really good effort. You can see there's a man backing up as well. Very well drilled, this French side out in the field. Not much gets past them. Not the easiest to field on this ground. Comes in again, and well, gets a dodgy inside edge. It's going towards a boundary. It's Jackson who'll pick it up and throw it in. They'll come back for 2. Well, Italy, it's a good start from them. 13 off the over. We can see 34 balls since the last, 34 matches since the last golden ball. We almost had one in the previous game. France getting over the line against Romania for their first win of the series. But a little bit loose from Mungal first up. They don't have too many runs to play with. And interesting move. In fact, it looked like it was going to be Ahmadzai, the leg spinner, to come on, but it's not. So they'll continue with the medium pace. Their top bowler, the other Mungal, who is out with a groin injury. Quick, fast bowler there is out for the rest of the series, it seems. And this is, dropped by Jackson. It's going to go towards the boundary. Won't quite make it. Would have been a fantastic catch. He's a really good keeper, is Evit Aludin Jackson. Let's have a look at this. And just got the end of the glove. Not many keepers would have got there. He's very athletic. There's a buzz of activity. There's Aludin Jackson. This bowler comes in again. This is in the air. Should be gone. It was a rankful toss, and that's out. First wicket. And it's Naqvi who misses a bit of a gift. No, I think they're going to check the no ball, but I think it's fine. And Naqvi will have to go. So it's the bowler is Pira Bakaran, who's come in and bowled pretty well, actually. Just going to check that, and it looks okay. Hit it from about his knees. Not the greatest of deliveries, but sometimes that sort of ball surprises the batsman and will get a wicket. So France have taken their first one after a pretty expensive first over. Pira Bakaran, who bowled well this morning, gets his first. And it will be Zain Ali to come in. So I spoke earlier about Baljit Singh. He opens the bowling, captains the side, and also bats in the top three. And he's given responsibility here to Zain Ali, which I think is a really good move from the skipper, Baljit. He's always insurance down towards the middle overs. This one's poked into the covers, just a single. Good start there for Zain Ali. Bring Rajmani Sandhu back on strike. But Baljit, he doesn't have anything to prove here for Italy. And it would be good to give some of the other batsmen a hit. And there are some very good batting options in this lineup. Joy Pereira, as well as Simranjit Singh. Asim Ali, we saw batting number 3 for Fresh Tropical as well. So, Pira Bakaran continues to the left-hander this time. And this is hit over the top. No fielder there and gone all the way. Lovely shot there from Rajmani. Had a pretty good series in the ECS here over the last couple of weeks with the ball and the bat. Took a hat-trick with the ball. Didn't see him bowl, though, for Italy today, so you knew he was going to be pumped up the order. And he's proving his worth to the skipper, Baljit. Go back around. Have to change something here. And it's been cut. No run. Good fielding there. It's a skipper, Noman Amjad, who's really led this side well. France, they've come back after a disappointing day yesterday, knowing they didn't bat very well. And they came back and didn't quite all go their way in the first innings of this game. And this is going to be close. Not out, says the umpire. I thought I heard an edge, but maybe not. Let's have another look at this. It's coming around the wicket, the bowler. Moves across and probably hit him outside the line, I'd say. Well, I'm not sure. It's a pretty good appeal for me, but maybe a bit of doubt. Might have been going down leg side as well. So here's the table. Italy, they've played 4, won 3, lost 1. And on the top of the table is 6. Romania, after that loss to France earlier, are 4 and 2. And 2 and 2. And France are 1 and 3 at the moment, having a not the greatest day, not really adapting to conditions too well, the French. They look fantastic with the ball, but we'll see if Noman Amjad will bowl for them. Ratamula Mangal is missing out for France with an injury. Is a big loss for them. The players who have come in to bowl have been pretty good. This one's a bit wild from Warner-Kulasiriya and called a wide. They're a team that build pressure on wickets and dot balls, France, in the field. But it's been a pretty good power play so far here from Italy. They're 23 for 1 after the power play. So bowler comes in again. And this one's more on line. It's got through the man at gully. And they'll look for 2. They should get it. And it's actually gone all the way down there for 4. Just went through the man at gully, which is unlike the French to misfield. Chased all the way. But the good start continues for Italy. It's not a big total either. Very similar to start to what France had with a bat. But I think the Italian batting lineup is a little bit stronger than the French one. So it's a nice shot, just hit to the covers. And no run. It's not the easiest to field on this surface. It's quite spongy underfoot, and it won't roll. It'll sort of bounce towards you. So you see quite a few good fielders with uncomfortable pickups. And so Warner Kulasuriya continues. Bit of a shorter one that time. And again, no run. Missed by Zain Ali. There's Rajmani Sandhu, the left-hander, who's been scoring most of the runs. He's 14 off 7. And apart from the streaky 4 through gully, it's been a pretty good over here from the bowler. He's got 1 ball left. 27 for 1 now. Actually, he's got 3 balls left. What am I saying? And this one's just been poked out to the gully. No run. So 2 balls left of the power play. And France were ahead at this stage. A very, very good power play. Around the 40 mark. And they only just lost that 1 wicket. But then the spin happened for Italy. And France had no answer. Comes the bowler again. And hacked away on the leg side to square leg. Just a single. I won't mind that, France. Singles and dot balls and wickets is what they want. But he'll be bowling now after his final delivery. A pretty good over from Warner Kulasuriya. He'll be bowling to Rajmani Sandhu, who's on a mission this morning. He's 14 off 7. So we have another beautiful day here in Milan. Comes in, bowling right arm around the wicket. And just poked down. Chance for a run out. It's okay though, well backed up. And that's the end of the power play. And pretty decent one for Italy. They are 28 for 1, chasing 76. Vinny, what do you make of the start from Italy?
Yeah, I mean, well, it's not as good as the power play France had. But, you know, Italy, slightly different approach. I mean, they do back themselves to hit more boundaries kind of across the board. And so there maybe isn't the same urgency with the running between the wickets that we've seen from France and Romania, because Italy just feel that they're more able to hit the boundary, so they're not going to risk it as much between the wickets. But that has also created a few dot balls. I mean, dot ball count in the first 3 overs, there were 2 dot balls in the first, 3 in the second, and 4 in the third. So 9 dot balls out of 18.
Yep.
It's a pretty high percentage. But having said that, they're ahead of where they need to be, don't they? So it's hard to see France being able to defend this without constantly turning the batters over and taking wickets. And here's a guy that's having a pretty good weekend, Dawid Ahmedzai, with his spin. So the spin really slowed things down in the first innings. Let's see if Ahmedzai can do something similar here for France.
I'll just going to reply to a comment in the chat in just a moment. And so Nick saying, poor old France having a bit of a nightmare weekend. They're not really, Nick. I don't know if you saw the game earlier where they beat Romania.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Yeah, they actually are still in with the chance of winning the whole trophy. And to do that, they'd have to win this game. They'd have to win their return clash with Romania. And they'd have to hope that Italy lose to Romania in the third match today. Yeah, so, I mean, certainly had a horrid day yesterday. This one's picked up, and this is going to be a boundary. Just gets a little bit leg stumpish there with Dawid Ahmedzai, and we've identified that when he bowls, he don't really have any protection in that top right quarter. And that's a pretty nice shot, picked up and away from the fielder by Zain Ali.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think France today, with their batting, they batted well against Romania. It's just a bit of a resurgence. They batted well. I mean, they were 46 for 2 at the same stage in this match. But it was just excellent spin bowling, especially from Jugmeet. As this is a bit full. Player is going to not catch that because it's going to go over him. Just got enough of it, did Zayn Ali from the full toss.
Yeah, just a couple of balls that have been off from Ahmed Zayn. This time it's a bit of a hit me ball, knee-high full toss. And even though he kind of mishits that, Zayn Ali's so powerful. He's got another level, doesn't he? And so that still clears the field for a Maximo. Another bit of discussion about, if Dreux players were qualified. I mean, the most recent information is that some of them actually are eligible, but, it's more of an issue about kind of getting to training and those kind of things. I think with the ECC coming up, if any of those Dreux guys that had success at the ECL are available, you got to pick them. You got to pick them. Because France just desperately in need of about 3 bats. So and like I say, I'm not sure about the specifics of all the Dreux players, but there was a bit of a comment. Yeah, if you had the top 3 of Dreux available, then they're a completely different beast because the bowling and fielding isn't an issue. I think Galami's been a good addition to their batting. We didn't see him in the ECC last year, but yeah, I think the selectors need to pay attention to what's happening. Anyway, this is in the air, and the Energizer Bunny's going after it, and he will drop it at the last moment, and he belts the ground with his injured arm.
He's not happy.
Oh, well, I mean, it's a tough one, but it was a chance to take a wicket into the over. They'll get 2, I think, off that. There's the score, or maybe only just the one. It's 40 for 1 after 4. Let's have a look on the replay.
There's definitely a chance there. So he got under it. It's always going over his shoulder and just couldn't hang on to it.
Tough catch.
Tough catch.
He kind of turns 90 degrees. He either had to commit to running with the flight or kind of turn back and face the ball again, even after he gets there. It hung up a long time. Have a look at this run rate graph, and you can kind of see what happened at the end of the power play for France. The spin came on and completely derailed their innings. And Italy just need to stay above that red line, and they'll take the points, and they'll put them in great position to win the whole thing. It puts them out of sight, really. Romania.
Well, they need to run a ball here, Italy, and France basically need wickets, and they thrive on those wickets and on their good fielding. They've just dropped that catch, but it's really just been good batting here from the Italians, especially Rajmani. It's another one over the top, and that's another 6.
Great shot. And the thing with Rajmani, he's able to hit 6s over the offside. That's what makes him a bit special. Hit some really good ones at the Carlton Roval before as well. He just gets that power, gets that back speed. Not every batter can do that, so it makes him hard to bowl to. That probably wasn't the best ball first up from Usman. This will be the slower ball, I think.
Just tucked around the corner. There's no one really back there. They'll look for 2. Should get it pretty comfortably.
Yeah, they'll get it, although they have to work for it. It's a great pick up and spin and throw. If it was on target, it probably had Rajmani in trouble, but it would have had to be a perfect throw. See how he picks it up in a position where he can take a step and throw, but he's kind of throwing blindly still, and that's why it wasn't super accurate.
I'll tell you why this is a very important opening stand. Well, not opening stand, but opening opener. Opening
a big partnership.
It's not really a partnership, but just Rajmani is hit 23 off 12. But he's really taken it to these French bowlers. This one keeps a bit low.
Yeah.
But he, from the first ball, he really took it to the bowling, and it just burst the bubble a little bit of the French, who thrive on that energy of getting wickets and keeping the runs down. But Rajmani's just been really good.
Openings are important, aren't they? Especially, you always come out fizzing, kind of really full of energy, but if you can get knocked down a peg, it's hard to get it back. Anyway, this is up, and it's in the air, and it's dropped. And, I'm going to think about 2. They pride themselves on their fielding. It's normally Rahul Mangal out there. In fact, I think it might have actually been Amjad that puts this down. It's a tough one to his left. It was Amjad. And so just a couple of things going against France. And Nick's saying, don't get me wrong, Danny, they're capable, just things not really gone their way this weekend. But yes, they were great against Romania. That's true.
Yeah, look, I think they've changed their approach with the batting, France. And you saw a fantastic opening power play. They just don't have, as you mentioned, the depth And they'll be disappointed with this game, but they were very happy earlier against Romania, and they just changed their approach slightly. And nothing's really going to hand for them as well.
In fact, this goes straight over Action Jackson. He almost took an absolute hanger before. And well, he'd need a trampoline to get on that one. That also brings up the 50 for Italy. They're 53 for 1 now, approaching the halfway point.
But, look, I do agree with you, Nick. They'd be disappointed as well, France, with their performance yesterday. But they've just tweaked things today. And again, they're facing a very good Italy side. We come back to it. And if they hadn't lost all those wickets, and it's a big if, because it was great bowling, and Jagmeet took 5 wickets.
It was great, wasn't he? We'll come back to that in a second. It's 53 for 1 after 5. Having a look at the ECC groups, and France in Group A. Because we haven't had ECS cricket in France yet, and we do plan to get there maybe next year, it's on the cards, but these matches are super important for them to kind of hone their squad. And the only time we see French teams in ECN cricket at the moment, the ECL, where we see the champion side, which is Dreux. We'll get to see 2 clubs from France next year in the ECL. But then the only other opportunity is here in the ECIs, and we'll probably see them again, I imagine, during the summer. So they need to kind of work out who they want to keep, who they might want to switch out, who they maybe want to give an opportunity to, because they'll have their eyes on that. They'll be in Group A, 25th of September. And it really compressed group stage now. Super exciting, though. Just 3 days per group. And winners go through to Championship Week.
That'll be fun. Oh, this is a terrible shot. Well, I was just picking him up, Rajmani, and he's been batting so well. He's upset with himself.
It does look terrible, but I mean, there's some theory behind it. He wants to ramp, but his plan B shot wasn't a very safe shot. You know, that's one that he actually wants to edge more, in which case he'll be fine. But he just plays a perfectly executed reverse ramp and perfectly straight to the fielder.
He's 24 off 14 before that ball. He's hitting the ball cleanly. France have got no answer, and he just kind of says, well, there you go, have a catch.
Yeah, it's a poor decision, really, and you're right, because he's hitting so well. It's not like he's been mistiming the ball, and he needs to try this. They're all queued up there for it, weren't they?
Especially against this France side, who do thrive on wickets. They get another one here, and it changes the momentum of the game slightly. They're still a very strong batting lineup, Italy.
Well, it'd have to be an all-time collapse. But having said that,
we saw France with an all-time collapse as well.
Yeah, we did, and we saw Romania lose 5 for 0 yesterday, 6 for 1
against this French side. They are missing a couple of key bowlers. Amjad is well. I think Amjad should really have a bowl in this, because he is a good bowler.
It's last roll of the dice as well to keep them in the hunt. There's Joy Pereira coming out at number 4. Starts with a pretty confident-looking drive. And Joy Pereira and Zayn Ali, I think these are the 2 batters that have probably consistently hit them better than anyone for Italy this weekend. They just seem to have the extra power gear where they're able to clear the ropes, and that's been a commodity in short supply this weekend, with a lot of players kind of resorting to small ball because they're not wanting to take the risks, because they're not getting the returns for those big shots.
Oh, it's slower ball, slightly missed it. Got away with it, though, they get the bowler.
Yes, the rolling off cutter. I think this is okay. It just comes down a bit, but they might want to have a little look at it. But, yeah, it's probably
fine.
Top of the pad height.
The other thing is that Baljeet has given his top order a good responsibility. He does open the bowling. Normally bats in the top 3, but he's got so many options. But, I think he's done the right thing, and it worked very well with Rajmani Sandhu. Zayn Naqvi missed out again, but he's the regular opener.
Yeah.
But then you've got Zayn Ali here and Joy Pereira, who are both fantastic batsmen. So good work by Baljeet.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm a big fan of this guy, Rahul Mangal.
And just out of reach. Well, he got 2 hands to it, the fielder. And, well, if it would have been anyone taller, it would have been a bit of a sitter.
Yeah, it was a muscle man, Dawood Ahmedzai. Well, he was flying, though, wasn't he? There's been a few that have been so close. I mean, these are probably maybe 1 time in 10 that might stick. It was a great effort, kind of goalkeeper style in the end. Tips it over the bar. Does prevent the boundary. That would have been one of the all-time great catches, and I think I've said it about 3 times in this inning.
It's a fine margins, and it's just just a little bit out of reach for France. It could turn again, but it's Italy having a little bit of luck in this innings. In saying that, they've batted pretty well as well.
Yeah, they have. So, that's almost taken out Ryan Ali. He just had to assume the fetal position. And just watch this. Throw comes in. And you just feel like there's nothing particularly nasty that's going to happen. As a keeper, you've got a bit of a moral obligation to say watch out to the batter. Unless you really don't like them. But anyway, 58 for 2 after 6 as Italy seem to be cruising at the moment. 18 required off the last 4 overs.
Yeah, it's if they don't get wickets here, France, and very soon, it's going to be a very comfortable win for Italy. But it does change pretty quickly for France, as we saw with the Romanian game first up.
It's a big good contest. This one's going to bowl a few slow balls, I reckon, and Joy Pereira promised to hit him out of the ground. Starts with a quick one. He hasn't bowled the slow ball as much. I think partly it's because he's lost a bit of command of it. He's been dragging it to the left a bit. Sometimes it's been called a wide. I still think that's his main weapon, though, Usman Khan. That really, to me, is his stock ball, and the on pace is a bit of a change-up.
Comes in again. And just poked down to the gully just for a dot ball.
See, that's 2 in a row that he's bowled. Regular pace. I can't see him bowling a third. Thing is, he's not that quick, right?
Yeah.
With his regular ball. That's the thing. So his most effective ball is his slower ball because of just the nature of it. Even if you pick it, it's not an easy ball to hit.
Sure.
If he gets in the right spot.
Yeah,
he rolls this time.
Just rolls his wrist over it. No, it's another
in a
one.
row.
That's another, have to hurry.
Oh,
And,
no.
well,
Overthrows. How many? This could go all the way, you know. It's going to be 5. So it's the second time we've seen it this weekend. If you could call a wide on the fielder, you would, because this goes around everyone, and with no fine leg, there was no one there to back it up. So Joy Pereira will get 5 runs here.
yeah, it was launched from the covers. You can see they need wickets here, the French, but this one.
This ball on the screen, I don't think. Not for too long anyway. Kind of wrong foot to the keeper who's running towards the stumps, but then had to change direction and couldn't do it in time. So Ali will take the strike. 13 required now.
And it's a good ball. That's that slower ball there you were talking about.
Yeah, I was just wondering, is he bowling less because he's kind of lost confidence in a little bit? But that's his main weapon. It's in this form of the game at least. Maybe in a longer form of the game, he can kind of work a batter over with the medium paces. But in this form of the game, that is what makes him a special player.
It's a big swing and a miss there from Zayn Ali's 22 or 15 now.
And so the normal pace ball seems quicker because if you're expecting a slow ball as a batter, then you can be late on it. So it's an interesting one. He's a really fun player to watch, Usman Khan.
He is. As are a lot of this French side. And again, the Italians have got some very entertaining players as well. Here's one of them. It's Zayn Ali, who gets a good piece of this. And, well, not sure what the fielder was trying to do.
Yeah, it's a good try, but he was 6 the moment he touched the ball because he stepped out before he jumped. It's good effort, but Maximo. And once again, this is what makes Zayn a bit different, is that his mishits are going further, and this one still carries the rope. Nice effort, but he was always going for 6. 7 overs down, 69 for 2. This is what's coming up. Italy, Romania. So look, if Romania can win their last 2 games, then looks like they'll be level with Italy on the points table, and so margins will matter. But Italy can really put things to bed if they can win match number 8. And that's coming up in around about 35 minutes. The news from the toss is that Italy won the toss, selected to bowl. Remember last night when they lost to Romania, they were batting first. And it didn't really go to plan. And Romania chased it down. So that will be an interesting rematch coming up in match 8. Here we go with over number 8.
This is another 6. Lovely shot from Zayn Ali. See the power of the man. In fact, it's Joy Pereira.
That's Pereira. I know that sound. That's the sound of the end of the game sneaking up on us as well, because that'll tie the scores at 75. Once again, you can trace this game back to the start of the 4th over when Italy brought in the spin, completely derailing the French innings. And now at 75 is not going to stand up. Matter of time. What an easy-looking shot that is from Joy Pereira. He's been a treat to watch this weekend.
It's just his timing and power is just pretty daunting. He's just hit on the onside, and that's the game.
And this game's put to sleep mercifully. with 2.4 overs remaining. Italy, they do get a 4th win in the series. If they can get a win in the next game, it means that we know that they'll be champions. If not, and the door will be open for Romania in Game 9. But yeah, Joy Pereira goes 6-1, and this game is done. Italy, 76 off 7.2, defeating France, 75. That's what's coming up. Just one more time, and we'll be back in around about 35 minutes. Take you into that. Looking at that lineup, Nakvi keeps the gloves for Italy. For Romania, Luca Petre into the lineup. The teenager, but again, they bat very deep. They bat even to 10. Ali Hussein has been batting a bit higher than that, the left-hander. For Romania, let's go back to the run chase. And, well, both teams had pretty good power plays, I think. You could tell that Rajmani wanted to send a message as he was promoted back to the top of the order. Maybe a bit of a lucky one here for Nakvi. It was an acrobatic attempt for Action Jackson. But, yeah, ultimately, we saw this wicket fall. Is the only one, really, that we saw for a while. Rajmani, like his power over the offside. But really, once again, it's a case of front not really being in the game because they didn't score enough runs in the first place.
You're absolutely right. And they started off brilliantly, France, with the great power play, as I see. It's a tough catch go down from Amatzal.
Yeah,
Ground
got a bit of a thumping there, didn't he? I love that shot. As much as I love that shot, and I mean, this was a difficult opportunity that went down. Much as I love that previous shot, I didn't really love this one from Rajmani. He probably won't want to watch that one back as he just guided that to the man in the circle. But I mean, I think with the Italian lineup, it's going to keep on coming at you. Darwin Ahmadzai tries another acrobatic catch. Usman Khan came on, but yeah, the two form batters, I would say, for Italy this weekend in Zain Ali and Joy Pereira put the game to bed, and that was a class shot. And finished it with a 1, and they end up doing it with 16 balls to spare. As we look back at the scorecard, 24 for Rajmani, his return to the top of the order. Zain Ali with 28 off 16, and Pereira 16 off 9. They do this with plenty of time up their sleeve, just the one wide, so reasonably disciplined from France, but they need to go and find some more runs from somewhere. I mean, that's something that going into the ECC, that's going to be crucial for their plans going ahead, Danny.
Look, absolutely, and they did have a very good power play, and then it was the spin that took it away from us. See the bowling here for France. It was pretty expensive for the most part. Mungal at the top, and Pira Baccaran taking the wickets. But
Nicholas Arias had a good day, I suppose. He's over. He went for 6, but yeah, you're right. I mean, they just weren't able to keep any kind of scoreboard pressure on, because with the good power play Italy had, they knew they didn't have to do too much in those middle overs.
They are missing a couple of key bowlers in, well, Naman Amjad didn't bowl himself today again.
Yeah.
Saw them in the first game. His quality and his pace as well. And also Mungal, who's out with an injury.
That's right. Yeah, missing a couple there. I mean, we'll see France play again in match 9. And they'll be against Romania, so they'll have the game off to kind of gather their thoughts in one final push. We'll be back in half an hour to take you into match 8. We're halfway through the day here in Milan. Hopefully you can join us after this break for more FanCode ECI.
The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Milan. Great to have your company here on a Super Sunday of international action. It will continue now. Just 2 matches left here. Don't forget 2 T20s as well in Gibraltar today as that series wraps up as well. But right here, it's going to be Italy-Romania taking on each other for a 3rd time. They split their matches with each other yesterday, and yeah, really exciting kind of newfangled rivalry that we've got between these 2 teams. And now we're going to see what happens at the coin toss. Rob Kemming has the 2 captains for the coin toss right here for match number 8.
Your call. Shades. Tails is called. It is heads.
Yeah, ball first.
So Baljit Singh has won the toss and he's elected to bowl. So interesting that because it was last night that Italy lost to Romania. A bit of an upset. Italy were playing their 4th match of the day though back then, and they weren't able to essentially defend a score in around the 70s. Romania bowled and fielded really well. They put the pressure on. I suppose it'll be interesting to see how Romania handle the spin attack. We saw Italy go really spin heavy and it was so effective in that last game. Let's see if they do that first up here. And in Romania, I think they do need some more runs out of their openers. When they failed to get a decent score as a team, didn't they? A little bit earlier today, Romania going down to France. So as we know, every game is wide open. Every game, I think, could go to either team. So just 2 matches to go here. Be interesting to see how the table looks after this one as well, heading into the final match. Danny Hudacek will take you to the first ball. The news from the toss here in match 8 is that Italy, they've won the toss. They've sent in the Romanians. Over to you. Let's get ready for the start of this one.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome to this FanCode European Cricket Series. Well, European Cricket International, I should say, between Romania and Italy. Should be another really good game. And so I saw from last night that Romania did defeat Italy in a bit of an upset, but 2 very good sides here as France in this tri-series. Very contrasting styles for all these 3 teams. Italy, the home side, quite a few of the Milan-based players are excelling here for Italy. As we see that the captain, Baljit Singh, won the toss, elected to bowl. So we'll see the spin triplets again in Jagmeet Singh, who took 5 for 3 in the last game. Zain Ali and also Damith Kosala really dried up the runs for France and made it difficult. And Romania, their top order will have to fire. They're so important. The skipper, Ramesh Sathiesan and Taranjit Singh. So, yeah, really good contest. And it looks like it will be Baljit to open as usual for Romania. And no doubt it will be Sathiesan, the skipper, and Taranjit, who missed out against France. And they suffered a little bit, did Romania. France coming up with their first victory of the tournament in the first game of the day. This is a different one. Be a bit of an act of revenge here for Italy. They'll want to beat Romania for what they did to them in the game late last evening. And we're just about to get the game underway. Baljit uses his height well as a good bowler in the early stages. Gets a nice bit of outswing and bowling to Sathiesan. And not too much pace on it. And a little bit of confusion, hits the batsman, and no run. So, tense atmosphere here. Again, really great weather for cricket. And it's been a really good tournament also between these 3 sides. As Baljit comes in again. And as you can see, gets well, it's called a wide this time. Gets quite a bit of outswing. Let's have another look at it. Swings and then cuts. Difficult to play when you can't reach them. So Sathiesan, we've seen him destroy opening bowling attacks. Taranjit as well, who often bats deep into the innings. It's his hit over the top, and that's what the skipper does. Lovely shot, just a bit of width there. Went with a swing. And Sathiesan gets off the mark with a massive 6. Good start here for Romania. So Romania, very experienced side. They've got a lot of very good batsmen. They bat very, very deep, down to about number 10 to Romania. Good bowling lineup as well. And Italy have rewarded some of the players we've seen in the ECS over the last couple of weeks in Milan with starts for Italy. And this is dropped. Came hard to the player. It's Asim Ali. And it's hit him pretty hard. Having a look. Timed well. And just burst through his hands. Couldn't hang on to it. Could the off-spinner, Asim Ali. And he's holding his hand still. A little bit disappointed. It's one of those players who came in to this Italian side. They did win the trophy, Fresh Tropical. He was vital to that win. This one's hit into the covers. Just be a very easy single to the man at deep cover. Only 2 players are outside the circle for Italy. And they're both on the offside, so you can see that Taranjeet wants to keep it outside that off stump. There's a long off, and a deep cover. Only 2 fielders. In fact, they've changed that around. They've brought in a deep square leg, and the fielder at long off has come in. And this one's hit on the off, on the leg side. It's that man who's dropped back. He'll pick it up, just be a single. Made good ground to it. It's nice from Kasala. We'll see with the ball a little bit later. He's been very, very good this weekend for Italy as the left arm spinner, Demith Kasala. As Baljit comes in again. They've swapped the field round. Obviously had a little plan. And just poked into the covers. Joy Pereira patrols that area very well. He's a former Italian skipper, Joy Pereira, who's been batting beautifully in this tournament. Such a talented lineup for Italy, both with the bat and the ball. As we see the expected scores, seeing that Italy are favourites for this game. But Romania, as I mentioned, did beat Italy in the final game of yesterday. Of course, Italy played 4 games yesterday, so maybe a bit of tiredness. But all these sides, as I said, have quite contrasting styles, and anyone can beat really anyone in this tournament. France may be a little bit undermanned with the batting. That's the only real difference, because they're good with the ball. As the new bowler will be Sikwinder Singh, the left armour, bowls with good pace. Doesn't move the ball too much. We'll try to angle it across the right-hander. And, well, it's a good start there from Sikwinder. Bowling to Sathisen. Taranjeet's only faced 2 balls. Romania are 10 for no loss. It's a pretty good first over for them. And after 2 weeks of bringing you ECS cricket from Milan, and this is the second day of this international T10s. It's come down to the second last game of the final day. Sikwinder comes in again, plays it onto his pads. Bit tentative towards Sikwinder Singh, who's right on line, straight up. But it's been a very good 2 weeks in Italy. I hope you've enjoyed it wherever you've watched it, whether it's on YouTube or FanCode in India. We've loved bringing this to you. It's a lovely part of the world. As Sikwinder will continue to Sathisen. And hits it well. There's no player back there. Very comfortable shot. Just picked it up and launched it towards that long on boundary. Bounces inside. 1 bounce. And that's 4 runs to Sathisen. And Romania are 14 for no loss. Still got half the power play to go. Just lifted it over to the top. Very safe shot. The infield still within that 30-metre boundary. They've got a man at third man that they've just brought in. So there's scoring opportunities through that area, and they brought the long on into play. Comes Sikwinder again. And it's hit beautifully into the grandstand. Lovely shot there. Very typical Ramesh Sathiesan shot. Just picked it up. Let's have a look at this from side on. Just opens the face, gets under it, times it well, and that's 6 runs. Well, going pretty well at the moment, Romania. They did lose both these batsmen pretty early against France earlier on and then struggled to keep everything together. But it tends to go with Romania that if these two get a good platform to build on, they'll end up with a pretty decent score. They've got a really good batting lineup, Romania. But if they only need these two, I'll be happy with that. Comes around the wicket now. Left-hander called a wide. Just forcing the bowler to change his line is Sathiesan. Taranjeet, I think he likes what he sees here from the bowler's end. Good start here from Romania. Sequinder has gone for 11 already. A couple of balls left and he's over. Around the wicket, charges it, gets to Pereira, who stops it. No run. But, we've been super lucky with the weather, apart from a random thunderstorm earlier a couple of weeks ago. It's been a couple of weeks, hasn't it? It's been lovely. And a little bit of overnight rain occasionally, but generally it's been lovely here in Milan. Sathiesan faces Sequinder Singh for the final ball of his over and pulls that, could be gone, and is taken. Well, they laid the trap for him. They put a man back. It's Rajmani Sandhu, and a nice catch taken out there, and Sathiesan will have to go. He didn't need really to play that shot. Wasn't much in it. A little bit higher, a little bit to either side. Probably would have got 6 out of it, but Rajmani takes a really nice catch out there, and Romania lose their first wicket. They are 21 for 1. So, as I said, so important, these two at the top of the order. In some ways, you could say that Sathiesan has done his job. Still, Taranjeet is there, and a good batting lineup for Romania. As the new batsman is the keeper, Satwik Nadigota-Kotla. Will join Taranjeet Singh. He'll be facing the first ball because it was the last ball of the over. Let's have a look if they turn to spin. And, well, they will. It seems. And it looks like it will be Jagmeet Singh, who destroyed the French lineup, took 5 for 3. And he's a tricky bowler. The spin options have worked very, very well for Italy throughout this tournament. Yeah, spin triplets in a way with Jagmeet and Asim Ali, and also Tamith Kusala. And Jagmeet will be bowling to Taranjeet. This will be a good contest. And still in the power play. He's hit to one of the players who are back on the boundary. It's Simranjit. He's got a very good pair of hands out there. And Zain Ali is the other player back. He's on the deep cover boundary. There's Nadi Gotla face his first ball. And again, same shot, same result, just a single to Simran. And after a bright start, it's tightening up a little bit with Sequinder taking that wicket, and then just a couple of singles. And very well watched onto the bat there by Taranjeet. The problem is, though, they can't do that for too much of this innings. They know how good these spinners are, but they'll have to take them on at some point. So there'll be 6 overs a spin, probably. This one's a bit full. Didn't quite get hold of it. Got through the fielder, and that will go all the way for 4. Well, got a bit of luck there. It was Rajmani Sandhu. Couldn't quite hold on to that. With a bit of an inside edge. And he got down pretty well. Just couldn't stop that ball. And triples over the boundary. as Vinny Sandhu makes his presence known. Jugmeat comes in again and tries to turn it around the corner. That just get a single. And it'll bring Matty Gotler back on strike. It'll slow down the scoring a little bit as Jugmeat, but still a pretty good power play. Just the loss of the big wicket of Satheesan. 28 for 1 ball left of the power play. And this is hit past the bowler. Down again to Simranjit, just for a single. And at the end of the power play, Romania are 29 for 1. Good start from them. Most importantly, though, it was Taranjit Singh who's still there. Satheesan was the one who got them off to a bit of a flyer. Let's have a look at the table. Italy, they're 4-1. After that, when he gets France in the last game. Romania 2-2. Still got a couple of games here. Romania, this one and the last one against France. France, I'm happy for them to pick up that victory earlier on today against Romania. They played very well. And they had a bit of a change of tactics from France, which saw them just improving a few areas of their game. They're a very young side, actually, France, and very energetic. We'll see a lot of them here on the ECN and on the T20I circuit, and causing problems to, I think, some of the biggest teams in Europe. It's Kusala to bowl. This one, and the umpire had to think about it. And a dot ball. Kusala's been really good for Italy in this tournament. Jugmeat has taken the wickets, especially in the last game. But Kusala has come up with quite a few of his own and quite a bit of movement away from the bat. Takes spin well, does this pitch. It's a Calchestra underneath. And just a normal matting on top. But the Calchestra does tend to even up the batting and the bowling. If you're a good batsman, correct batsman, you'll get you can play it nicely. It will give you confidence on the surface. But if you go across the line, that's where a lot of batsmen fall into trouble. Kusala bowling to Taranjit. It's it in the air. Could be caught and is gone. Nice take out there from Simran. Didn't quite get enough of it, Taranjit, and that's a big wicket. He goes for 6. And Kusala gets his man. Simran very safe out there. He's quite tall as well. Just got at the end of the bat, hitting against the spin, and does well to position himself just in from the boundary. Does Simran. And that's another wicket down for Romania. They are 30 for 2. Brings out a new batsman. It's Vasu Saini. And join the keeper, Matty Gotler, out in the middle. Just plucks it out of the air. Good catch. Doesn't drop too many out there, does Simran. When he does, he's very unhappy with himself. Kusala, halfway through his first over, 1 for 1. So he's dried up the runs as well. Run rate about 8.5 an over. I want to keep it going at least at that rate. Will Romania? They have a deep batting lineup though. Saini is very good for the side, both with the bat and the ball. Again, very experienced. And this one's dabbed down past the keeper. They'll probably get at least 2. And, well, they won't. Good fielding there. I think it's Rajmani with the throw in. I saw Rajmani in the last game bat very well up the top of the innings, the left-hander. He's got a lot of options. There's Baljit Singh. He's letting a few of his batsmen shine as well. This goes past the outside edge and no run. Been a really good over here from Kusala. Matty Gotler. He's 3 off 5. Bit short. Hit over the top. There's a player coming around. Won't get. Oh, does fantastically well. And, well, I think it's going to be a run out. Definitely a run out. And it's a bit of a mix up. I don't know if he thought it was 4. Let's have a look. Probably be. Well, we'll see who's run out here. But fantastic effort on the boundary. It's Rajmani Sandhu out there. And have a look at this. Well, they're just ball watching. The batsman comes back. That's Vasu Saini. And when he turns around, he hasn't left his crease. But they've sort of crossed. And it looks like it might be Narigotla, the keeper, who'll have to go. In fact, I'm not sure about that. I'll have to check. But have a look at that. Fantastic feeling there from Rajmani. Picked up by Simran, who throws the ball in. And no communication from the batsman, who thought it was going to go for 4. They were ball watching. Have a look at this. Doesn't really move there. The batsman. And then looks at it. Thinks no. And then sees his batting partner standing next to him. And Kasala has the easy job of throwing the ball to the keeper, who takes the wicket. So I'm just going to confirm who is going to be the batsman out at this stage. It looks like it's Saini, but we're just going to check that because he doesn't leave his. He does leave his crease. Comes back. The batsman. They do cross because this one doesn't matter. And it gets thrown by Kasala to the keeper. Both batsmen at the same end, and I think it will be Narigotla who'll have to go. Well, still a bit of confusion. And we'll get back to that in a minute. A bit of a disaster from Romania. And again, a bit of poor cricket. Just watch that onto the go to the boundary. Thought it was 4, but fantastic work from Rajmani Sandhu out there. He stopped the ball. He rolled over it, so he didn't really know where the ball was. But Simran Din, who picked it up, threw it in. Let's have another look. So this is the stop from Rajmani. Got a hand to it, then didn't really know where the ball was. Simran did. Threw it in. And let's have a look. So ambled up to the other end. And then, well, he just ran. Did Vasu Saini without any communication at all with his batting partner. So one of them's definitely out. We think that it might be Narigotla, but he's not the man who's... Well, he's not the man who's standing out there at the moment. Let's just wait on. There's a new batsman who'll come out. So our apologies for the delay. They want to get this right to the officials. It's Italy. They do pick up another wicket, just through confusion. So very easy work once it got down there. And Simran was aware of the situation, picked up the ball, threw it in. And good work from Kasala, who firstly took the stumps at the bowler's end and realised, got the call from the keeper. As we get coffee delivered. Late afternoon coffee is fantastic for me. Thank you very much. So, and we're back. We're just confirming, and I think it will be Narigotla who'll have to go. Saini, who probably caused that run out, will be out there with the new batsman. You see Narigotla walk out. It was Narigotla who hit it. He ball watched. Great stop by Rajmani. Simran picks it up, throws it in, gets to Kasala, who takes the stumps, and he was still in there, and then threw it to the keeper, who had a simple task. That's a Romanian wicket lost. They are 32 for 3 at the moment. Current run rate's 8. That's not too bad, but they've lost a few big wickets. Saini and Nishant Devre are the 2 batsmen. And Jagmeet will continue. 7 off his first over. And beats him outside, off stump. Good piece of bowling. He took 5 for 3 against France, which is a very good effort. They just didn't know what to do with him. And this one's hit straight down to long on, just for a single. Having Devray to face his first delivery. But a spin attack here from Italy has been really, really consistent during this tournament. Does change their, just change the momentum, any momentum that sides that both either France or Romania have had against them. And they'll be usually 6 overs off spin. They do have a lot of options, Italy. Zayn Nakvi normally is one of those, but he's keeping. Jeremy Belster-Devray, who goes across the line, left-hander, and that's going to go towards the boundary, but stopped nicely there by Zayn Ali, just for a single. Just changes the angle with the left-hander there, and it'll counter the spin slightly of Jugmeat. Zani comes back on the strike. And, well, I'm not sure what happened there. He pulled away. Should be called a dead ball, I think. Will be called a dead ball. So he's coming to bowl, pulled away, put his hand up. Good ball, though. But I'm not sure if there's someone chatting, what was happening. But in the end, the umpire there calls dead ball. So he just pulled away, put his hand up. I think it might have been someone chatting. Anyway, we're going to continue. As the umpire says something to the third umpire. I'm not really sure what's going on. I'm not sure if you can give penalty runs for just a little indiscretion.
I don't know. This is an interesting one. I don't know if the debate is whether he pulls away too late and it's going to be a dot. I feel like as a batter you get one of these per innings. Like if you were to continuously do it, he obviously thought there was some movement there, or something was said, people were still talking and moving. So yeah. He
puts his glove up and he indicates that that something happened.
All right, so
let's call it even.
Dead ball, right?
Comes Jugmeat again, and just on the leg side, they'll look for 2. They have to run well, and as you saw before, the running hasn't been good from Romania. So they settle for the single, and will bring the left-handed Devray back on strike.
So there's a few interesting flashpoints here early on. Oh, that's gone, I think.
I think it's...
unless he's hit it.
I think it might have been pitched outside leg, Vinny, but we can have another look at this.
I'm going to respectfully disagree. Look where this actually bounces for me. There, for me, that bounces on. I know you're looking for it to bounce outside leg, but I don't think it did. I reckon he's a bit lucky. Okay, it's hard for him to get an LB from that angle because he doesn't really...
No, he's got him that time.
Oh, he's gone. All right. Well, again, I think these are 2 wrong decisions that results in the right outcome. Because for me, you see, this one for me pitches outside. Although you could even make an argument some of it might have pitched on.
Yeah.
But it's been a weird 5 overs. It's real day 14 vibes at the moment, but it's given out. I honestly think the one before was pretty out. That one, maybe I don't agree, but you know, sometimes in life 2 wrongs make a right, and that will be the end of the 5th over 35-4. Okay, let me explain what happened here and why there was some confusion. Because Sabri Nadagodla does get in the crease first. You see, he's in first, and normally the first person there won't be out. But the difference is here, he does step out. See, he stepped out there. So then he gives, now actually, Vasu got to that ground before Satwik Nadagodla did at the end, right? So that's why, it's basically the last person to reach if there's 2 people in. So let's change the wording. So not so much who was there first, but who got there last. And because Nadagodla got there last, he is the one that's out.
Let's just call it a mess and move on, Vinny.
And you know who I blame? Rajmani, because if he had just let that ball go for 4, like pretty much any other fielder would have done, and we wouldn't have had that whole situation and delay. But they do get it right in the end. I suppose that's the most important thing. And Romania kind of behind the 8 ball here.
It was a great piece of fielding Great piece of filling from Rajmani there.
It was really good, wasn't it? That's making something out of nothing. And I think for sure, as a batter, you feel that's going for 4. And I think that's what can cause the confusion in the first place. And two batters that they play for the same club. And they got and Saini. And so you'd expect them to run well together. That was a bit of a miscommunication. This is a little leg glance where I'm going to take on the 2. Superior is going to stretch. He's going to get there. Good running. Certainly, Siva, even though he's come back from an injury, he's worked really hard to run hard. And he knows that maybe a perfect throw might gun him down here, but he just pulled the keeper. Zoned up a little bit to the right, and Siva was able to get home.
Yeah, indeed. I just have a little bit of an apology to make it a little bit later, Vinny. We'll chat about that.
Ooh, okay.
Nothing.
Oh, is this with Taran?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know this. I don't think you have that much to apologise for. Anyway, no apologies from Siva, who rocks back on the back foot and whacks the 4 through the point region. Generates a lot of pace there. And the spin has been so effective at Italy today. That's a nice moment for the Romanians. And with 2 to come in the over, Romania head up into the 40s.
Just before we go into that, Nick says, oh my God, I need a coffee now, Danny. Well, this one's pretty good. So coffee in Italy hasn't been a disappointment. So I hope I'm not making you too envious there, Nick. But as we see, I see Mali bowl. Yeah, look, Taran came up to me and he asked me why when Taran was given out, was out against France, that I said gone. All right, because for a 6-year-old, I think.
Yeah, so he's still probably maybe around 5, but yeah. Prabjit?
Yep. It's a little confusing, and I'm not sure if I didn't just accidentally, because it's so automatic, because gone and out mean the same thing in cricket.
Yeah, exactly.
But not in real life.
43 for 4 after 6. Yeah, but obviously, I mean, that's a pretty common expression
to
say he's gone or he's got him.
So I'll look at it 2 ways. One is I'll apologise.
Yeah.
In saying gone when he was out, but also it's as an English teacher, it's just a little bit more to your vocabulary there, and gone in cricket means out as well. So
yeah. And so, hello to Prabjit as well. I know he'll be watching, and I told you he's my youngest ever commentary partner as he learnt how to turn the buttons on when he was with me in Romania. Yeah, obviously, your dad is doing a great job for Raina, as always. Must be really proud. And hello to Sarabjit as well, Taranjit's wife. But, yeah, I've said that probably a few times, more than a few in my commentary career. And, like when you say got him, you haven't really got someone by the scruff of the neck, do you?
No,
You just got him.
There could be I've heard other words as well. Great stop there.
Like if you get a duck, you don't no one actually presents you with like a live duck.
That would be funny though.
But, I mean,
could we get
maybe
ducks?
we can bring that in.
That would be great to get actual ducks.
What do you think about maybe chocolate? Like, you get chocolate bunnies,
ducks.
get chocolate ducks, and make you feel a little bit better, and you get someone ones that are wrapped in gold. If you get involved, then suddenly we'll have an epidemic of people wanting out for ducks.
Ooh, good bowling. I think you might get a few chocolate ducks thrown at you though, Vinny, because no one likes a duck.
Well, maybe you should reward the bowler and the fielder that get people out for ducks by giving them chocolate ducks. Now we're talking.
Well, no, I think I'm looking at it a different way.
Yeah.
You get a tiny little duck trophy for every duck that. I mean, run-outs, you get a one for the team.
Right.
Actually, could it be given for the team rather than the... but little...
For the most...
little
the team that gets
sculptured
the most
ducks.
Like a booby prize.
That would be good. That'd be really good.
Duck trophy. That's actually something that'd be really funny to bring in.
He would be.
That way, I mean, obviously you don't want to reward people for getting ducks.
But it means that a team can go home and they can see all the ducks that they created during the tournament. And there'll be normal duck, derricks. There'll be the derrick count. There'll be normal ones, gold ones, there'll be diamond ones as well, which might get expensive.
Wow.
But I think it's a good
would be
innovation.
good. It'd be just little ducks, and some of them would be gold, and some of them
You
would
just
be diamond.
nail them onto a board. I think that's a good idea. Just a little added trophy.
I've known batters that, for every 100 they score, whatever, they'll etch something onto their thigh pad. I think the Wars used to do that.
Yeah.
I can't remember which one. Maybe Mark Waugh. He used to make a little mark on his, like notches on a bedpost, but just cricketing version.
Yeah. I wouldn't dare go near a batsman's thigh pad just to put a little duck emblem on it there.
True. They smell pretty bad sometimes. 2 to come in the 7th here. And so, I mean, remember Romania last night, they were able to score 77 with a bit of a late flurry.
Well, it's into the 7th over after a bright start, 46 for 4, and it's Rashmani Sandhu. He's had a pretty good day already. This one's hit high in the air. Player coming under, gets it. That's a really nice catch there. Asim Ali, he's not the most mobile of the Italian fielders, but still got safe hands.
Well, the thing is, you got Simran at long off, you got Azim Ali at long on.
Yeah.
So Azim Ali takes 2 steps for every 1 step Simran would have taken. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. At 12. So Simran would have got there in 6 steps and made it look a lot easier. But Azim, credit to him, he gets there. And sometimes it's hard when you spend all that energy sprinting to the ball to hold your composure. But he does. And Saini goes for 6. Actually, it isn't Saini that goes. It's 47 for 5, though, after 7 overs. Just quickly, while that's on the screen, I tell you that we're not too far away from a start in Gibraltar. In 45 minutes, we'll get going there. Gibraltar with a doubleheader today. Super Sunday of action. They're taking on Portugal in match 8. They're taking on Malta in match 9. Malta having a bit of a horror series so far. See if they can pull out a result in the final match. That'll be later on tonight. Yeah, but first, it'll be Gibraltar versus Portugal. Anyway, it was Periawa that was out of course. Out for 9. Asmali with the catch. And Rajmani, decent effort from him. Now we're going to go back to the spin of Kasala in over number 8. It's right off the bottom of the bat and doesn't go anywhere. Doesn't really bounce. You can see Asusani just motioning.
Well, Nick's proactive. Firstly, he got his coffee. And then secondly, he says, Google search shows promising results for duck trophies. Which is good. But I'm thinking, it doesn't have to be a thing that special, as this is cut down towards the boundary and it should be 4, and it goes over the boundary. And that's welcome relief there for Romania. They're up over the 50 mark. They've lost 5 wickets. But no, just little, you can get just a truck full of tiny little ducks, about just, I don't know, an inch high, right? And then paint some of them gold, and then I'm not sure what to do with the diamond ones, like something, yeah.
Specs.
Bejazzle them.
Yeah. I was scared you said something else then. Anyway, you said that with a Spanish accent. It sounds very different. Anyway, she's up for Romania. And, it's been one of those innings, been hard to get going. The importance of getting the top order players. Rajshekar has arrived, though, probably just in time to see if he can pull something out of the fire for the Romanians. He did defend they chased down, I should say, a fairly moderate score last night. There's the approach from Saini, who's trying hard to get going. Remember, it was Natagotla who was run out in a big mix-up with Vasu. Once he survived, another 2.5 overs so far.
It's just brought it out to the gully area and no run. And it's just the spin attack of the Italians. And this is the difference between these 3 sides, I think, is that they've got 3 top-line spin bowlers. Whereas the other sides, this has been well held out in the point region. The other sides have good bowlers, and Ali Hussain and also Taranjeet with spin. France have only 1, and but I think they've made the difference because there are 6 overs in the middle of the innings every time they bowl that are very difficult to get hold of, and apart from Kasala, who's come in and has been excellent, both Asim Ali and also Jagmeet bowled for 2 weeks here on this pitch, got it down pat, and finding it very difficult to get them away. As you can see, the graph, the run rate's going down, wickets are been falling.
Italy have been great just holding the middle overs today, haven't they?
Well, that's it. Tough. That's it. That's what they do really well. Anyway, new bowler coming in for Italy will be Rajmani Sandhu.
Yeah, Rajmani 1 for 4 in his first over. Got a wicket with the last ball of it. Here he is bowling over number 9.
That's what I was done. Good to see Monulal getting another shot for Italy. We saw Rajmani. He opened the batting and did very well for Italy in the last game against France, the left-hander. And it would be good to see Monulal pumped up the order for Italy. Not sure if it's going to happen, but Rajmani, because he's bowling, may not be batting up the top again.
Wow, this is almost bowled him, I think. How close does this go to the stumps? Bangs this in the ground. It's a bit unpredictable around the crease, especially at this stage of the tournament. But, I see it hits the back of the bat. That's why that's what happened. I was like, how did it end up there? It's hit the back of the bat on the way up, and that knocked back and it's...
That was pretty close to the stumps.
As close as it gets.
So, yeah, as I was saying, that Rajmani, he's getting a bowl here, doing very well. Turned to go around the corner and just away from the fielder. He picks up and throws. Good fielding. Really good fielding out there. I think it's might be Kasala. Just turns it around. He runs it and picks up the ball, turns around and throws. That's a really good effort there from Damit Kasala. And just restricted to a single. But he's... I think he's giving everyone a good shot here as Baljit. And I think it's good captaincy because it's a talented lineup.
Slow ball. Right. I'm just guessing. It was face on. Do you think Rajmani's really developed that backhand slow ball well? That was Khan of France. He does bowl it really well as well. It's good weapon to have because, like I say, normally it's pickable. Actually, Rajmani's not as obvious as some because he still whips the arm over pretty quick. But even once you pick it, you've got to play it.
Yeah, absolutely. Hit out to Zain Ali just for a single.
It's like if you've got a leg spinner that's bowling leg spin and you're like, yeah, you're bowling leg spin. Or even an off spinner bowling off spin, you're like, yeah, I know it's an off spinner. But if it's in a good spot, you still have to counter it, especially when you're trying to attack and hit boundaries.
Yeah.
It's not that easy at all. And that overspinning slower ball gets a lot of batters skying the ball because the overspin creates a bit more bounce as well. Anyway, last ball of the ninth coming up. There's the slower ball, and it's stroked away by Vastusani, who is going to retain the strike. We're having a bit of trouble getting going and upping the ante as we get to the end of the ninth over. It's 57 for 5.
Who was the Australian bowler a few years ago who bowled basically nothing?
Faulkner.
Yeah, was it James Faulkner? No, I'm thinking of someone else.
Got another one?
There was another one.
James Faulkner bowled a lot of them. He's a left armer though.
No, different player, and he was just a specialist, a one-day specialist. He'd come in.
Simon O'Donnell?
No. After him, too old. He'd come in.
Ian Harvey? I reckon that's the one you're thinking of.
Maybe.
I am trying to read your mind here.
He came in and basically
one-day
bowled.
specialist.
He had about a variety of 5 dozen different slower balls, and that's all he bowled.
A lot of them are just imaginary, but a lot of bowlers will say that. But yeah, I think you're talking about Ian Harvey. Played for Victoria.
Maybe. He played for Australia. Played for Australia one day.
Kind of late 90s, early 2000s.
No, it was later than that. Later than that.
Even later than
that?
that?
Yeah. It was early 2000s, maybe into the 2010s. Come back.
This is up in the air, and it's into the gap. So Vasu gets some pace on the ball. Pretty good looking pull shot there. So Vinder's come back in the last over. Just kind of that angle allows Sony to play that a little bit easier, but still a very good cricket shot up in the 60s now, Romania.
If anyone in the chat remembers,
I still think you're
can
talking
read
about
my
Ian Harvey,
I don't
mate.
think it was Ian Harvey.
You don't think so?
I'll try and find out during the break.
All right. If you can come up with another name, I'll be very impressed.
But
Nathan? No, it can't be Nathan Bracken.
No. It wasn't a fast bowler. It was a medium pacer.
Yeah. Well, Nathan Bracken will be happy that you said that. It'll just be one. A shaker will get an opportunity.
I thought Nathan Bracken was a very good bowler.
Hey, guess what? Teams have come in for the Gibraltar versus Portugal match 8. Portugal hoping to make it a perfect series. If they win this, then they will be 6-0, and that's them done. Gibraltar winning the toss and batting. They're going to need some big runs there. Havanash Pai, he went down with an injury, so actually both teams struggling a lot with injuries. So stay tuned for that as well. Just over half an hour. A double screen it. But Shaker doesn't catch up with this one, and he would have been run out, except now they'll get an overthrow. And so 1 brings 2. The call is a leg buys. But still they all count. Up to 64 now with 3 remaining.
Yeah, it's well, not enough, I don't think, for Romania. What do you think, Vinny?
Doesn't look like it. But, yeah, remember when Italy didn't really make a lot of runs against Romania last night? They had a little bit of an experimental lineup. They had a mesh at the top. Hit some nice shots, but also in between. Shoot a lot of dot balls. Watch this one. All right, this is a variation I haven't seen before. Look, this is the back of the hand slow ball, but it comes out the back of the hand. It comes over, and I tell you what, just to be a pest, I would have smashed that. There's no, and then they would have been called that ball, but I would have enjoyed it.
Actually, because it's gone forward to the wicket.
I didn't play 15 years of hockey to not be hitting those. You would have had to go find that one.
It went forward to the wicket, so it is. Was it called a no ball or a dead ball?
No, it's a dead ball because he hasn't swung his arm over.
Yeah. So you couldn't have hit it.
So there looks to be some deliberation about this.
You could have hit it,
but you can hit it, but it won't count. I'm just saying I would have hit it anyway. See, look. See, he hasn't swung his arm over yet. It's like 2 steps before, and everyone's having a laugh. You know what I might have done? Because it can't be out anyway. I would have picked it up, I would have thrown it up, and I would have smacked it about 100 metres.
You're a pest, Vinny Sander.
That would have been the end. I probably would have been sent off, which I don't even think's the thing. Anyway, this one does come out a bit more regularly, and it's going to be a dot ball. We had some lighter moments here. But, yeah, it was...
Well, it'll make the highlights.
You know, this is a rule I don't like that they brought in. You can't... If that happened, say it was actually delivered and it slipped, you can't now... Or you always have to have 1 foot on the pitch when you're hitting the ball. So...
Really?
Yeah. It's a new rule, new law.
Why do they make these rules, Vinny?
I don't know. I think the idea is because it's dangerous for fielders if you're going out in the field and you're smacking the ball. But it happens once in a blue moon, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So I quite like the idea of... It's one of those things. Alan Border once hit a ball from about 30-yard circle for 6 that slipped out against Phil Simmons in the West Indies. And I think that was awesome. Yeah, I don't know why they make these rules. So here's the worst thing is, it'll be a no ball, dead ball if the ball, say, comes to rest or was so far off the pitch that the batter can't reach it. And you know what the batter cops? A dot to their fingers, because a no ball does count as a ball faced. So it ruins your strike rate.
Yeah.
You didn't even get a chance to hit it. That's rough. Anyway, who cares about statistics anyway? Pretty much every cricketer. Here's the last ball coming up, 65 plus this.
Oh, nice shot. That's...
Oh, yeah. Saini goes large. Maximo for him to finish the innings. And they make a talismanic 70 in the end. 71 is the score. And so, yeah, Vasu Saini actually took on the pace really well, didn't he? When Sukhvinder came back in. He's a good player. And yeah, again, they have to fight hard for their runs, as really everyone's had to do against Italy in this series. Romania managed 71, and the target will be 72. Italy, they can stop the series if they chase these 72 runs down, but I'm sure Romania, they'll feel they kept Italy to a similar score last night. We know that the runs aren't necessarily always flowing. If they can get the big hitters, the big boundary hitters early, then maybe they can defend this score. It'd be a good effort. I mean, we know how important Ramesh Thiessen and Taranjit Singh are at the top of the order. Taran ended up going for 6. Nice catch. That got him, but then Rajmani got Thiessen there for 18. Vasu Saini, like I said, he laboured for a lot of his innings, but he did get a bit of a kick along in the end. I'm going to say, Matt Kasala, again, so good. That was Taranjit going for just the 6, the 1 boundary for him. Now, this is the one that I think Satwik is sure it's going for 4. They ended up walking a 1. Vasu was going for 2. There really should have been 2 there, but Satwik was so slow. He just wasn't interested, and then he left his crease. And because he was last back, he was the one that was out in the end. Then we saw this LBW. I forgot that happened. And again, that was after a very, very, very tight LB, the ball before. Anyway, I think that Rajmani did a really good job coming on in the end. It's a good catch by Azim Ali. And even though the last over was a little bit expensive, Romania pushing up against it. Still, they do have 71 runs to play with here in match number 8.
Yeah, they do. And I think you have to tip your lead at this stage. I mean, Romania, to see this one, a little bit unusual, almost hit those stumps. Romania just, I think those 2 big wickets early. So Thiessen did well. Taranjit didn't really contribute too much. Unfortunately, as I saw that bit of comedy cricket towards the end from Sukhvinder Singh. So, at the end of this innings, it was a pretty good effort by Italy again. So, Thiessen started well with 18 off 10. Taranjit missed out. Vasu Saini batted towards the end until well, till the end, 25 off 12 after running out. Sadvik Nadigodla, and a little bit of a contribution from the players down towards the end. 71 for 5. I don't think it's enough. They'll have to bowl very well, Romania, but Italy having a pretty good day. Baljeet Singh 10 off his first over, but wickets to Sukhvinder, Jagmeet as usual, and Kasala, and also Rajmani Sandhu bowled well. Took a wicket, only 9 from his 2 overs. So good disciplined bowling. Apart from Sathiesan, who got hold of the opening bowlers, really not too much for Romania. 71 for 5 they end up on, and well, they'll have to bowl and field very well, Romania, to limit Italy. They need 72 to win in 60 balls as usual in this match 8, the second last one of this tournament and second last one of Milan for 2023 here in the European Cricket International match between Italy and Romania. We'll be back in a few minutes' time to see whether Italy can get that 72 runs they need or whether Romania can defend it. See you back here in a few minutes' time for the second innings of this game.
The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
And welcome back to this FanCode European Cricket International match between Italy and Romania. As we see the coin, that's the coin being displayed. It's been stolen by Kirill's up in the tower. I'll have to go look for that a little bit later. I'm not sure if Rob Kemmings is up for climbing that tower though. It's pretty rickety and could topple with Rob climbing that one. As Italy will take up the challenge to get the 72 they need against Romania. They have to bat pretty well, but because Romania do have a tricky bowling attack, especially with this man opening up. It's you see the big in-swing of Gaurav Mishra, the keeper standing up. It's a good ploy. There's a good stumping down leg side actually, off a wide in their previous game. It's Mishra has to go back to his bowling mark. So as I said, Romania will have to bowl and field very well. They're capable. And also, Ali was saying, I think, will be instrumental for the bowling lineup of Romania. So see the first ball, Zain Naqvi, and it is Rajmani will open. This one's been whipped away for 4. Well, just got a bit straight there. Did Mishra, went with the swing, like big in swing. Naqvi just hit with the direction of the ball, and that will bounce inside. 4 runs, nice shot, good start for Italy. That's the issue with Mishra. He's got no protection out there. He's got a couple of men in the circle, but when the ball's coming in like that, there is a fine leg on the 45, which is a pretty standard fielding position here in the first 3 overs during the power play. This one is cut, late cut, going towards the boundary, chased by Luca Petre, who does well, and they'll come back for 2. It's a good start, bright start here for Italy. Late cut. See, Petre's done well to stay both inside the field of play and to stop that ball. And the skipper's having a chat to the bowler already. Just a bit of tactics more than anything. An experienced bowler is Mishra, and I think they're going to put someone back on the boundary. Not really sure. Well, it's a left-hander, so just didn't come up with a plan early for Rajmani. He batted very well against France. He took it away from the French already in the power play, and laid a really nice platform for them to reach that score pretty comfortably, Italy. So it'll be Mishra. He'll be moving the ball away from the bat for the left-hander. Rajmani, there's 2 men back on the offside for him. This is carefully played down just into that mid-wicket area for no runs. Carefully watched onto the bat. Rajmani, he's done very, very well for this Italian side this weekend. Been entrusted with both batting up high up the order, but also with the ball he's been very good. As Mishra comes in again. And hits it in the air, could be out. Player coming back. Well, it's going to fall in the middle of 3 of them. That was slightly misjudged there. It was Nishant Devre. He thought he could go back. Have another look at this. Went high in the air off the toe of the bat. He was going backwards and then realised he couldn't get there going backwards, and ended up turning around, couldn't get there going forwards either. Bit of a life there for Rajmani. It's the what you get though in this form of cricket. This could be gone. Oh no, he's been dropped there. Good effort from Luca Petre. Would have been an absolute screamer. So Luca Petre's just turned 16. And big thick outside edge, and got both hands to it. Saved a couple of runs. In fact, saved 3. Good effort there. I know he'll be disappointed, but he got both hands to it and saved some runs. Zane Naqvi will now be facing. And this is hit straight to the fielder, out. Well, it's Zane Naqvi, he's kind of looked like he's threatening to get some runs, just could never get going for this Italian side. They persisted with him at the top of the order. It's the last time we'll see him batting in this tournament. And Italy have lost their first wicket. It is 8 for 1. 72 the target. But there'll have to be a new batsman to come in. And it should be Zain Ali. So I think he's going with pretty much the same lineup as what he did against France in the last game. Italy, it worked very well for them. Zain Ali, definitely a man in form. And he's been very good for both Italy and Chivadate over the last couple of weeks. That's the end of the over. We'll be going with off spin. It's a pretty good idea, I think. Very talented player is Taranjit Singh. And he's going to be spinning the ball away from the left-hander in Rajmani, which I think is a really good piece of captaincy here by Sathisen. Taranjit comes bowling right arm around the wicket to the left-hander, just pokes it down for no run. You see Rajmani turns around and has a bit of a think, but a good ploy. Top bowler is Taranjit. Not bad with a bat either. And this one's hit pretty well, and that's 4 runs. Lovely shot there from Rajmani. So just waited on it. Set up nicely for him, and 4 runs. So Rajmani's been in good form the last couple of innings, hitting the ball very nicely. And because he's a left-hander as well, it just makes it difficult for the bowlers to change their line. Taranjit has got lots of traps laying there. Comes in and just forces him back. No run. Good bowling, good comeback. Italy now 12 for 1. Taran comes in again. And this one's played onto the leg side. That'll be 6 over the grandstand. Lovely shot, just got it a little bit straight. And Rajmani, he's in fine form, isn't he? Just picked it up and deposited it in the grandstand. And he's 13 off 7. As Vinny Sandhu announces his presence again. He'll join us, no doubt, very soon in the commentary box. And good bowling there from Taranjit. Not out, says the umpire. Might have been going on with the arm. Let's have a look. Pretty well pitched on the stumps. I think it was definitely missing leg. Good call from the umpire. Didn't spin back. It's a good contest between these two. Taranjit pulls again to Rajmani, who hits this a long way into the grandstand again. Well, that's another win for Rajmani. And the idea from the skipper of bowling Taranjit, getting the ball spinning away from this very talented all-rounder, has not paid dividends. Let's have a look at the table. Italy on top at the moment. Will cement their place at the top with a win here against Romania if they get there. France have won one game. They've got another game this afternoon against Romania, who they beat early on in the day. And Rajmani's raced to 19 off 9. It's a bright power play. 24 for the loss of 1 wicket. And Vinny, interesting start.
Interesting start. Need to shut things down here, don't they? Mishra coming back on for a second over. He was the man that came up with the wicket in the first over. Sisani taking the catch to get Naqvi, who can't really get a wriggle on this series, can he? I mean, the thing with Naqvi, though, is he's not going to waste a lot of balls, is he, at the top. So if he gets out, that's the way it goes. He hit 1 boundary in the 3 balls he faced.
You'd have to be disappointed though, because he's threatened to go on with a start. He's hit the ball pretty cleanly, and then just got out. And it's been a pretty, like, throughout this tournament, it's been very similar every innings. Never really got going. This man has though, Sandu.
It's a good day, hasn't it? That's what good players do. A little bit disappointed with his performance yesterday. Just a bit. I mean, it wasn't a shocker, but he's better than he showed yesterday, and he's been throwing himself around the field. I mean, to create a run out of nothing with a fantastic diving boundary stop, and then obviously he's bowled pretty well. So that slower ball going now, and having a left-hand, right-hand combination at the top, I really like it, and especially because Rajamani's a guy that can hit boundaries on the offside as well.
Yeah, they don't have too many left-handers. I think Kasala's a left-handed batsman as well.
Yeah.
But there's a bit of difference between Rajmani and Kasala.
And it's one counter to, left arm spin, which we see a lot of. A lot of success with left arm spinners. When you have left-handed batters you can throw in there, it's just a better matchup.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think you see good teams really making an effort. I mean, sometimes your lot's your lot. You can't really teach people to bat the other way around, can you? But I think that it's good to have those options, left-hand, right-hand options. And you can be a bit situational but when you send people in. So, for example, I think France would have loved, and I know they have Zayn Ahmed, but they would have loved even more left-handers to be able to throw in there when they were struggling to deal with the Italian left-arm spin attack.
We have seen a lot more left-handed batsmen coming in. And there's a reason for that, and I'll come back to that in a moment.
Something in the water, maybe?
Not quite. Look, it depends which your dominant hand is, and as a kid, you're instructed that your dominant hand should be your bottom hand because you can get the power out of it.
Yeah.
But Adam Gilchrist is one who's right-handed but actually bats left-handed.
Sean Marsh.
Sean Marsh, but Sachin Tendulkar is a left-hander who bats right-handed. He's pretty good.
I think it's one of those things. I mean, both hands are quite important, I think, in batting. Probably 20 years ago, they'd say, your top hand is the most important as far as it helps you get power but keep the ball on the ground. But I guess the game's changed now, and bottom-handed strongness is thought of as a positive. As we get to the end of the third over, the score is 28 for 1. I don't subscribe to the fact that people are necessarily naturally one way or the other. It's just what, and it's not necessarily related to what your dominant hand is. This is my point. I mean, if you taught people to bat both ways, and it was kind of a rule that you had to say bat left-handed one over and right-handed the next over, and everyone learned that way, you'd be about the same at both, I think. It's a bit like tennis, how you play a forehand and a backhand. But it is strange because kids tend to naturally go one way or the other, but it normally comes down to maybe who they're imitating, for example. It's not that they were biologically programmed to be that. Just an opinion. It's a hard one to
you pick up
down.
You pick up a bat if you're right-handed, left-handed, and it used to be that's how you were taught. But now, looking at kids in the Czech Republic, it's a little bit of a different story because a lot of them have played games like. Actually, we'll come back to that in a moment.
Here's Coley into the fourth over. You go ahead.
Yeah, so a lot of them play a game called floorball, which is like ice hockey, but in a gym. It's super skillful.
I know floorball. Floorball is basically ice hockey without the ice.
Exactly. It's super skillful as well. Until you think, it's just like like normal hockey, which is a lot of running and good stick work and things. But it's a smaller area, but the stick work is incredible.
Yeah.
So anyway,
it's big in Scandinavia as well.
Yeah, it is. I think it started in Sweden.
They shoot a lot of floorball.
Yeah,
they shot the World Championships.
It's a really good sport. But anyway, as the Latvians say that floorball's their thing as well. I think it started in Sweden. But when they play, and same as hockey, you'll see that the dominant hand is the top hand.
Yeah.
And so kids in the Czech Republic who have played floorball naturally pick up the bat with their dominant hand being the top hand.
Makes sense. Hurling's another one in Ireland where they have that kind of cross grip, if you like.
That's
right-handed. This is an edge which is flying away, and the teenager does really well. He's a good fielder, isn't he? That's Luca Petri, just turned 16, native Romanian young talent. Does really well to skip around the boundary and stop this from going for 4.
Hurling's a violent sport, isn't it? It's airborne hockey with an axe.
I love hurling. It's like hockey and rugby all combined in one.
But with a weapon.
And golf. It's a really good point you make as far as the crossover from other sports and just what's natural. give you an example. Was this? It's an interesting one. I think he's hit the ground. So I have twin younger brothers, and you think about, what's natural and what's not. Now, when I was to roll a football at them when they were young, one of them would always kick it back right-footed, and one would always kick it back left-footed. And I didn't teach them anything. I rolled it straight at him, and one would always be kick right-footed, one would kick left-footed. And the left-footed one turned out to be left-handed, as far as the hand that he writes with.
Yeah.
This is up and in the air. Taranjit Singh will keep it to 1. But as far as cricket, because I'm right-handed, I taught them cricket right-handed. They both bat right-handed.
Yeah.
They both throw right-handed because I think, for me, I guess I taught them to bat. I said, this is how you stand. They were 8 years younger than me, my twin younger brothers.
Yeah.
And so, that's why I find it interesting. But when I didn't really give them the direction, one was naturally inclined to be left side dominant, so kicking left-footed. He still kicks left-footed as preferred foot. And he writes left-footed. This is a nice glance from Zayn Ali. He's just got a lot of power. Even though he hasn't gotten going yet, he can make this total look pretty small pretty quickly. And that's the end of the 4th over, 35 for 1. If I did have a criticism about Manmeet Kohli's bowling in this series, is he's been a little bit too leg stumpish. And that time he pays the penalty.
Agreed. Going back to that, that used to be in schools probably earlier than when I was growing up as well. Around Rob Kemming's time, if you were left-handed, if you pick up a pen left-handed, the teacher would come along with a rule and smack you on the hand.
Yeah, that's true.
Can't do that nowadays because you get arrested.
Well, Ian Chappell, he says that left-handers should be shot at birth, which I think is quite extreme. But interesting. And some sports, so field hockey, traditionally, and the rules have loosened up in the last couple of decades, but you have to play it right-handed because you can't use the backside of the stick.
Polo as well?
Yeah.
Not that. Oh, this is over the top, and it's got to go down to the boundary for 4. Yeah, polo as well. You have to play right-handed because otherwise you play smash 'em up derbies.
Are there any left-footed horses?
Could be.
I don't know. It's a super interesting thing because I genuinely think. So back when I was working as a croupier, so dealing with chips and stuff like that, you have to learn both hands, and you learn at the same time both hands. Okay, you might be slightly better with your dominant hand, so I was slightly better with my right hand. But
batting with this is hit a long way.
That's a Rajmani special, and that's into the potato field. Maximo. That's his sign. He's had a few issues last couple of times that he has been bowling, and Rajmani steps, and he's well bounced. Absolutely catapults that ball into the potato field.
So what do you mean by, dealing both hands?
Dealing, yeah. So
why?
So dealing with your chips, and it's to do with what the camera can see. So if you're passing out something on your left, you show it with one hand, you pass it out with the other. If someone's on your right, you cut it out with one hand, you measure it, and you pass it out the other hand.
Cool.
So he could be gone here. He should have been gone.
There was a deflection. It was
off the pad, I think.
Yeah, the bowler liked it.
Oh, but Satway had so much more time than he thought here. I think the batter was nervous about being given out, even though my suspicion was it was off the pad, unless it was it's straight off the pad.
Yeah.
And you see, it's one of those, it's a run to distract the umpire, but it was a suicidal mission. In the end, they'll get a leg by. And Satwick has just had a few confusing situations go against him. That's one of them.
Well, Rajmani's had a bit of a history of running people out. He ran out Zayn Naqvi yesterday.
Wow. Rajmani, it would have been egg on the face moment, but he survived. Isn't that weird? In the same game, but the two different halves, you've got Rajmani and Satwick involved in a bizarre moment. And Satwick could have just run in and taken the bails because Rajmani had wandered way too far out of his crease.
Yeah, indeed.
The irony with those is the theory between why batters run there is to show the umpire they're not too concerned about the appeal.
Sure.
But it actually, to me, it's a dead giveaway that they are concerned about the appeal, that they're taking off for a run when the ball literally got caught by the wicketkeeper. Yeah, somehow they get away with it. That's ECN for you. End of 5, and the score is 49 for 1. Only just a couple of minutes. Well, actually, just to have one more ball. Score hasn't been very quick today. I haven't logged that single yet, but let's go to the last ball of the 5th.
Italy haven't lost one wicket. Going a pretty good run rate. And this will be in the air. It should be caught.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, it is caught. It's nicely taken because that hung up a long time. I thought, no, that is the short boundary. It's Ali Hussain that takes the catch. I thought it might just keep carrying. We know that balls tend to go a bit further off the bat of Zayn Ali. But this is a very, very good catch. I mean, this doesn't really do it justice because that was miles in the air. He's also looking straight into the sun there. Ali Hussein, it's the end of the 5th over, and the score is 48 for 2. And Design Ali for 7. Didn't really have the greatest finish to his series with the bat, but he has had a pretty good series. Let's have a look at the ECC groups because we have 31 countries taking part, the biggest ever. The first time we did the ECC in 2021, there were 15 teams. Last year, there were 21. This year, 31 countries will be competing in the tournament that we like to call the Euros of cricket. And the Netherlands 11 will be defending champions, and they'll go straight through to Championship Week. We saw the Netherlands 11 playing against Portugal and Gibraltar in the previous ECI. That was about 4 weeks ago. That was a really good series as well. And Netherlands, again, a bit like some of the teams here having to play in foreign conditions by definition, but also, you know, as far as the state of the pitch and the outfield, things like that. Netherlands 11, it was a bit like playing on the moon for them when they went to the Santarém cricket ground, where it was a super fast outfield. It's kind of upside down fishbowl. Everything's downhill to the boundary, and it's so quick. It's ridiculously quick. But they adapted really well. Again, I like the attitude of them. They didn't sit and complain about the conditions. They got on with it, and they were willing to kind of put their body on the line, and it's good competition for places there as well. Ali Hussein's going to come on now over number 6. There's a good vibe about the Dutch T10 team. They love the way that they love the format. They love each other's company. They'll be hard to beat.
They're a good bunch of cricketers in the Netherlands as well. I've seen it at different levels with big wins.
For sure.
Over England was one of them.
That was a big one. And Sebastian Brunt leads the side. There was some really good talent in there. I guess it depends partly on who's playing for the main Dutch team now. We might have a run out. Nadigotla is going to do the job this time. He'll finally get the last laugh on Rajmani. But he just takes off for a run that Joy Pereira had zero intention of taking part in. I've got to say, it might be a bit naughty from Joy because it's really Rajmani's call. And he sent him back. It's a little bit naughty, I think. But Rajmani's going to pay the penalty. To be fair, he probably should have been run out in the last over. But now he's going to have to go. Not before a pretty well put together 34. The score is 48 for 3. How'd you read that one, Danny?
Oh, I think it was definitely Rajmani's call. I think Joy Pereira would have struggled to get there. So, as you see, he's not going to get back. But I don't think Joy Pereira would have got there. It was a pretty good throw, a little bit wide.
Yeah, if he'd gone straight away, I feel like the throw wasn't going to, didn't exactly whistle in.
How quick is Joy Pereira? He'd have to be Usain Bolt. Thing to get there.
Depends how he's getting around. Is it by car? Yeah, I suppose one of those things. I suppose if I think about the theory of it, this is in the air, and Devray does the fielding. The theory of it would be, if I was a non-striker, I'm not actually looking where the ball goes. I'm looking at the striker.
Sure.
I'm running flat stick, and if I get run out, well, then I'll have a grievance.
He's very experienced as Joy Pereira. He's also very casual. When he's out there, at least, he just looks like a very casual type of batsman, and he's at his best when he's like that, balanced and hitting the ball nicely. And so just prods this one out. Monu Lal's the new batsman. Good to see the enigma out there.
Well, Joy Pereira is one of the few people that could stake a claim to being the established batter, even though he hadn't faced the ball yet. So Rajmani is collateral damage, even though he put 34 on the board. But yeah, that's how I would have approached it. I would have run, and if I was run out, despite sprinting, I would have said, You've got me there, Rajmani. But, yeah, I think he would have made it. Plus, I think it's less likely they would have gone for the keeper's end. True. Yeah, they probably would have gone to the bowler's end anyway.
I mean, well, possibly. But it's interesting to see Ali Hussein coming on now. Normally seeming a little bit early, but with a left-handed Rajmani out there, it would have been a little bit counter to the spin. So they've held him back, but is it too little too late? They're on 50 for 3. They only need, well, they need just about a run a ball, just under to Italy. They'll have to get wickets here, Romania. This is the man to probably do it. Ali Hussein's been really good in this try series.
Yeah. The reason I said I thought they'd go to the bowlers in there is because it's a shorter throw. Even though you could argue Joy Pereira would have been slow to get to the keeper's end. I think most of the time, the reason the batter has that call is they're going to the danger end. I think if they're both on straight away, the throw would have come to the bowler. We would have seen if Rajmani would have made it or not. Anyway, Ali Hussein's had a really good series for Romania. It's been a breakout series for him. First weekend of international cricket, he's looked right at home. Not only with the ball, where he's been amazing, but he's also had some really brave innings. In fact, he's left-handed with the bat has been pretty useful for Romania in certain situations. 50 for 3 after 6 though. And this leaves, what is that, probably 12 runs for victory.
Well, the fact that Baljit, Simran and Asim Ali and also Jagmeet, who are all good batsmen, haven't been out there yet. It's
just remember the target's 72, not 62. So why don't we make that 22?
22 of 24.
Not quite as close as I thought. So you had a question from John in chat about the TBC on the screen. I know that we're just trying to get permission to get that 31st country in there. And, the country where we've got our other cricket coming from. Just got underway a few minutes ago. As the 7th over starts with a single. Slaney not able to gather it cleanly.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky that with Gibraltar and Spain.
I hope it gets sorted out.
Well, I hope so. It's a bit of an international incident though. So
why can't everybody just get along? How much do you know about that situation? You're a bit history buff.
Well, the Spanish obviously think that Gibraltar is Spanish, and the Brits say no, and we're not going to give it back. It's a bit like
and
the
they don't
Falkland
really
Islands.
Wars over it.
Well, Falkland Islands sort of ended up in a bit of a skirmish in the early 80s, and it's the same sort of thing where Las Malvinas for Argentina are still regarded as part of Argentina. There's a few other things. Taiwan's another one with China. So it's a sticky situation.
It's important because of the waterways, right? And this is going to fly down once again. I'm going to say I love Luca Petra's enthusiasm in the field. He's fumbled a ball, to be honest, in the whole series. He's been brilliant down there, and I'm sure this will be another great experience for him as he hopes to establish a place in the national team. And going forward, I'm sure, working on his other basic skills to kind of break into the batting and the bowling lineup.
We've seen some good young players in this tournament for the French and also with the Italians with the wicket keepers. I mean, it's good to see the teenage wicket keepers for Italy yesterday. But also we were speaking to one of the Mongols.
Ramatullah.
Yeah, Ramatullah, who was lovely. He's only 20 years old, which surprised me. But they're a young side of France, and they're full of energy, and you can just see it. It's infectious. We'll see him again in the final game here. He's unfortunately got a groin injury, so he won't be playing that game. But he's only 20 years old and a quality cricketer. He's by far the quickest bowler I think we've seen in this tournament.
Yeah.
And look, the future's looking bright for French cricket. Hope we can get an ECS there next year.
I really hope we do. But again, it's all about obviously establishing that relationship with the federation so they feel comfortable putting a European Cricket Series on. It's a great opportunity for the local cricketers. Coley gets driven down the ground. This will be the last ball of his 2 overs. Not a bad effort though. Just goes for 12 in it. And with 3 overs remaining, it's 55 for 3. Let's have a look at what's coming up then. 9th and final match on the way. France will be hoping for a second victory. And so they could potentially catch Romania on points, and then it would go down net run rate for second place, assuming Romania don't pull out a miracle here. News from the toss, France winning the toss and bowling. So I like that. They're leading with their strength. Romania, I think they're happy batting first. I think both teams get what they want at the toss. Just having a quick look at the sheet. So Nick Tanase comes in for Luca Petre. They've kind of been alternating those two, haven't they? Anyway.
Tanase's got fine hair.
He really does. And he stood in at the toss. So you'll have to see that just before the next game. He got the honour of tossing the coin, but he didn't win it. So at least he showed up. We're going over number 8, and yeah, Ali Hussain, again, another left arm spinner. Just imagine if you had 5 left arm spinners that were all in your attack. I think it would work. Right, this is lifted up and it's curving towards Periawa, but he can't find the drop zone. In fact, it landed pretty much on that concrete ridge. He didn't want to risk a dive, and probably smart with the game still to come. Elite is kind of pattering towards this target.
Yeah, I mean, they just need to run a ball at the moment. Got a lot of good batting to come. It's Monu Lal, the enigma who we're facing.
Yeah, he'd love to
Hussain.
be there at the end, wouldn't he? misses out on this one.
But, no, he's been a really good bowler, I think, Al-Hussein for Romania. He's only got, well, 3 he's taken from his 1.5 overs so far. So you can see how tight he bowls. He's bowling to the Enigma. This one's down leg side, whipped around the corner, players out there, drops it, and gets a life, does the Enigma. They'll come back for 2.
Yeah, they'll get there. So yeah, creeping up. Enigma, I'm calling the Enigma for a reason. He's unpredictable. And yeah, Society, 9 times out of 10, I think he snaffles that.
Yeah, indeed. But Romania, they've got another game after this against France. And I think they'll go down to Italy here. Still enough time, a couple of overs after this. Things could change. Not calling it yet, Vinny. I've done that once in the tournament.
I'll call
earlier.
Italy cannot mess this up. Let me just calculate. 6 for 1. We lose that. It'll be
we saw it.
60 for 9.
We saw it. It's not the French that are out there, though.
Yeah, that's true. It is true. I'm trying to think. I have seen a game lost from this position. It was in Sweden. The team lost 8 for 4. Cruising, actually 2 out with about the same. The equation was 12 off 18. The captain got out, and from there it got pretty bad. The 10th over, they still needed 7. And it went wicket, 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 wicket. So bowler takes 4 and 4. The 5th ball of the over was 1 plus run out. And yeah, so essentially 5 wickets in 5 balls. And now they're just going just enough. Okay, having said that, look, you still need to get them. With 2 overs to go, Romania have pushed it. 11 off 12 still required. You need an amazing 9th over. And what better time for Vasu Saini to maybe come back and redeem himself after his last over. Went a little bit off script against France this morning. So, yeah, you need someone to somehow come up with some dot balls here. If they can get 3 or 4 in this over, maybe Romania back in the contest.
It's a big if, I think, Vinny. But you never know. And it's just a measured run chase, isn't it, from Italy after the left-hander, Rajmani, was dismissed. It's been a bit slow going, but still getting towards a total.
All right.
Let's see what the Enigma can do.
I'm trying to launch one. Bit of a straight pull. If you score a fair ball, you can't lose. That's what I said. Only dot balls can get Italy into trouble. I did Wayne. I see you in the chat as well. And yeah, a bit of left-hand, right-hand chat. Wayne, how do you feel about the Tasmanian AFL team? I don't think we've talked about that with you yet. And love this comment. This is it straight. We're talking about disputed territories or you know, conflicting claims on territories. He's saying Tasmania is one, but it's the opposite because Australia's trying to get rid of it.
They've pushed it away from the mainland over 12,000 years. So
that's good, isn't it? Yep.
They were successful with New Zealand.
Have you been to Tasmania?
Not yet. I would love to.
Yeah, it's actually beautiful.
Yeah. New
Zealandish weather is how I'd put it.
Is that a good thing?
Yeah, it's a good thing. I mean, it's a bit milder. But yeah, some beautiful places to go around there.
We have Simon, one of the ECI crew, is from New Zealand, and trying to give me all this banter between New Zealand and Australia, jokes and things, and we just don't care, do we, Vinny?
Not really. 9 of 9. I've brought it back to run a ball. That's one way to get your backing up done. Make it hit the batter. So 8 off 8 now. Yeah, that's the thing. And the other thing, not being from really a rugby state, you know, Australia, they're kind of one way or the other. New Zealand's are always trying to give me grief if they've beaten us in the rugby union.
They've got a pretty poor AFL team, though.
Yeah, you know, and I'm like, yeah, couldn't really tell you too much about that. Wrong side of the country, buddy. Anyway, 8 off 8. Vasu gets hit. It's hit into the gap, and this is half the runs they need. And Pereira, I mean, he's going to be pretty close to MVP. If you went on the batting side of things, maybe it'll go to a left-arm spinner. I guess the decision will have to be made. But there's these ECI events, it's hard picking the MVP because there's a lot of players that are rotating through the key positions. So
look,
it was almost impossible in the last ECI.
To me, at the moment, Jugmeat is taken 5 for 3 against France, and he's been good every game.
Yeah, I think he's nose in front I think, for me.
There's been no outstanding performance with the bat, even though there's been some good batting.
Won it in the ECS with Kalab Sajjad.
Yeah,
Spin bowling at that. Yeah.
Well, he's my MVP at the moment. We will not see him again in the next game, of course. Probably won't see him with the bat here either. But yeah, he'd be close to it.
All right. Well, guess what? We're going to the last. It's going to be Manu Lal on strike. Now I think you just gamble. Don't let him get the single. You got Joy Pereira, who he's not winning any sprints, is he? So with Manu, I think you got to put the choke on here. That's Saini putting in a good shift there, 1 for 19.
He's likely to miss 5 and then slam the last one for a 6, the Enigma. That's how he is. You never know what you're going to get from Manu Lal.
Taranjit in this last over as well. So my field, I probably have 1 floating outfielder, maybe 2 on the leg side. But the thing is, if you... Yeah, I don't know.
Well, you called
if
it,
Pereira
Vinny.
gets on strike, I think you're in trouble. In a lot of trouble.
You called it, though, Vinny. You called it, and only one of us has called one of these matches this week.
That's true.
And
I
that was
There's no way
a
they
disaster.
Still don't think that they can mess it up. 4 to win. It'll be 1. Again, they had some protection. That's probably good. But now Pereira... He's a person I would have more outfielders for because I think he's going to try and take it on. If you can catch him, then maybe you can catch a new batter out.
I like the field they've got, though. There's no one behind square,
I think
though.
he'd be more attacking to Manu Lal, who's 9 off 13.
He'll sweep it down there.
Just trying to stay alive in the game. In the air, fielder comes around, takes it. Yes, he does. Gaurav Mishra, what a wonderful catch. And this game has suddenly sprung to life. What has happened here? Is Italy making hard work of this chase? Now, they want to check it, but I think this is a clean catch. He has 2 hands around it. The camera won't really show you anything because he's blocking it.
It will. It'll show you it's a nice catch. We saw it pretty well from here, and it's the end of Joy Pereira.
Yeah, so Joy, I knew he'd go for the boundary to win the game the easy way, but now you're going to have to do it the hard way. See, he does take it, and yes, his hands hit the ground, but I think the ball's safely inside.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about that.
Yeah. And really never looks like it's going to bobble out. I mean, that is about as pressure catch as you can get. Because if he misses that, it's probably going to burst through his hands and go for 4, and this game's over.
Well, Simran's the new batsman. He can bat a bit.
Simran's the finisher. And now you've got 2 guys. Oh, obviously got Manu Lal there. He's 9 off 13. You got to gamble for dots, I think. You know, you don't have to over-gamble, though, anymore, because what is that, 3 or 4? Can't win a game. Let's get 1 or 2 dot balls here.
They've got the short mid-wicket in. Simran will look at the field.
And in outfield.
He can hit straight. He can hit behind. Anything down leg side is going to be a problem. This is slam through the covers.
Well, cue the finisher, and that'll do it. Simran comes out, and it's a powerful and really correct cricket shot that finishes this match. So, look, credit to Romania. They push Italy all the way to the last again. And Italy get their revenge for last night. Final score, Italy 73 off 9.3, defeating Romania 71.
Yeah, it's been pretty workmanlike from Italy in these 2 games against France and Romania. And it's kind of like job done, I think, for them after that shock loss yesterday. We'll see here. This is what's coming up.
Yeah, so, I mean, potentially France could catch Romania in 2nd place, and France would feel a little bit better about themselves. Romania will feel terrible if that happens because I think they'll feel that they've been the 2nd best team here this weekend. Those 2 teams have split their 2 matches so far, so it's kind of nice to get to play each other in match 9, starting in about 25 minutes to see which team will be the best of the rest here at this ECI. That was a nice catch taken early on, but yeah, Italy, they seem to be cruising, but they hit a bit of a roadblock, didn't they? It's really, with Rajmani, his innings while he was there looked like they were going to do it with time to spare.
Yeah, indeed. Rajmani has been really good. He's definitely my man of the match for this game. He bowled well as well, but really took it to the Romanian bowlers. And when he lost his wicket, it was caught on the boundary. Nice catch there. And but Rajmani, the left-hander, this was the one where just left him stranded. It did Joy Pereira. Probably not a run in it. It was his call.
Yeah, and yeah, Joy probably wasn't his best innings, but I mean, did pretty much enough to keep him on target. He went to that brilliant catch by Gaurav Mishra. That's a real pressure catch. And, well, Taranjit maybe a little bit wide of the off stumps. Hard to criticise. Just a good shot, wasn't it, from Simran, who's got a bit of a reputation as a finisher in this series. He's had a good series when you consider the situations he's been in. as he hits his only ball to the boundary. And they were the critical runs. Pretty clean innings, just the 2-leg byes in it. So Romania, their discipline's been really good, I think, in the field and with the ball. I suppose the issue here, they did get bogged down a little bit in their first innings. 34 for Rajmani before he was another run-out victim. Troy Pereira with a dozen. Monu Lal, 9 not out, but yeah, he couldn't really get going. Simran, like I said, he even finished things off. 1 for 11. Mishra's had a pretty good day, hasn't he? Also took a brilliant catch. Wickets for Saini and Taranjit Singh as well. Credit to Kohli and Hussain for keeping things tight and keeping that game going. Went all the way to the last, but Romania can't get any points so far on day 2. They got one more chance when they take on France in match number 9. That match is coming up in 25 minutes time. Hope you have a little break and a cup of tea, maybe a croissant as well, because the French team, they will be back and they want to finish with a good performance. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek. See you the other side of this break on ECN. You're watching the FanCode, European Cricket International.
The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Milan, and for the last time we'll be here for a match for a while actually, because it is the 68th match of our adventure. It's match 9 in this FanCode European Cricket International. What a great weekend it's been. Now we'll get to see match 9, which does include France and Romania going head to head. We know that these two teams have had a couple of really interesting clashes, one apiece so far this weekend, so we'll see who gets the chocolates here. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. And I see Nick Tanase, who's standing in for T10 for Romania at the toss. Noman Amjad's there from France. Rob Kemming's there with the coin. Let's see who wins the toss for match 9.
Your call. Heads. It is tails. Ball first.
So France have won the toss and they've elected to bowl first. Interesting that they want to chase this time. So I suppose they know how many risks they need to take with the bat, and they got close in the chase earlier on today. They've had a disappointing kind of series with just the one win, but it did come against Romania. So let's see how much they've still got left in the tank. Romania, again, they've had their ups and downs as well. Probably a few more downs than ups today, though they'll want to finish strongly as well. So two teams, I'm sure, that'll be desperate for the win here. The final match in Milan is on the way. Well, here's a man, he's seen it all. He was here for match 1 almost 2 weeks ago now. Danny Hudacek, going to be great to call this one with you for the last time in a while. Let's get ready for the first ball of match 9 with the news from the toss that France, they've won the toss. They're going to bowl first.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome to everyone from around the world, either on YouTube or on FanCode in India for this European Cricket International match between France and Romania, the final match of the tournament, also the final match of Milan for 2023. It's been a great 2 weeks, and we've seen some fantastic cricket. I'm sure we'll see some again in this game. As you can see, the two teams. France selected to bowl. They've got a very good bowling lineup and a very strong in the field as well. And we'll see if the skipper, Noman Amjad, gives himself a bowl. But with Mangal down the bottom, also the leg spin of Ahmed Sai. But Romania, they'll rely on their top two again in Ramesh Sathisen and Tarajit Singh. They didn't get a great start to the game earlier this morning, which cost them, I think, Romania. If those two fire up top, it gives them a good platform. And that's what they'll want, Romania. But there's always pressure on in the field from France. Very good young athletic side. Probably a little undermanned in the batting, and also missing their top bowler in the other Mangal. It's Ramatullah Rangal. We had a bit of a chat with earlier. Very nice young man, only 20. There's a bright future for this French side, but you tend to think that they want a couple of extra batsmen up top. We've seen how destructive the batsmen from Dreux are, and that would add a bit of stick to this batting lineup. But as a bowling unit, they're very special. We'll see them here. It's Pira Bakaran who's come in to this team and bowled pretty well. This one's going to be called wide from the umpire. He's bowling to Sathisen. He's been excellent. He hits the ball very cleanly, especially over the offside into that grandstand. There's a player out there, only 2 players back, being it long off. Comes in again. This one's hit straight to the man who can't reach it. Well, as I mentioned, he's very strong in that area. Just gets it over the player in the covers. Very, very strong in that area. Took him on and won. So a good start here from Romania. Wasn't too far away from the player who's just retrieving the ball. Now, pretty nice warm conditions again in Milan. Nice and sunny. And just a little wide there from the bowler. He likes them there, does Sathisen. Bowler comes in again. And this one's just been hit into the pitch. No run. Down to the gully region. Hope you've all enjoyed the tournaments here in Milan. It's been really nice bringing them to you as well. Been a couple of really good weeks. Gone so quickly though. This is the final game. As Bear back around bowls again, and this one's just prodded down to the covers, no run. They do pride themselves on their fielding and their athleticism. They're French. Very talented squad. Bowler comes in again. Bowling to the skipper for Romania. Says in the air again. And 6 again. Well, as I said, he's very strong in that area. Bowler keeps on putting it out there. Yeah, took that out from way outside off stump. Might have been called a wide actually. And well, with a couple of balls left, it's been an expensive start for France. They'll be getting new balls. The bowler's having a bit of a... He's been spoken to by his captain. Just getting him enough room to hit the ball in that direction. He is very, very strong over there, as you've seen, as the French fielder comes back from the grandstand and back into the field of play. 2 balls left, 13 for no loss. Romania. And this one's hit in the air, and that should go all the way as well. Well, that's 2 straight that time from the bowler. Where do you bowl to him? And there's no great pace coming onto the ball. No great movement either. Just hit the ball nicely through the line. That's another 6 runs. Great start for the Romanians. So I told you they're a really good fielding side, the French, but they can't field them when they're not hitting the surface. And this is in the air. Could be caught. Keeper calls for it. Action Jackson takes the catch. Well, he gets his man finally. It's cost him 19 runs. But T10 is gone. And that's one of the big pair up top. Out for Italy. Now 19 for 1. Well, how much is a wicket worth? We'll find out a little bit later. Vinny, is it worth 19 runs?
I'm going to say no. And one of the reasons is that Romania bat pretty deep. If you told me, if you flipped the script and the teams were swapped around, I would say it probably would be worth 19 to get rid of the French openers. That's just going to think they have less players that can hurt you the way Romania do. So it's still good to get the backers to T10, don't get me wrong, but he kind of does his job. And if you ask Corey, and he's a bit of a T10 aficionado from the coaching point of view, he said he'll take that every day of the week to get 18 off 6 from T10, plus the extra. So 19 on the board for the loss of the first wicket. Because he'll say, T10, he's not necessarily going to get 40, 50, 60 every game. You know, this is still a productive innings, even though he'll be disappointed that he doesn't survive to the end of the first over. Anyway, Natagotla gets another opportunity. He was run out in kind of comical circumstances, although I don't think he was laughing in the last game. He's at non-strikers. Taranjit Singh faces up, and it's going to be Rahula Mangal to bowl over number 2.
And again, it's going to be called a wide. The French, in the first game they played against Romania, the French did get 6 wickets for 1 run at about the 27 mark. True. So
watch out for that 27 coming up. They'll want to skip over it, won't they?
They did lose one as well.
Yeah, they did.
But they're down a little bit in personnel of France due to injury. Probably their best bowler, the other Mangal, not this Mangal, is he's got a groin strain, and this one's been tucked away over the top, and that will be 6 as well. Well, they're only scoring in 6s, it seems, Romania. Taranjit getting into the act now.
Yeah, well, typically it's been the team more 6s have won the cricket matches here, and it makes sense because they're hard to come by under these conditions where you're not getting a whole bunch of Gundy balls that you might have at the domestic level that are asking to be hit for 6. So you have to make the running a bit. That's a really nice way for Taranjit to start his innings.
Yeah, it just settles you as a batsman. And he's gone the same direction as well. Same result. Just, well,
that's the injured Mangal, and they have a bit of a habit of taking catches off each other. I don't think that's what they were planning with the first ball as he catches it about 65 metres from the bat. This one goes over his head. But yeah, just too short at the moment. And Taranjit's not an easy batter to bowl to either because he's got no obvious weaknesses. Often it's just him getting himself out with maybe trying a bit too much with his pre-movements and things like that when he stands there and bats.
Maybe they're setting him up, Vinny. It's costing them, but they're 32 and we're into halfway through the power play. So it is costing them dearly. Well, they've passed the 27 mark as well. Disaster for France.
These two are really close on their T20 international rankings, with France at 48 and Romania at 50. So you'd expect it to be a pretty even match.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just so funny. We've talked about so many times that Romania super confident with the bat, France super confident with the ball. So maybe the scales tilted a little bit towards Romania with the key bowlers not featuring as much. Obviously, no Rahmatullah Mangal's out. Amjad's being used as a specialist bat.
Well, I'm not
Having
sure,
said that, Romania have actually bowled pretty well.
True.
Ali Hussein's going to fight for them. Asking for it and going to get it. That's the third one. And, well, Baby Bear, I think, copped that one halfway up. Maximo Taran is away, and that ball is gone.
It is gone, and they're, again, they're scoring in sixes, Romania, which is not great for France and not great for the number of balls we have left in this tournament. Vinny, lucky we were on the last day. Don't think we could start another day.
There wasn't a discussion if we do run out of balls. I think that when you've got to go tennis balls. I know there's tennis courts behind us. That'll be an interesting one.
Oh, tape ball, Vinny.
Tape ball cricket, live on ECN. Say, hey, I got a ball, so we use this ball. There's Shub.
I'd like to see what Gaurav Mishra does with a tape ball, because he gets massive in swing with one of these balls. And, well...
Well, what's the situation here? Do we have a ball shortage? Well, we've got one.
The potato.
Let's be careful with it.
We should get the potato farmer just to pluck his field.
Well, they finished their games. I know that just waiting to receive the trophies,
the brick,
etc.
The blue brick.
The blue brick. I'd say get him out there looking for the balls. This one seems a bit wide, and watches that go by, but another run to the total.
Well, it's only wides and sixes. It sounds like a British sitcom, but it's not. And
horses reference. I like it.
So Mangal, it's been expensive. I said they've got a really good bowling team, but where do you bowl to him? Well, another wide. We could be here for a while, Vinny.
Yeah, all teams have been great with time, as you'd expect at this level of cricket, I think. It's something they've been conscious of. Plus, they've all been quite spin heavy. So we haven't had those issues. But, yeah, if you bowl a lot of wides, then you can get into trouble.
Only one spinner for France, though. He's a pretty good one, though, in Dawood Amatzai. As Mangal comes in again, and this one is gone. Talking about Amatzai, there he is. And that's the end of Taranjeet. Well, again, 18 off 4. Is that worth?
Well, you'd rather make Taranjeet get 18 off 4 than 18 off 18. You know what I mean? It just leaves so many more deliveries for their long batting lineup. And, well, the muscle man is away. It's Mr. Universe that comes up with the catch. I think that one might stick to Mr. Universe, because he has been pumping the iron. And now Tarrant will be disappointed that he's dismissed in that fashion. But like I said, it's a productive innings. I know he's disappointed he can't bat longer, but he leaves his team in pretty good shape. They've got the jump here, 41 for 2 in the second.
Yeah, look, it's a great start for Romania. They have lost their big 2, though. And but then if France can bowl well and keep it tight and get some wickets, it could dry up the runs. We've seen it with France doing the same thing, but I think Romania have got a stronger batting lineup than France. And, well, we'll see. We'll see. And it's going to be another good batsman in Vasu Saini coming out.
Interesting. I mean, one thing we haven't seen is Raj Shaker as high as I think I would have liked to have seen him. But Raj Shaker is a genuine 6-hitter, and I'd just like to see him come in maybe with the power play still in effect.
Well, I think he top scored for them in the first game, didn't he, against France?
Yeah, we pulled him out of the mess they were in. That was the 6-for-1 collapse game. Last ball, the second over here.
And a wide, continuing the trend.
Saying please don't, but that definitely got a bit of a line.
Has there been anything but a 6 or a wide in this innings? There might have been a single.
The first couple of overs, because I don't remember any singles, and both batters are out for 18, which were 3 sixes, right? So maybe I'll wait for this ball, which could spoil the trend. But,
there's been wickets as well.
Yeah, I know. But I don't think we've seen any singles.
Dot ball.
Yeah, 42 for 2 after 2. So, yeah, this innings has gone wide 6 ... 6 6 wicket. Wide 6 6 ... wide 6 wide wicket wide, dot. No ones, no twos. This ain't small ball we're playing anymore. Looking at this, you can see Italy running away with the trophy. But France can pull levels with Romania, and then depending on the margin, they could potentially take second place. I just think this feels, even if France win and they don't overtake Romania, they'll feel they have won the battle of the 3 matches between these two teams, if you like. It's one match apiece. So, yeah, obviously, no prize for second in this 3-team tournament. But I think the team that wins this game will walk away feeling a lot better than the team that doesn't.
True.
Yes. We get ready for Wanakula Saria to come on in over number 3.
Yeah, he's been good for them since he's come in. So is this going to be a dot wide or a 6? And it will be a dot. So that's my prediction. Rest of the innings, dot wide or 6.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the longest I've seen without a single of any description. It's crazy. Hello to Tarek as well, who's watching us. It is the last game of the day here. So, Tarek, I know you love random questions. If you want to throw a random question in or two, you're more than welcome. It's actually our last game in Milan because we'll be moving over to Austria tomorrow. I'll be travelling tomorrow, but I'll be there for the start of day 2. No ball called. So it's a bit of an issue earlier for him, wasn't it? Just overstriding, and that's going to create a free hit. And, yeah, and nothing behind the line when he lands with that front foot.
Yeah, and it was a single as well. So there we go. Nadegotla bucking the trend and bring Saini on strike. And, that's a fantastic start for Romania, even though those big 2 were out. Still within the power play, and they're 44 for 2, going at 20 and over.
Yeah, it's a crazy run rate. I haven't seen anything like it.
Well, it's tucked around the corner. Should get to the boundary, I think, and will. Just a nicely played shot. Didn't try to overhit it.
Yeah, so you asked the question. It was a really good question. Is it worth trading kind of 19, 20 runs for a wicket and over? And I think the answer is it's not worth being that expensive because they do still bat all the way down. And in this game, you've got Ali Hussain listed at 10, you've got Kohli listed at 9.
Yeah.
You've really only got Tanasi there, who's not really a recognised bat. So it's about trusting your teammates. It's not about throwing wickets away, but if you're getting good returns for those risks, then it is worth it. And this is a better ball from Wanakula 3 up in the block hole.
Talking about Tanase, I know he's won caps now for Romania in this format.
Yeah.
Do you think he'll ever be able to wear one? He's got a fine head of hair that no cap will ever fit.
It's a very good question. I mean, I would say that if you can get a cap on Toby Britton, if you know him, the left arm spinner for the Jersey side, Farmers in the ECL.
Oh,
if you
yeah.
get a cap around that, you can pretty much get a cap around anything. But yeah, he has a lustrous head of hair, Nick. Loves his cricket as well. Plays typically in the UK. But yeah, Romanian through and through.
Slower ball. Hit into the covers, just a single. In fact, they won't look for 2. So, start. And France, they're just such a team that builds pressure. But with that start from Romania, they're looking a little flat in the field. A couple of wickets will change that. But they'll have to earn those wickets. It's a talented Romanian batting lineup. Bowling to Nadegotla as the keeper. This is in the air, should be out. And gone. Comfortable catch out there. And it's Rahula Mangal.
He's got a good pair of hands, doesn't he, Rahul Mangal? He hasn't dropped too many at all in this series. Nadegotla, he's frustrated with the capital F. There could be a few more capital Fs coming from his lips after that because he just doesn't get in the middle of the bat on it. That's the price of doing business, though, in this game. At least he gets out trying to attack. He goes for just 2, I think, score 49 for 3.
Yeah,
he only makes 1 off 3 balls.
And 3 wickets down, and they just need to get more wickets to France just to keep this total contained. But still in the power play, it's probably the best power play I think we've seen in the, or run-wise at least, in this tournament.
Yeah.
France got off to a bit of a screamer as well against Italy, but then started losing wickets.
Trying to work out when they were on. They scooted past the 27 pretty quickly in the second over.
Do we have one
19
ball?
went to 20, 26, and they went to 32. So that's how they dodged the 27s.
Do we have 1 ball left in this over, Vinny?
I think there should be 1 more ball left in the over because there was that no ball, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, even though Ahmadzai is getting ready, he's going to have to un-get ready because because that no ball, he's going to have to re-bowl. Well, not re-bowl. Well, I suppose re-bowl that delivery because we only had 5 deliveries.
We missed the free hit. What happened on the free hit?
Free hit went for 4.
Ah,
Yes,
okay.
that was the boundary off the free hit.
It's sometimes difficult to keep up, especially on day. What day are we? Day
14.
It seems like day 48.
Well, it is in a way because we've had cricket every single day since we started the ECS again in Portugal. We had in fact, it goes even back. The last off day we had was just before Championship Week in the ECL because remember we had the ECIWs at the end of the ECL.
Yeah.
So, if I had to trace back when our last day off was, I'll let you know in a second. First, let's go back to the action. It's 1-3 with a slow ball. And that's pretty much like a 1 ball over. And it doesn't change the score, 49 for 3 after 3.
Vinny, I got to mention something because it's been bugging me, so to speak. But we've had a pet for probably the last week. There's a little earwig up in this corner on the marshmallow.
Okay.
It's just been going up and down and up and down and up and down, and I'm gonna miss the earwig.
It might stow away with the cube, you know.
It possibly will.
You can take it as a pet
I'm not
if you want.
taking it home.
Hey,
because I know it'll get eaten by one of the dogs.
This is our 49th consecutive day.
I was a day off, Vinny. I was a day off.
You were super close. And it's actually 7 weeks of 7 days of cricket in a row. The only off days we really have in the year now are when we're at Kartama, and Sunday is a day where the groups are changing over. So, anyway, finally, Ahmadzai, who we knew was going to bowl us over, he gets to start it.
He's a good bowler. He's Ahmadzai.
Playing with a straight bat. I think that's smart from Saini.
Yeah, you have to. If you go across the line, it's going to skid through. And we know this pitch is going to keep it a little bit low as well. And he dips it in to you. Does Ahmadzai. He'll come in again. And played back. A chance for a run out. Well, good pressure from the fielders. That's what they do very well, France. They don't quite have the same buzz about them as they did early in the tournament, but if they keep on getting dot balls, you'll find that build. Rainer 50 for 3. And so he comes in again, and another good ball.
So well bowled. Look at the bounce he gets with this overspin. And it's kind of somewhere between a top spinner and a wrong-un. Look at that. That extra bounce that top spinner gets. And look, sometimes it skids on as well, but more often than not, just like, sometimes you have those back-of-the-hand slow balls that fast bowls bowl, it just bounces a bit more.
He's pretty pacey, actually, as well, for what he does.
Very hard to charge. That would be one tactic.
It's a dodgy one. Down to third man. It'll go all the way.
Look how fast he is. That's come off the bottom of the bat. It's right down at the toe. That's actually the quicker one. Then he's really not spinning at all. It's kind of pushed out of the front of the hand and almost like a seam up. I think he might have held it cross seam. But, yeah, he's a tough bowler. Because normally a bowler like this is attacking the stumps. You'd want to kind of come down to him and charge because then it makes it less likely you're going to be an LBW candidate. But just so difficult to do because he's so quick through the air.
Yeah, true. And it'll dip in front of you as well. This one's a bit shorter and gone. Well, it's a nice catch. He's hit it to point. Good low catch.
Yeah, great catch. And so Ahmadzai will get the wicket in the end. And, yep, I think that's a pretty clean catch. And you see he claims it straight away. So Siva is going to have to go. Runs, wickets, had a bit of everything so far. Romania 54 for 4 as Siva goes for 4.
Yeah, they're just eking their way back into this game. France, really good bowling. And tried to get a bit of a bat onto that. Just went straight to the fielder. And they're just such a difficult team to bat against when they start getting a roll on with his wickets.
I'm going to go further with the 27 theory, right? Maybe it's 27 or multiples of 27 because 54 is 2 27s. 27, 54, 81. You know how Nelson, 111, it also applies to 222, 333?
Yeah. Who was the umpire who used to stand on one leg?
David Shepherd.
Yeah, it was David Shepherd.
Yeah. Pretty impressive, actually. Here's Ahmadzai, new batter at Shaker.
This one's just been cut off there at point again. No run. just squeezing it a little bit, and that's a pretty good over there from Ahmadzai. Just 5 from it, and a wicket. And Romania now 54 for 4 off 4. Lots of 4s there, as we see here. You can see there's
It was a great start, despite losing a couple of wickets. They get plenty, don't they, off those first 2 overs. Haven't really kept up the pace, but Romania is still in a very, very strong position, despite losing those 4 wickets. Literally a wicket and over so far.
Yeah, 13 and over it's going. It was up to 20 at one stage, and it will be Usman Khan to bowl to Saini. So they don't have many spin options. In fact, they've only got one really, have France, but they've got pretty good variety though. It's a shame. I'm not sure if Amjad's going to bowl. I think he would add to this bowling lineup. As this has been poked down to the gully for no run.
It also depends on how the bowlers go that he does bowl. Usman Khan coming in pretty early. I still think he's your 8 and 10 bowler, to be honest, because that change of pace. He's bowled a few more pace on deliveries so far.
That's very true. As comes into bowl again to Saini. And this one was, I don't know what kind of shot that was.
I hope he's all right. It's kind of it's a little deflection, but he swings at it. It's like a kind of standing, ducking hook shot, but where does it get him? Oh, it might have been collarbone.
Maybe.
Oh, it's a nasty one.
He's trying to ramp it into his face, which is probably not good.
He sees there's a gap there, so he's basically thinking if there's any length on this, I'm going to try and turn it around that corner, but just surprise him for bounce. And nicely wears it, but credit to him. Cricketers are tough, aren't they? If that was a football game, we'd be rolling around. There'd be all kinds of histrionics, but he just gets on with it.
And this one's again, confusion, and they can't seem to get runs now. Romania, it's all tightening up.
Vasily likes kind of running on contact, and he likes when he's got his Cluj teammates out there, and they have that understanding. Rajshekhar is one of those, but that time I think he just realised, no, we can't go on this. It's just gone straight at the fielder. Got a nice friendly hop for the fielder as well.
This is the pressure I was saying before that the French love. They just, if you look at well, go back to it, I'll tell you in a moment. This has got through the field, and that's 4 runs. Nice shot.
Yeah, great shot. Rates on it. And he has cut really well in this series. I think we don't see enough of this shot, to be honest, in ECN cricket, because it's rarely a side of the field which is protected that well, that top left quarter. And bowlers are often bowling out there. So I just think if you can cut, rather than, we see a lot of batters trying to step across, hit straight, or step across and even try and drag it leg side. Very good batting from Vasily Saini.
Have a look at this. You see you've got 2 fielders in point and just basically point and backward point. Look at them prowling.
Wall. And that one goes to one of them.
Both of them, they're coming in low.
Yeah.
And they're looking for the ball at every occasion. And Usman's bowling it out there, and that's where, well, that one got through.
I like that.
But it's really good fielding and good discipline from the bowler.
I like Wayne's comment that French Popeye strikes again in regards to Dawid Ahmadzai. Anyway, it's going to be a single to finish the over. Saini, who retained the strike, and we get to the end of 5. The score is 59 for 4. I want to say a big hello to you guys, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Danny Hudacek. We had a great time here in Milan. There was some talk that there might be a thunderstorm this afternoon. If it is, I don't think it's going to affect the cricket because it looks beautiful right now. Just want to say I've really enjoyed being back with you in the commentary box. And I'll be back with you in Prague again and maybe 1 or 2 other times this year. But Danny, thanks so much for your work.
Thank you, Vinny. It's been a pleasure. It's great fun here in Milan. Second time here, and finally got to see the city, which was lovely. But it's been fantastic cricket.
And there's the rumour, and I say it's a rumour because you told me you might, the fact that with the Czech Republic playing in a couple of weeks in the ECI in Austria, maybe you'll pop in.
I think I might head down there with Phil G and his lovely wife, Rennie, and the dogs.
If you do, considering it will be day 14, I think you'd be more than welcome to make a little cameo. Get someone to look after the dogs.
I'd definitely like that. Talia will freak out, and you'll hear her.
Yeah,
but
she brings a certain atmosphere to the ground. I know that some of the long on, long off fielders certainly had to be on their toes when she was around. Anyway, Rajshekhar takes strike, gets score. Well bowled.
Very well bowled. And I don't know, I think France possibly need another spinner in this lineup as well. Even though their bowling's really good, another spinner, maybe a left armour could do them well. They've got a really good bowling attack with the two Mungals in there, and also, well, Amjad hasn't bowled, but so have a little bit of a break.
Like I said, it's a shame we're not seeing Amjad bowling. He says it's to concentrate on his batting. I think I suppose that makes sense, you know, but yeah, I mean, it depends how desperate they are to put the brakes on, I suppose. Took 2 umpires and about 3 players to fix the stumps up. This is game number 68 here in Milan.
As the Italians are getting rowdy behind us, I think the start of the celebrations.
I'm waiting for all the flares to start going off. Anyway, here's Darwood, the French Popeye. I actually quite like Mr. Universe. Certainly a player that gets going.
I like Mighty Mouse. Mighty Mouse is pretty good.
I don't know if you like Mighty Mouse. Tell you what, he's got a huge forearm right now. Getting hit yesterday. This will be another dot. So, man, he's just getting the skids in the middle. Still got wickets to play with into the second half. So, the issue with Ahmedzai is just not an easy guy to go after, is he? And he's got the flying leg in place now, like the 45 in the circle.
Yeah.
Takes that one away. So, what are you meant to do to it? That's the question. You know, it's a difficult ball to do much with him. Maybe you could try and dab that past the keeper, like a little late cut or something, but even then it's hard to imagine that'll go to the boundary.
Well, I think you see him off. He's only got 2 balls left in his spell, and it's a really good start for Romania. And, well, that one's...
I hope he bowls a bad ball, and he just hasn't bowled too many of them in this series. I know now and then, but he's human. I know he's a pretty muscly one. That one's right up in the block hole. And
they're so athletic in the field as well.
Yeah.
It's not the easiest field to field on this one. It's a bit bobbly, but they've done really well and just throw themselves at everything.
Last ball of 6 coming up. Still above that 10 over 8, but only just. I love that. I mean, Kanasane. Oh, now. Well, hold on a second.
Could be, you know.
He's walking. I think he's gone.
Oh, what a piece of fielding again.
I was just about to say what a brilliant piece of fielding. And that was without the direct hit. So, Kanasane dives full length. He knocks it down. He picks it up. And he hits the stumps. And he is going to run out Rajshekara. What a piece of work that is. That is about as good as it gets from Lingaswara and Kanasane. And Rajshekara is a handy batter, but he's going to have to go for just a single. Have a look. Rajshekara here just stopped for a little bit too long, didn't he? Considering he was only run out by about half a metre. If he'd gone straight away, he gets there. But that is outstanding fielding and proving your point right there, Danny Hudajek.
Absolutely. They love fielding this team. They love putting pressure on. And it's pressure that built that wicket. They're still going at 10 and over, but they were at 20 and over. And Romania now lost their 5th wicket now for 61. And great spell by Ahmedzai. Last time we see him bowling in this tournament, he's taken 1 for 7 off 2. But that pressure built that run out. What a piece of fielding. Look at that. Stots it down and then throws it direct hit.
Middle stump.
Middle stump.
Oh, that was pure, wasn't it? And yeah, you could just see Rajshekara kind of took a while to get going. And it cost him in the end. He kind of knew he was going. He started walking off. We saw they call for the 3rd umpire. But normally as a batter, you know. And also, if it's close, it's normally out. That's the thing. You want to convince yourself you're in, but the picture told the story. Here's Wanakula Surya coming back for over number 7.
Bit short, but no run.
It's an interesting one because it kind of seems back. Does it seem back enough to get inside the blue line?
Just.
Maybe, yeah. It's a tough one because it's so high. But
they're
anyway,
easier to hit if they're high and wide rather than low and wide, though.
A bit disappointed he couldn't go the uppercut there and get it over the infield, maybe away for a boundary.
It wasn't a great ball, though, to be fair. Well, ends up in a dot, so that's okay. But pressure being built here by the French. So it's been cut down to, well, again, I think they'll take an overthrow.
Yeah, they will. Pretty alert to it, Vasusayani, even though Devray needed some convincing. So yeah, Nishant Devray, he's a good young player. He's just qualified on residency recently to play for the Romanian national team. But we haven't really seen the best of him so far in this tournament. Let's see if he can do something special in the last game.
I see a couple of Italian silhouettes taking pictures with the European Cricket Network banner right next to us.
Yeah, it's a big honour for all these players, of course. I mean, Italy in particular, because they just come off the ECS, a lot of them. and even to get picked for your national team, it's a big honour. And then you want to do the shirt proud and perform to the best of your ability.
They've played well in this tournament, Italy, and I think there's 3 good sides here, just with different styles, as we mentioned before. And the French really a very strong bowling and fielding side. Romania have got a long batting list. We've got a lot of experienced players in this Romanian side, and Italy, pretty good all-round side. And it's the Italians who have won this tournament. As bowler comes in again, and slower ball. They'll just take a single.
Such a weird innings in that start was so good, and I mean so good. If I go by 2 overs, the first 2 overs went for 42. The next 2 overs went for 12. The next 2 overs went for 7. So it's kind of crazy what's going on. I mean, now we're into the 7th over, and so far we've just had the 2 runs off the 4 balls so far. So they scored 42 on the first 2 overs. I'm wondering how long will it take for them to double it? Will they even double it?
Exactly.
To get to 84.
This is a hit down, just down the ground, just for a single. That earwig friend of ours has brought mates. There are 3 of them now.
Yeah, they've heard it's the place to be. This is the issue, though. If you do pick up the cube and it goes to a new venue, then sometimes it takes some of the creepy crawlies with them.
Luckily, what in Australia, because you'd pick up a snake or 2.
Yeah, probably. Anyway, come on, Nishan. See if he wants to have a go at this one. Last ball, 7th. Does, but misses. Into 7, and it's 64 for 5. Coming up tomorrow, guess what? ECS is back. First day of 12 in Austria for ECS, and then an ECI to finish off that Danny might join us for a little bit of a cameo in a couple of weeks. So Cricketers EC back on the park after we haven't seen them since 2021, I think. You got Snassy there, who are new to the competition. You got the Daredevils there. Also, you got CVN CC. They were the club that represented Austria in the ECL recently. Did pretty well as well. So some famous names such as Mark Simpson Parker, MSP, as well as Quinton Norris, and of course, Big D. He'll be turning up for Vienna CC, no doubt. And so join us 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India as ECS resumes tomorrow. Same starting time as here in Milan. Rico will take you through day 1. I'll be there for day 2.
You know what I'd like to see in that game, Vinny? Austrian Daredevils come out in full Evil Knievel gear with
100%.
Whites
like
with
jumping things on motorbikes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Shot out of cannon.
Yeah, I am all over that. Let's see.
I hope,
they better
I
have
wish.
the right attitude. You know, they better not be playing it safe.
You can be inspired. I'm going to start a cricket club and call it Daredevils as he's going towards the boundary.
Great shot.
Really good shot.
Yeah, Vasisayani, so good on the cut. Again, he plays it technically really well. Gets that back foot back and across outside the off stump. And it's a fairly risk-free shot as well. He can hit it down or he can hit it up. That time he found the gap and he gets the boundary.
Mungal's been really good in this tournament, but he's taken a bit of stick. And they was, as I said, they were scoring in 6s earlier with Romania. 6s and wides, and Mungal, his figures are not looking pretty. He's taken a wicket at 27 off his 1.1 overs as he comes in again. Oh, it's been held up. And not sure what's going on. Batsman displaying things. He's going on again still. There must have been chatting in the field. I'm not really sure why.
Not sure exactly.
Saini, he's having a chat to himself. Mungal comes in. And it's a nice shot again. This one will get to the fielder though. Just a single.
He's hitting really well. That's kind of the front foot square drive. But Rahul Mungal, probably I'd like to see him rock out a few more Yorkers. I think especially if he's bowling so close to the end. He's still kind of back himself to bowl length. I will say, you know, the Cardimer Oval, for example, that is a length that's hard to get away with. Against batters that are able to handle the pace. They can kind of drive that kind of length up. Whereas if you can get up right up in the block hole, they'll find that impossible.
Over the top of the fielders, they'll should cut it off. There's 3 of them converging, and they all have a bit of a meeting and
that was
just throw it in.
Beautiful piece of fielding ballet there, wasn't it? It was a 1 in 2 away formation. Have a look at this. 1 comes in, 2 go out, bang. And somehow the ball's in the middle. Anyway, Devray. He's a really good striker of the ball. I think just right now,
finds himself in a bit of a rut. See if we can hit his way out of it.
Well, it's having the left-hander in is good at this stage. Just mix
I think he
things
has
up.
to risk his wicket here. I mean, you've got 2.5 overs to go. You've got plenty of batting to come. I know they're 5 down, but it's, okay, needs to start trying to look for the boundary.
Yeah, I agree with you, Vinny. As Mungal comes in, it's a bit short and misses it.
So he wasn't sure if he was pulling or cutting there. I think he tries to turn into a pull stroke and go to the left of screen last minute. So he's just struggled in that zone, hasn't he? Vasu's going to have a little bit of a chat with him now.
They've put an extra man in at point. As, well, they've got that area covered. So I think what he's going to do here, Mungal, is put them outside the left-handers off stump and just a fraction short. Let's have a look what he does. And again, a swing and a miss, but they'll take a bye.
We're taking it on. They might get 2 now. They won't because it's really good backing up. And guess who? Mr. Muscles. Making sure they don't get an extra. But it's also a good run from Saini. You can see Devray struggling. Yeah, this is the thing. She's going to be strategic here with Devray just not looking likely. Probably looking at a tactical switch here actually with 2 overs to go. No, that it's not exactly not giving the batter heaps confidence if you pull him. You're hoping you can turn it around, but
Well, you did say that earlier in the tournament, in
it worked.
the ECS, and well, he didn't give up his wicket, but he smashed it all over the place. Can't remember who it was. Was it Rajmani?
Let me have a think. Yeah, it might have been actually.
It's a nice shot over the top, and that's 4 runs. Well,
Little things matter, hey, because the keeper fumbled that, Action Jackson, and I'm not criticising him, but if he can hold that, then you've got Devray still on strike, who's not hitting too many. Vasu was able to smack that away.
Yeah,
And that's not the boundary line there. That's the.
he's strong in that area, isn't he,
Yeah.
Vasu? So
I think you can have a fielder there and you can still bowl there. It's hard for him to go over the outfield with that shot. But anyway, 76 for 5. So we talked about the 2x2 kind of over comparisons. 42 off the first 2, 12 off the next 2, 7 off the next 2, 15 off the next 2. Although 12 of those came off that last over. So just stabilising a little bit. Let's see if Romania can come up with that final push. 12 balls to go in the innings.
yeah, it's a pretty good over then from for Romania, but it might get easier. And it's Usman Khan coming back, bowling to the left-hander Devray, who's looking around the field. He'll want to keep it outside the left-handers off stump, I think. He's got quite a few fielders out there, got a bit of protection. But would you want to keep him out there if you were a French bowler?
I'll make that in a second. Right now, I don't think it matters too much because Devray hasn't put bat on ball for what seems like eons.
Well, that's it. That's what I'm saying.
So,
do you want to keep the left-hander out there?
Yeah, in theory you do, but yeah, again, I love Nishant. I've seen him play some really good innings, and so yeah, it's kind of non-tactical reasons you keep him out there because you want him to come good and you want him to feel good about his batting, and if you retire him out, that won't happen.
No, I'm not saying. Well,
Yeah.
you know, as a French fielder, well, that could be out.
We'll be out, and well, everyone's gone everywhere here. Have a look at this. He's already walking. I think it's actually amazing work from the keeper to get this onto the stumps.
Absolutely.
He has to just improvise. It's a great heads-up play. Devray takes it on again, probably knowing he's kind of dispensable at this stage. Has to be a perfect throw. It's a powerful throw. Doesn't quite get to Jackson, so he goes and still gets on the full. Brilliant keeping.
Yeah.
Really good keeping. And then he has to jump over the keeper, has to jump out the way again. He almost gets caught under the second layer of matting. But Devray, he'll be disappointed with how this weekend's gone, but that's the nature of cricket, in particular international cricket. You'll have some days you hit it better than others. I suppose he has to find a way. This is what my coach said to me after I had a really good first day playing for WA. He said, that's fine, Vinny, but my second day wasn't so good. He said, you need to find a way to make runs and be effective, even on the days where you're not really at your best.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's the thing there. He didn't really even turn under strike over that innings. So it's a tough series for Nishant, but it's a lot of cricket ahead in Romania, and let's hope that he can get back into some form.
Yeah, for sure. Look, it's, well, Romania now just going back to this game. 77 for 6 now.
Sachin Tendulkar's a good example of someone that could score hundreds, and I'd be like, I don't even think he's batting that well.
Yeah.
But
well, that's it.
he
It's
kept
about
nicking off, and then he scored a 200, and he just didn't play a cover drive because that's the shot he'd been nicking off to.
Yeah.
And just doing ridiculous things like that.
you saw Steve Waugh as well. Steve Waugh took away his hook shot because he was getting out all the time. So, and they're so impulsive, those shots. This is in the air, should be gone. And there's another one.
Yeah, so that'll be Coley who's out first ball. And yeah, I mean, that's the right approach. They might as well just go for it. They'll feel 77 is probably already enough to defend based on what's happened earlier. These scores in the 70s between these two teams seem about average. But you know, these are bonus runs if they can get them. Coley, can't really criticise his innings because he tries to go big, but instead he's just got to go. And he's the 7th wicket. It's the slot machine. 77 for 7. Here's Ali Hussain, another left-hander, coming to the crease now.
Yeah, he batted pretty well before Hussain. I think he's an important member of this bowling unit for Romania. It's a neat catch there taken by the skipper.
Amjad, no problem at all.
But
It's funny. It's funny with the international sides how the par has come down, and I just think that's because you've still got the same kind of quality bats as you did in the ECS, but the bowling and fielding is a lot more disciplined across the board. And I think that's why we're seeing kind of 20 runs less is the average.
In these games, yes, for sure.
Couple of runs and over.
Then again, on this pitch and with this outfield, it's a little bit more difficult. It does play a bit up and down. It's a good pitch.
I'm just saying compared to the ECS we had here.
Oh, yeah,
right?
okay.
Because those conditions are similar. Well, they're the same as we've played the last couple of weeks. But yeah, I just think you've still got the same top order quality batters that we saw really in the ECS. Because yeah, batting in the top order. And Italy is a place where you do get a bit more depth than usual, I suppose, in the club teams. But yeah, the fact that we're looking at Romania maybe getting to 85 here, 88, and thinking they're probably ahead in the game tells you a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, going back here, Saini's done okay, 23 off 19. They've built a score around him, apart from the openers. So Usman comes in again. Usman's been cut down, and well,
oh, what a throw! he's going down, and he says, "You know what? I'm going to throw, even though I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen when this ball leaves my hand." He pretty much just shot puts it into the grass 3 meters from where it left his hand. Anyway, left hand, right hand now. That's well bowled by Usman Khan as well. That slow ball came out well there. Now Ali Hussain's going to go for it, no doubt.
Oh
yeah,
he got away with it.
Vasu can't decide if he's coming or going. In the end, he is going. And they'll get, I think, it's a bye because it went through Ali Hussain's legs. And it's the end of the 9th over. It's 80 for 7.
Yeah, it's a decent score for Romania in the context of this this tournament. They'll like to get into the 90s, but there's been, apart from the openers, there's been pretty tight going. That's Hussaini's though. He's still there. Let's we'll see who bowls the final one. It might be the skipper, and it will be. It's Noman Amjad. Good move. He wants to concentrate on his batting, but he is a top-line bowler for this French side.
You get warmed up for your batting, assuming you don't tear a hamstring or something like that in the last 6 balls. He hasn't bowled in a while. He is a real impressive bowler. And we saw it in the ECC. It was really hard to handle. Here's the Romanians. And like I said, even though these two teams won't win the weekend, I think whoever wins this game will walk away feeling happier than the other, even though it could be that Romania can lose and still hold on to second place. I think this has the feeling of the kind of the plate final, if you like. Anyway.
Well, France have been batting better today, so yeah. I think it's a competitive score from Romania, but also France can
definitely
can
chaseable. Get there. Definitely chaseable, and I think a lot depends on the power play that France get. Anyway, here's Amjad. Nice to see him getting a bowl. That's what he likes to do. He does have some natural left to right swing movement, but with the older ball, probably won't swing that much. And he gets it just inside the tram line. Well bowled.
He's just got a bit more pace than all the other French bowlers. And you see, also there was the injured Mangal, who he did his groin early. I think he did it in the very first game.
Yeah.
And he's a very, very talented bowler. As is Amjad. And another dot ball.
Great bowling. Just look at this, leave him off the pitch. Yeah, Amjad angles in, and Ali Hussain does like to go leg side, but look at the little subtle left to right. You see that break? It's a good bowler.
He's got protection down at third man as well,
Good
so you can see where that sort of channel is going to be bowling through.
Vasu is saying to Ali Hussain, hey, guess what? I'm running. If you hit it, if you don't hit it, I don't care. We're running here. I think that's what that conversation was about.
Well, he hit it. And Fielder comes around, just be a single, but it's a good single for Romania. Bring Saini back on strike.
They do set high standards in the field. I know a lot of chat about the French wanting to become the fittest team in European cricket, and also they're working super hard on their fielding. I think that shows. You're not going to be perfect, but they say if you try for perfection, you probably won't achieve it, but you might just catch excellence along the way. And they've done a lot of good things. Have a look at that kind of Sano run out, for example, earlier in this innings.
Oh, they're
making something out of nothing.
They're a good side, but they need those top-line batsmen. And this is probably going to be called a no ball. It's going to be caught by the keeper.
It's been caught, and now he won't get a run out. Vasu actually turns down the single because he wants to face the free hit. I actually think that's a good move.
Yeah, me too.
So even though they don't get a run that they might have got, this is a big one actually. It's not chest high. So it means that Vasu, who's kind of liked the pace late in the piece today as well, he'll be facing up. And let's see if he's got two schools of thought in his head right now. Does he do something ridiculously funky he wouldn't do otherwise, like a ramp, or does he just stand still and hit it hard?
I think he'll try to hit it hard. Oh, no. Oh, yeah.
Both. And what a great bit of fielding that is. And, oh, see, I would have thought they'd go for two. Don't think there's something's been broken here. They're still intact. So it's going to be a one.
It's a little bit of
I would have thought
there.
it's worth trying for two here to get Saini back on strike because it has to be a clean throw and catch. But have a look at this. Saini, it was his decision. He turns blind and says no, but I didn't see Action Jackson grabbing that and pulling out the stumps. And then there was a late attempt to run out Vasu, but that's just a long single and great fielding out there by Rahul Mangal. Saves what I thought was going to be four.
Ali was saying there with the big dive, he got up and just dusted himself off.
See, I know this is, again, we're talking crazy talk, but Hussain has established he's probably not a great matchup against Amjad. I'd drag him and get Gaurav Mishra out there. You know what I mean? This is kind of probably next level stuff that the world's not ready for yet. We see another one that he wraps his bat around and gets one. Yeah, Mishra batting 10. I know that he took a bit of a blow in the warm-up to the ribs, so I don't know whether they're just trying to keep him fresh, but he shouldn't. He's better than a number 10.
Yeah.
I know that whoever they bet 10 is probably better than number 10, but he's a guy that can really provide some late hitting. We've seen him do that in the ECS cricket. And anyway, all irrelevant because Saini will face the last ball. Now up to 84, plus whatever they can get off this one, everyone. Eye off your emergency exits. Here we go. Last ball.
Oh, got him. Well, that's Amjad getting a wicket. And you can see how good he is as a bowler.
Yeah.
And
brilliant last over.
Yeah.
Just 1 for 4. So, look, 84. They score 42 off the first 2. They score 42 off the last 8. So they do get to 84 in the end. And I feel like it's about a pass score. I mean, if you look at the numbers, it's probably a few more than that. But France have been improving with the batting. I think that Mukhtar Ghalami will be super important as well. He's a man we used to call the Beast back in 2020. I know there's a Beast in the Czech Republic as well. Speaking of Beast, Sathisen was peppering the amphitheatre, wasn't he, early on with a couple of big maximos. It was this over that ended up bringing about his downfall, but not before he'd done a fair bit of damage. 19 came off the first. It was a good catch from the keeper, Action Jackson, that ended Sathisen's inning. But was it a good innings? Yes. I think, yes, you want them to bat longer, but the fact they are able to get 42 off the first 2 overs, super important because they might have got out without scoring that, in which case, who knows how many Romania would have been able to gather.
well, that's exactly what happened this morning. Is they both got out with very low scores. So we see the Archer pose again. But that's what happened this morning, and they got off to a flyer, did Romania, 42 off the first 2. But then when Sathisen and Tarajit went, it was pretty hard going for Romania. They lost a few wickets along the way, which restricted them. A couple of nice 4s through that area, but really, I don't think they hit another 6 in the innings. Not from memory. This is a really good run out.
Yeah, that was the play of the innings for me. It's Kanasane, who runs out Rajshekar again. Rajshekar is a guy that showed he can change in innings. In fact, the first time these two teams met, he played a really important hand and got them out of a bit of trouble. This was Devray, who didn't have a great time at the crease. Great work by Action Jackson again. I love the hustle. Those little things. I mean, the wicket-keeping position is so important. It can save or cost you kind of plus minus 20 runs or even more, even in a 10-over game.
You saw that Vasu went bold off the last ball, but 84. Like I said, 42 come off the first 2, 42 come off the next 8. So when you add those 2 together, you've got more or less an average score for this series. Maybe, like I said, a few more. 25 for Saini, ends up top scoring, but he does use 23 balls. It was a pair of quick 18s at the top, 18 off 6 for Sathis and 18 off 5 for Tanjit Singh that got them motoring, but no one else was really able to keep up the pace. Danny, 10 extras on the way to that score of 84.
Yeah, right. But it was good innings by Saini in the middle, but someone else had to contribute, and no one really did. The top 2, 18 each, 3 sixes each. So you see the bowling figure, it's going to be ugly up the top.
Yeah, it was, but then they certainly improved down the bottom because, yeah, when you think last 8 overs, 42 runs, only 5.25 and over. It was a tale of 2 halves, with one half a lot longer and drawn out than the other. Got to say, 6 different wicket takers, so everyone contributing. Top 2 bowlers, though, yeah, pretty expensive, and yeah, I don't think it was even worth that amount of runs to take those wickets. Although it does keep France in the game. If one of those 2 went on and scored 50 or more, maybe Romania would have batted France out of this contest. We'll have a super quick break. We're back in just a few minutes with the second innings. The final innings from Milan. It'll be 85 for France to knock off Romania and win their 3-game mini-series 2-1. Or will the Romanians hold on? Vinny Sandhu with Danny Hudjek for ECN. See you the other side of this break for the final chapter of our Milan adventure. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket International. European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to this FanCode ECI. It is time for the last innings, and it should be a good one. We've had so many close games here in Milan, not only here in the ECI, but also in the ECS, which was a really exciting tournament, which concluded on Friday. Fresh Tropical were the winners, third consecutive year. They have won the ECS here in Milan. Now, Italy have sewn up this series, but a bit of a race for second place at the moment. And these two teams, in their matches, if you're to isolate their three matches, it is a match apiece. And right now, this would be the decider if you are just going to run that mini-series. Now, France are chasing 85 for victory after Romania scored 84 in their innings for loss of 8 wickets. Weird innings because they lost both of their openers in the first 2 overs, but not before 42 runs were put on the board. Now, it would take 8 overs to double it, but they did double it to 84. So I think we've got a really good contest on our hands. Amjad and Action Jackson to open the batting for France. Mishra to open the bowling. Amjad's facing up. He got stumped down the leg side earlier on today to Mishra, who's a guy that bowls big in-swingers with the new ball. Here we go, 85 for France. And the first ball, a big edge onto the pad of Amjad. And he won't get a run. Nick Janase is in the lineup for Romania, hovering around in the short third man region. So Yanada got a very good keeper. You've got Action Jackson out there. He's also a very good keeper. We saw Italy kind of mixing up their keeping options. No really Gadagi in the squad for this series, so they tried 3 different keepers. Samara Namesh as well as Padaragi Sadev and also Zain Naqvi today. Here's Mishra. Oh, little edge and gets past Nadigotla, and it's running away, and it gets there for 4. Yeah, so this is one of the negatives about keeping up as well. It's a bit of a trade-off, and I think it is worth Nadigotla doing it. But these little edges, that if you're back, you probably catch that. You might have to dive, but it's definitely reachable. So really, it's a calculation of the pros and cons. So it's not a criticism at all because he created a wicket earlier. He probably cost himself one there. Nadigotla. Mishra with a comeback ball to Amjad. This one sneaks off the pad. Tanase will come across on the other side of the field and do the fielding. One leg by as we welcome Danny Hudacek back into the commentary box for the last innings of your Milan adventure. Haven't we had a great time here, Danny? And I think a really good game to finish it off as well. Could be close.
Yeah, really good game, and good to see these teams again for the final time of this tournament. And you're right about the keeper just fielding up. He took a fantastic stumping last time these two teams met, and actually was Amjad, I think.
Yeah.
He was stumped. So
Yeah,
it is a bit of a trade-off.
Call me biased, and I know we've seen some really good plays today.
Mm.
That's my play of the day, because you don't see it very often. Probably Kanasana's run out is pretty up there as well from the first innings, but I just not often see the leg side stumping off it. A genuine overbalance. And the feet crossed over from Amjad earlier on today. Action Jackson on strike now.
It's gone through to the third man area and just come back for 2. Is that the wicket keeper in you?
Yeah.
That's
You know how you're unashamedly biased towards Albano and I suppose France in this series?
Absolutely.
I'm biased towards wicket keepers. Leg side something. That's got to be your play of the day.
Oh yeah, that was a fantastic piece of bowling as well because it was a plan. You could see it, and just really well executed by the keeper.
Leg side something in the first over as well to get a dangerous player in a team that have struggled for batters that can make significant contributions. Anyway, Mishra concedes 7, which included a leg bye in his first over. And the score, 7 without loss. 8.5 and over required in this innings, which is 17 per 2 overs if you want to make some little mini targets. 36 matches since the Golden Ball, just over a week, isn't it? So, yeah, we've had a really, really fun week playing here in Milan, but we haven't had a Golden Ball. We almost had one first match of the day, and it was between these two teams. It was a last ball thriller, wasn't it? 1 to tie, 2 to win. And they're probably the most likely balls, last balls that end up in Golden Balls. But in the end, it was a little nick away for 4, and France got the win.
They did, and this is I think it's going to be a really good good run chase here from France. They'll need to not lose wickets early. It's a good bowler they're facing, though. And that's gone. Well, as I said, they will not lose wickets, and they just have, and it's a big one. It's Amjad, the skipper. And, yeah, he's
just a little edge. I mean,
just a little edge.
Not quite wide enough to be quarter wide, but yeah, you see a little outside edge. And Ali Hussain, for me, he's been the find of the weekend for Romania. First time he's pulled on a Romanian shirt, and he has been outstanding, and he gets a good play out. And Amjad, he'll be disappointed that he's not able to make a few more runs, I think, because he looks capable, but he is the first man to fall here in the chase, 7 for 1.
That was a good catch by the keeper as well. Got right behind it, and didn't just good technique.
Yeah, and I was talking about his head position. So have a look here. He pretty much moves to his right. You see the feet, a little shuffle. So not quite in front of his head, but almost. He's getting closer to it. The closer your eyes are to the line of the ball, the more likely you are to pick up little subtle changes in line and length for that matter. So, his fundamentals are pretty good. He's working hard and he's keeping all the time. He's done a really good job for Romania in this series. Galami, the new batter.
Well, he's the main man with the bat for France at the moment. Galami, he's batted pretty well throughout this series. Missed out a little bit in the last game, but Alden Jackson, they need a partnership, and Galami is the man they need to score all of their runs. But it's a difficult bowler they're facing. He's already taken one. This is hit nicely, straight to cover. Got through him a bit. They'll just take an easy single.
It's funny. Slow has been the new fast on this pitch, hasn't it? Because when the batters have been asked to make the pace, they've just made more mistakes. Remember that Galami was playing for Seaside back in the 2020 series. He was dubbed the Beast. And I know we had a very famous beast in the Czech Republic.
Yeah. Have you met Sudesh?
Of course.
So who's the beast for you, mate? He's a big lad, is Sudesh.
I'd like to see them batting together. Put it that way.
Look, Galami's a good batsman, don't get me wrong. I've seen Sudesh over many years. There are not too many batsmen, I think, in Europe hit the ball harder.
That's true. But I suppose this pitch has really tested Galami out and probably forced him to bat a bit more technically. I think that back in the series that we saw him in Gothenburg, I think back in 2020. This is sliding down the leg side. He could kind of back his shots a bit more and go after everything. Here, you've got to be a bit more careful on this pitch because it is a bit up and down.
Yeah.
That is also a series, thinking way back, I think that might have been Jönköping and Seaside played the second ever golden ball.
Hold on, Euro tripping?
Yeah.
And Seaside. They were the two teams?
Jönköping.
Yeah. Oh, Jönköping. I thought you said Euro tripping.
Jönköping.
Jönköping.
Yeah, I'm trying to say it right in Swedish, which my Swedish isn't great. They're inventing vowels that I never even thought of. But anyway, this is short and it's a bit gundy really from Hussain. So that relieves the pressure as Galami gets 4 and it's the end of the second over. It's 13 for 1. Hey, I want to tell you about that second ever golden ball. So golden ball 2, I'll give you an exact date. And I remember how it led to a golden ball. Yeah, so Seaside versus Jönköping. And the last ball, the scores were tied. You know what happened? It was a bit slippery because there was light rain falling. The batter was a full toss on middle stump, very hittable. As he went to swing, the bat slipped out of his hands, and I mean before the ball got to him. So as he went to swing, he dropped the bat, and he was just kind of like paralyzed. The ball hit him in the pad because he just stood there. He was LBW, and then off the golden ball, it was hit to mid-wicket. It was a slight fumble, and they got back for 2. If it was picked up cleanly, it might have been a run-out. But then it was even one more funny thing about it. Oh, well bowled by Mishra, and he drives straight through Jackson's gate. And he has his first wicket. Gaurav, well bowled. As France lose another one. That's 13 for 3. This was just a classic in-swingers dismissal.
Have a look at Jackson. I don't know if you'll see it. But, he's done the action where he said, the ball's come in. Yeah. Surely he's seen him here. It's the third time this teams are playing.
You would hope. 13 for 2, Barmy. Didn't mean to scare anyone, but Jackson's gone for 3, is what I mean. And, just tilts back the middle stump. But, you got to know that Mishra, he's playing his poker face up. Although that does hit the seam and actually come back in a lot as well, in addition to the swing. So it's an extreme left to right movement. Yeah, so the other thing about golden ball 2, and, listen to this date. It's back ECS Gothenburg, match 5, back on 14th of July 2020. Back then, Spring Productions, they were still in the infancy of doing cricket. They didn't really know about the golden ball. They'd all gone on a tea break, and we only saw the golden ball from like miles away, like zoomed out, you know, the normal thing. And you couldn't really see or hear anything. You saw them come back. And so I was a bit disappointed, actually, that we didn't get more coverage. But from golden ball 3 onwards, we sorted it out. All right, so now Kasane comes out, and it's a shot fitting of a French batter as he French cuts it back, and almost a bit of a mix-up. So they will get a single.
Yeah, it's
Golden ball 1, by the way, was on the 3rd day, or maybe the 2nd day of ECS cricket ever. 3rd of March 2020, Madrid United Levante. Rico was commentating that one. I'll still remember it, not only for the edge over 3rd man, which was the first ever golden ball win, but then when hugging the batter, he almost headbutted his teammate. He came on. Been gone with a direct hit. The teammate pretty much ran into his shoulder as the batter was like flexing his bat in the air. And, we got some good memories. Yeah, we've had 47, is it, golden balls now? 46 golden balls. Yeah, 46. Still no wides or no balls off golden balls.
Really?
Although we would have had one, remember, during the ECS, the first one. Trentino Aquila versus Cricket Stars. The batter hit it.
That's a nice shot. Smashed out towards the boundary. That's 4 runs. Lovely shot by Kasane.
Yeah, what a good shot that is. Pitched up and laced through the offside. And like I said, the pace they need to go is 17 per 2 overs. So they didn't quite get to 17 off the first 2. But I'd be eyeing off that kind of 34 or so to be on target after 4. Still got 8 balls to get there. Don't want to fall too far behind.
I don't know if you remember a couple of years ago in Dresden, it was myself and Rico, and we had a lot of rain, and we couldn't hold back the rain. It was coming through everywhere. Like, you've experienced the same thing. We were up in the tower, and the comms died completely.
Yeah.
So what the Spring Production came up with, which was a great idea in a way, was to plug in a headset and for me to go up right to the top of the tower. Right?
Okay, sounds scary.
And this is hit quite nicely. That should pierce the field, will it? Good fielding there. And they'll come back for 2. So, so probably the last half of the innings, maybe. It went under the last ball. It was a really exciting match. That will not be a no ball. I was at the top of the tower, standing there just a little way from the edge. There was a barrier, so it was safe-ish. But, and I did probably the last 5 overs, I'd say. Maybe it's more. It might have been half the game. I don't really remember.
Yeah.
But I do remember it was a really thrilling game up in.
Pretty thrilling vantage point as well.
It was good up there. It was really fun. But Rico was just he couldn't commentate at all because the 2 of us up there would have been a bit hectic.
Yeah.
They could only plug just one into the camera. So we did provide commentary and video and ended up fixing it for the next game, but that was good fun.
Had some times in Belgium, I think, the first ECI in Belgium. Corey was there doing commentary, but they had rain issues, and unfortunately they couldn't actually get any commentary for game 1. And that was Corey getting a paycheck for absolutely nothing at all, which is something that I think he enjoyed. But so it's a miracle, really. We're talking about 3,000 hours or so of live TV this year. It's pretty unprecedented what's going on at the moment. It's well bowled. Hussain pushes out. It's not quite a wide. That's his happy place there. Got a few, that extra spinner, I think, making a big difference. I've also got Taranjeet, who's very experienced. He's been bowling pretty well, getting a lot of turn with his off spin. But Hussain and Taranjeet Singh just complement each other nicely, I think.
Yeah, I agree. He's a really top-line bowler, as saying this could be a run out, and nicely taken by the bowler, but he's home.
Yeah, it just wasn't a great throw because it was shot into the turf. And the thing with this field being slow, it also applies to throws. So when you bounce it in, it slows the ball down a lot. On a skiddier surface, maybe the bowler gathers that and has time to run the batter out. Portugal 20 for 2, chasing 125, trying to be perfect in that Gibraltar T20 International Series. That's against the hosts. Louis Bruce with another half century, second on the trot. Really good young player, Louis Bruce.
Talking about good young players also, Chris Edge has come up with Romania, going to be brave and finally give Nick Tanase a bowl, hopefully.
Yeah. Well, I don't know the answer, obviously. But hello, Chris. Hopefully you're well. I know that Nick does play cricket at Windsor. Talking about that.
That's a nice shot. That's hits for 6, right over cow corner. And Kasane, he's, as you see there, with,
Luca Petri, he's fielded everything in this series. I know he's off the field, but he still takes this pretty cleanly with the one hand. Having a good time of it. What a shot, though. Relieves the pressure, doesn't it?
absolutely. And Kasane,
34 mini target up to 4.
well, Gulami is probably the main man.
You're making me hungry. Did you say halloumi?
Oh, halloumi.
Halloumi.
Kasane, or cassoulet, if you like, if you want to be hungry.
Halloumi and casserole, yeah.
He's the main man, really, for France, but Kasane is relieving a bit of the pressure, hitting the boundary in the last over, and that big 6. It'll be Gulami. He'll be facing Hussain, and it's, well, just a single, and it's going to be close.
I've got this as out. Kanasane does back up and run well, but he hasn't made this. Let's have a look on the replay. Let's confirm what my suspicions are. Could pick up the throw from Thiessen. Rockets it, and he's gone by some distance, about half a metre.
It's a shame.
Yeah, it's a shame. But, you know, that's the kind of cricket they're playing, France. They're trying to minimise the dot balls. They're taking on the fielders. And when you get a good piece of fielding like that, coupled with that Kanasane, although he does run well, he's not the quickest, and he's run out. And he's the 3rd wicket as well into 4 overs. It's 29 for 3.
Really good pick up and throw. Let's have a look at this. So he's running hard, but he knew the umpire put his finger up on field.
It's also tougher running off the pitch compared to on the pitch, I think, because you can maybe get a better bat slide, and if you are going to dive, I think it's easier on that completely flat surface of the artificial, rather than diving into the unknown. We know that in the Cardamom Oval, of course, you see so many times teams or batters try to slide their bat on the grass next to the artificial grass, and it plugs. There's been so many victims of that.
I mean, pole vaulting.
Yeah, and sometimes you become like one of those magician's assistants that has a sword going straight through you in the middle. Bat edition. Anyway, it is 29 for 3 after 4. Just a little bit behind at the moment. But have a look at that Romanian innings. They were off to such a great start. Like I said, they were 42 of the first 2 overs, and they only scored 42 in the next 8.
It was outrageous, that opening onslaught from Thiessen and
Taranjeet. Never see 2 games the same.
No.
That's what I love about this. Anyway, here's Taranjeet Singh.
Just poke down to Tanase. Does well.
Yeah, so Chris, hopefully you're well. And yeah, I think I might see Nick at some point getting a go, but obviously everyone try and contribute with whatever they're asked to do. I'm sure there's players on all teams that probably would like a few more opportunities. I mean, Italy's a good example because they had a lot of batters and bowlers. You just can't use them all in every match. But yeah, you'd like to get a bat or a bowl, I think, in the weekend. Romania, I really like their approach over the winter, the way they've come together as a team, set certain fitness targets, which they're all responsible for collectively. I like that.
Yeah, it's good. It's so important now in cricket, or in any sport really, but seeing European cricket really taking just a more professional step. It's not a professional sport in Europe, but it really is improving, and that's another aspect that has gotten a lot better.
Well bowled with that turn from Taranjeet Singh. Yeah, the only targets we were hitting last night were all-you-can-eat sushi targets, and we're a little bit more sensible with it this time.
A little bit.
After the Friday night massacre
last
the first time.
I mean,
we ordered way too much.
Everyone just grabbed the iPad and just went, I'll have 18 of these. And the problem is
we had to beg for them to stop bringing food because we had no idea what we'd ordered. But last night, I think I even had dessert last night.
Really?
Yeah.
It was so random what came in. And you ordered bao buns. Which
Rob Kemming was the biggest offender. He ordered those ones with strawberry on top. And what sort of a person would do that? And he still denied it. I was just blaming him for everything that couldn't be identified that came to the table last night.
He does like those deep fried prawns, though. The ones in the...
how many plates of those came out?
They just kept on coming out.
Plates.
No one else ordered them, just Rob Kemming. That and eel. We did give him the eel.
Anyway, I'm going to health kick for 2 weeks. I'm saying that publicly because I'm going to Austria. I'm going to be good. Anyway, right here, it's good. And Gulami, the beast, is going to step back and he's going to cut this away. He has to reach a long way. It's quite a remarkable shot. In fact, the turn works against Taran because it just turned into the range that Gulami could reach. But anyway, it's the end of the 5th over and they score 37 for 3. A reminder about what's coming up over the next few weeks. Austria from tomorrow, Bulgaria for the 2 weeks after that. Each of those series are 12-day European Cricket Series tournaments, domestic T10s, and then finishing with a tri-series of ECI cricket with season T10 internationals. So yeah, Rico will be in Austria tomorrow. I'll be back on Tuesday after I make the journey.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Watching cricket from Austria. As I said, I'll probably join you. I feel, geez, looking up different ways of getting there and accommodation for us to go down for a couple of days to watch the Czech team.
Yeah,
and
super
I think
happy if you're able to do that.
we found good accommodation in the area. One of them is in the local village of Seabarn. I hope it's the...
Seabarn is... Yeah.
But there's not much there apart from...
There's some
apart
nice little wineries around there, and
Ah.
you might even find a few little craft beer places.
Oh.
It's actually quite a nice little area, but it is a little bit out, maybe half an hour from the city. Anyway, this one's out of here as it is knocked away over fine leg. Maximo Zain Ahmed comes in, left-hander, gets something that's a little bit out his front leg, and he makes it disappear. Good batting.
Lovely shot. And again, that's what a left-hander can do. Just change the angle for the bowler. And Saini, he's been good, but he's also at times been expensive and hittable.
And I mean, that's a good ball to a right-hander, isn't it? First up.
He's a little bit more, how would I say it? He's a good bowler, but he's a bit more orthodox than some of the others.
He's kind of been converted into a second-half bowler as well. He does a good job most of the time. So he's going to hit something down the leg side. I think that's going to be leg by.
I think so.
What we got here. Yep, one leg by signal.
So even this game at the moment, very even. And they've only lost 3 wickets, France. Gulami's still there. He's the man most likely to get them over the line. It's a good start from Zain Ahmed, the left-hander, as Gulami counts fielders. Still 11 out there. Sony ball to Gulami, 13 off 12. And this one's hooked away from the fielders. It should be 4, I think. Just bounced in front of the rope. Didn't hit it as clean as what he'd liked. But there's no one in that area. So he's dragged it from outside off stump. Got it towards the end of the bat. And just bounced once and over the boundary. Well, 4 more runs to France.
Yeah, I mean, they're picking up the boundaries now and then. Just kind of keeping them around that rate required. In fact, at the moment, they're just ahead of that red line.
Comes in again. And good ball.
Wow, if this hasn't hit the bat, this has done so much. Yeah, it's okay, it has hit the bat good, because otherwise it was going to set a seam record here. Masu Saini. Just watch it come back, though, off the pitch.
Yeah, it's a big edge. And
the edge makes it go even further.
Keeper had no chance, really. So
when you get French cut against France, you shouldn't be that surprised. Said it before and I'll say it again.
So, intriguing contest here. It's the final game of Milan for this year. We saw the ECS, which was a good win for Fresh Tropical, as usual at this venue. But this has been a really good tri-series tournament. It's, well, it could look for another one. It was bucketed back towards the stumps by the keeper. Ends up just being a single. But, good running, Gulami. Just a single, and it'll bring the left-hander on strike. Let's just change the angle of for the batsman. He has hit 1-6 already, has Ahmad. And Saini's been expensive.
It's been really a fun run chase to watch. It's still anyone's game here, really.
Oh, big swing and a miss, didn't get up.
I don't know if that's on purpose or not, or it's just natural variation of the pitch from Saini. Yeah, no, it is. It's an on-purpose slow ball. It's a rolling leg cutter, really drags his fingers down the left-hand side of the ball, so it doesn't really bounce at all. 53 for 3 after 6. Who's going to win? No idea. I think with Gulami there, I favour France, but yeah, who's to say? I mean, Watercooler Surya, he was the hero this morning. Got Usman Khan to come, so I mean, you do have batters apart from these two you feel could still get them across the line if they were to lose a wicket or two.
I agree with you, Vinny, but I'm not going to predict anything. And France need 32 of 24 and still have to get it. Just a boundary and over would be really handy for France. And they got a couple there off Saini, a big 6 and a and also a 4. That's helped with their scoring. Instead, only lost 3 wickets. And we'll see the next bowler. Looks like it will be Kohli again. Will be. Gulami's 22 of 15, and Ahmed 8 of 6, but he did hit a 6. So it's, apart from that, it's pretty slow going. It does change a lot if you can hit boundaries, but Gulami is the most likely to do that. Kohli comes in. Down leg side, put away for 4. Well, again, that's his issue, I think, Kohli, in this tournament. He's bowled too many down leg side. He's angled it and didn't get away with it. Would have been a wide, but I think that France don't mind the fact that Gulami got a bit of bat on it, and that's a comfortable 4 runs. So Kohli had to change his angles.
Yeah, I'm loving the kind of twos and fro's of this chase at the moment. Anyone's guess.
And, it's going down leg. It's a bit of a penalty. In fact, I think he's bowled him.
He has bowled him. So how about that?
He must have hit. I think he hit his pads and then went onto the stumps.
He's become a human backboard here. Kohli comes in. One of my criticisms has he's kind of drifted into the pads a bit too much. But this time it works out for him, doesn't it? It's a ball that is going down, hits the back leg, and somehow it rebounds onto the off stump. That's about as unlucky as you can get as a batter. I suppose you can make the argument if he got across and if he'd got the body inside, it would have got a wide, but instead it's not a wide, it's out. So this game takes another turn.
That's bizarre. And it's hit it's hit low on his back leg, didn't really bounce much, and because it was never going to be LBW, it was swinging down leg, and a bit of fortune there for Romania, but that's a big wicket. And now France are 57 for 4. Their main man is no longer at the crease, so, but it's a good player to come in Usman Khan right now in this situation. He'll take it with a bowler, but, well, you see a bit of everything on ECN.
You sure do. And I've seen that happen a few times. Normally it might bounce off the front pad. Pretty rare it goes through the legs, which is what happens there. Nicole, he'll be happy enough with it. He's got 1 for 4 now off just 2 balls.
Well, he's bowling to Usman Khan, and he's been hit down the ground. Just a single. Bring the left-hander back on strike. And they can't get there with singles, can France, but singles will help, because they'll just get them up to getting that boundary and over, which should get them over the line. Still got plenty of wickets, but I don't know if that's anything to boast about for France. You know, they can tumble. Don't have the strongest batting lineup, and well, Romania, there's probably used all their, well, I won't say their main bowlers. This has been hit well. It's going towards the boundary, and 4 runs. Good effort there from the fielder. Couldn't quite reach it. It's just wide of him. And a nice shot again from the left-hander, Zain Ahmad.
Taran's got a deep, well, this ground's got deep pockets, really. So, yeah, you got a lot more ground to cover than normal. And so, yeah, he's just trying to find the drop zone there. But it will be 4, and just gets it back to almost run a ball now.
Well, as I said, that's what they need. If they can get a boundary or a 6 in each over, they should get there, France. But it's just if they can hold on to wickets as well. This is hit high in the air. Players coming under it and takes an easy catch. Well done there from Mishra out there. Didn't quite get hold of it, the batsman. And as I said, if they can hold on to wickets, France, they should get there. But
more twist than a bag of licorice, really, in this chase. So, I mean, the 4 and out, I mean, it's probably a good trade-off. Like I said, they've still got players to come that I think can finish the job. And probably one of them is Watercooler 3. I think he's got to come out next, because he's the one that finished it before. And that is exactly who's coming out. But Zain Ahmed does get a 4, does get a 6 on the way to his 12, and a handy contribution. It's a real community effort here in response. It's 62 for 5 now with the ball to go in the 7th.
Yeah, there's no way I can predict this. And I think, well, I'm sure the chat will have to have their say on this. And if there are any lurkers out there, I'm sure there are a few. Give us your predictions for these last 3 overs, because we don't have a crystal ball. And but Kohli, after being hit for 2 4s in this over so far, is 2 for 9, which is a pretty good return.
Last ball, the 7th coming up.
That's a good ball to finish. Just pushed out to the skipper for no run. And at the end of the over, France are 62 for 5. 3 overs left. Target is 85.
Let's have a look at what's coming out tomorrow, hey, because it should be great to be back in Austria. I will be watching even in the morning because I think I'll leave here maybe around about the end of day one to go to the airport. I'll spend the afternoon travelling and then I will be in Austria from tomorrow. So yeah, you can see now we've added on the Sweden event at the end of our upcoming events graphic there, and then tomorrow Cricketers CC play 3 times. They're going to have their work cut out for them. Probably going to see the Wild Thing playing for them, Javid Zadran. And in Vienna CC, great to see them as well. A couple of new teams as well.
Snazzy.
Rico will be on standby. All you Rico fans out there, I know I'll get a lot of messages. Where's Rico? Where's Rico? Well, Rico, he's in Austria, and he'll be suiting up for day one there. ECS action back tomorrow.
Nice shot, cracked through the offside, and 4 runs. Couldn't hang on to it there. The fielder was Periwalia out there.
Well, it was just hit too well, wasn't it?
Yeah,
That's
very nice shot.
Brilliant bit of work from the batter. And I talked about the fact he's got fast hands there, Usman Khan. And he just generates a lot of pace off a spin bowler. And hitting against the spin, like I said, you're able to create a bit more speed when the ball's kind of spinning onto your bat rather than going with the angle. But yeah, fantastic bit of batting. Great way to start the over.
Oh, it's well,
Close.
they're very confident.
Probably off the pad, most of those are. But, and that was certainly what Usman Khan was saying.
Yeah.
Yes, right off the top of the pad. Great take, though, from Natagodla. He's been outstanding down the leg side today.
Really good. But they've got the 4 they needed in this over. They, again, just singles.
Dot ball, handy one.
Handy one for the drop ball. This will just be a single to the skipper in cover. So, Taranjeet, he's bowled pretty well.
Got to stick it out. Try not to concede a bound. I think Watercolour Surya, he likes to go for hit the ball well this morning. Can't deal with this one.
Nice ball. And there's an appeal for stumping. Did he wander out of his crease?
And at what point does he? You've got to be super careful that when you miss the ball, the keeper has the ball, that you don't leave your ground until you know the keeper has gotten rid of it. Okay, let's have a look at it here. Now, how long does he hold it?
Well,
yeah, he's waiting, he's watching. He's still in the process of finishing his shot.
Well,
and then
surely it should be dead ball, no?
Well, the thing is, it's immediate.
No, he's not out anyway.
It's probably the worst appeal of the weekend. The thing is it's if the ball's alive as long as in a reasonable amount of time after you've completed your shot. Now, kind of getting back to set is kind of immediately after your shot. But the smart money there is just make sure that you don't lift your foot until you know the keeper's gotten rid of the ball.
Has he?
I don't know what he doesn't need a talking to because he's within his rights to try that, but he's not out for many reasons.
Well, he did go on with the appeal and he was nodding his head, but we have replays here, so he's not trying to fool the umpire.
He's just, sometimes you see what you want to see, and maybe a little slide of the foot might look like it's come up in the air, but it definitely didn't.
I know you've got your wicket-keeping hat on here, but I think that was a bit naughty from the keeper, to be honest.
He's got the naughty hat on after that, Natagodla. Anyway, still like his keeping. Watercolour Surya, slightly different player here, maybe a different situation, but you don't want to take this too deep. He's one guy, I think, because he can hit boundaries, I mean, you don't necessarily want him hitting, swinging and missing, but I'd like to see him going for it. Still got Usman Khan there at the other end.
Well, you've got 1 ball left at Taranjeet. I mean, this is a nice shot again out through that side. It'll have a man out there, just be a single, and it'll bring Usman Khan back on strike. So the 4 would have been great for France, but the single, I think, is just as productive. But what that'll take is the spin of Taranjeet out of this attack, and it'll be medium paces from then on. Let's have a look at this. And they're just hovering around the...
Are we heading for a golden finish here? It was a Sunday last week that did it, wasn't it?
It was. That was the first game of Sunday. This is the last game of the 2-week tournament. Oh, sorry, the 2 weeks we've been here with the ECS finishing on Friday, and this tournament here, which has been fascinating and really interesting to see these national sides and where their strengths and weaknesses are. And it's just been a really, really good tournament. with these three teams. A lot of fun to be seen.
All right, let's dance. This is just what we needed.
And Coley's, he went for 9, took 2 wickets, went for
Yeah.
9 off his over.
Usman Khan, though, he's very capable of hitting the boundary. He's got fast hands, like we said. Here we go. It all happens in the 9th.
It's been squeezed out on the onside. They'll look for 2.
If you score off every ball, it's very hard to lose. You know, the thing is, you imagine you might get a wide or 2. There's a few 2s out here on this field, the way it's been playing. So you want to call 3 out. Let's see how many chances he takes. He was very good against the pace earlier on, and he was able to strike the winning runs in the 10th off Saini. The very last ball of that match in match 6.
Comes Coley again, he's hit down the ground. Should just be a single.
Looks good against the pace, doesn't he? He looks a bit more comfortable.
Yeah, he's much more comfortable. And he only had to face a couple of balls of Taranjeet. So, again, France need that
boundary.
Just a boundary and over. Should get them over the line. Still plenty of wickets, sort
boy.
of, for France.
68th match of Milan, and we've always been on the edge of our seats. In fact, we don't even need 90% of the seat because you only need the edge here in Milan. 14 off 10 now. Here's Manmeet.
Oh, it's a nice shot out on the offside and well picked up.
Solid.
Just a single.
Singles are kind of a draw at this stage. They don't really move the needle for me. Yeah, they just kind of kick the can forward to the next ball.
Agreed, but it's that one boundary and over the French need just to keep them above that.
Yeah.
Singles won't win it, but singles will help get up there if they can get that boundary.
Just quickly, he eyed off the square leg area.
Well,
He
that's
gets
weird.
a big full toss. That's exactly where he goes.
Oh, I didn't quite get it.
This is...
Like square
They're going
enough.
to look at this for height.
That's a no ball for me.
Probably is, hey.
Yeah, I think it's where the trousers are, and I think it's. Well, we'll see. It's
This
pretty
is a big
line
call.
ball.
It could go either way. For me, it's probably...
It's
I don't
close
even
to
know if I can make call of this. When in doubt, they normally call them. And, yeah, that's what it is. So, yeah, it's just too high. And, again, as a bowler, you don't really have too much of a defence there. You shouldn't really be bowling balls that high. It was probably hit him in the top of the box.
Yeah.
So,
And you
depending on how large your box is.
You've got the right man on strike in Usman Khan
Yeah,
as well.
free hit then coming up.
Here comes the bowler and smashes it into the potato field for 6. Well, that changes things. Just a bit of loose bowling from Coley with a no ball, and Usman smashes it.
Never doubt the power of the immunity cloak. I mean, Usman Khan probably could have tried this a while ago, but he's been a bit more careful. But when he had the chance, he took all those inhibitions and buried them, and he buried that ball in the potato field. Maximo, and now just 5 required off 8. And now they're struggling even to take it to the last over here, Romania.
Well, and it's another full toss. Could be called. It'd go for 4.
And if it is a no ball, this will be the end of the game.
That will be.
I mean, at the very worst, it ties the scores.
It's been loose from Coley. Let's have another look. And this will probably be called again. It's a blind ball again.
It's the same ball.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same ball. So I don't see how.
It will be
not a
called.
no ball, and here it comes. So it's going to be game over. And unfortunately, this is a free hit that we'll have to cash in next year in Milan because they are going to win this with 8 balls to spare. So France are going to tie Romania. I don't think it'll be enough for them to overtake second space on the ladder. So we kind of have equal second, if you like. And yeah, Manmeet after bowling so well, just lost his length a couple of times. Maybe a bit of fatigue creeping in, but that's all she wrote. And France, they get there and with 8 balls to spare. Doesn't really tell the story of how close that game was, Danny.
No, not at all. And, you know, France, if they can work out their batting issues, they've got, well, they batted much better today, put it that way. They worked out how to bat on this pitch, and they came in with a plan, and they won 2 games, which is excellent, seeing they were not at the races with a bat yesterday at all, even though they were fantastic with the ball. And congratulations to France on winning their second game of the day against a very good Romanian side.
Yeah. I mean, Romania will feel frustrated for sure about how that went, but they still did win 2 games, and they beat each of their opponents this weekend. France, they do get 2 wins against Romania.
and they'll be disappointed in a way. All the teams will have some things they're happy about, some things they're not happy about.
Sure.
But I think they'll all gain valuable experience in the T10 international format, and that's what it's all about as well. Tomorrow we're back from Austria with cricketers ECI and Snassi, who are going to take part in the first game, 7:30 a.m. GMT. It's 9:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India. And Rico will be there to take you through the first day. Just before we go to the highlights as well, we won't be able to bring this because a lot of the Italian players have had to get going. They've got long journeys. But I can tell you that the MVP of this series is Jagmeet Singh, the left-arm spinner
Absolutely
from
fantastic.
Italy. So just if you're wondering about that. But now let's roll the highlights because it was a funny kind of score, wasn't it? 85. And well, probably more times than not with France's batting, you'd say they'd struggle to do this, but they have improved and they have adapted, I think, even though not everything went their way. Amjad cannot take a trick against Romania. Got stumped this morning, gets caught behind to the slow bowler tonight. Ali Hussain, that was a rare bad ball. But I suppose, yeah, France, for most of it, they just kept it on ticking and they seemed to get the boundary when they needed it. Even when they lost wickets, didn't throw them too much. That was a really good bit of bowling by Mishra. And yeah, like I said, Romania, they'll be disappointed to go down. France, at least they did win 2 out of their 3 games today, so they had a much better day at the office, didn't they, in day 2?
Yeah, absolutely. And look, that was a good piece of work there.
Even that,
the
though,
skipper.
it's a productive out because at least you are trying to move the score along.
Sure.
Think of all the times they did get away with that, and they probably got 10 runs along the way. Whereas I think maybe earlier in the tournament they were kind of just sitting waiting for obvious singles. I think you had to take on the field a bit. Kohli did come up with a couple of wickets, but then he just lost his radar a little bit in the second over he bowled. That was a bit unlucky for the beast Galami as it rebounded off his back leg onto the stumps. Again, you can't fault the commitment from these guys. They've been out here, they've been going to war for their teams, haven't they? In the T10 international format. Mishra's caught well. He's had a pretty good tournament with the ball as well. He's a tricky little customer. That was a brilliant shot though to kind of get them in touch. And then, yeah, with the no ball and the free hit and the no ball and the boundary, just like that, France had broken the back in this chase and ended up doing it fairly comfortably.
Yeah, look, it looked a bit tight at the end, the Romanian bowlers, as you see the overhead shot of this lovely cricket facility here in Milan. And so towards the end of the tournament, we'll have a look at the scorecard here. And the openers missed out a bit, then Gulami with 26 off 17, and then just everyone got a start and everyone contributed after that.
Yeah, I was going to say, look at the strike rates, and that's a big difference. 26 off 17, 14 off 6, 12 off 8. So, okay, maybe the individual scores, they're not big scores, but they're scoring them quickly, and that is the main difference with France. Just, they had a certain urgency about their batting today. It wasn't necessarily about all playing big shots, but they said, look, we're going to be busy. If we score off every ball already, there's 60. And then what more can we get in boundaries and extras and things like that? As far as the bowling went, wickets for Mishra and Ali Hussain, who had identical figures of 1 for 14. Charanjit, well, he did a pretty good job as usual, 15 off his. And Kohli did come up with a couple of wickets, but he was also a bit expensive and just lost the plot a little bit at the end. So they'll be disappointed, but certainly they've got a lot that they can learn from this. I think all 3 teams can be very proud of their efforts. And yeah, Romania, like I say, I'd be concentrating on the process, not necessarily the outcome if I'm Romania. In fact, all of these teams, I think that's pretty good advice because I think they're all tracking in the right direction, invaluable experience. And look, I can't wait to see these teams. Probably for ECI cricket later in the year, we'll see Romania in Romania, no doubt. But then also, we'll see them at the ECC. And it's going to be really great to see who makes the cut and to see how they perform on that big stage.
Absolutely. Look, both these, well, all 3 of these teams will be featuring, as you said, in the ECC, and I think they'll all be competitive. You saw Romania with that approach. We've got the experience and then some real talent in their batting lineup. But also France, if they can sort out their batting woes, if they can get a couple of players in just to give them the confidence to go on with it, there's good depth in the batting. Yeah. If you get 2 players in, maybe.
You need some Hollywood, don't you?
That's
up the top. You need some razzle dazzle, and you know they've got the players there. I suppose the eligibility, and I suppose maybe sorting out some of those logistical issues. But I mean, if you were able to throw some Drew or Drew-like hitters in the top 3, I think that'd be a completely different proposition. Big thank you to all of you out there. We're going to leave you now. Don't forget Gibraltar is still going, and there's another match tonight as well. So yeah, looking forward to seeing how Malta go tonight against Gibraltar. And Malta really need to try and put something together because they haven't been able to secure a win so far. I want to say thanks to the Blue Crew, to everyone, of course, on the international teams that have travelled as well, making those arrangements. It's our pleasure to have them as our guests, of course. Even to the Italian players who've travelled from other regions to be here. To the Blue Crew, to Sprint Productions, they've been outstanding. Arthur, as I know, started the week not feeling too well, but you've been amazing with all the replays and bringing everything together, as well as Maria and Kirill's as well, for all their hard work. Rico will be in Austria tomorrow. I'll be there from Tuesday. Charlie Hunt and Joe Marples in Gibraltar right now. I want to finally say a big thank you to you, Danny. Again, it's been a pleasure working with you and kind of turning the clock back, because we were here 2 years ago, and who knows, I know we'll see you in Czech Republic, for example.
Sure.
I'll definitely see you then, and maybe there'll be some other opportunities to get you in the box. Great. And I know you've enjoyed your time here in Italy.
Oh, I've had a great time in Italy. I mean, it's Italy, but also fantastic cricket and very well greeted by or treated by the locals. So yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, finally I want to say a big thank you to you guys, the viewers. Without you, we wouldn't be able to do what we do, and we love doing it so much. Finally, if you haven't already gone to our YouTube channel and click the subscribe button, make sure you do. Thumbs up the video. Also our social media at European Cricket, and our website europeancricket.com. It's the home of European Cricket. You can check out all of those Austrian fixtures and click on some of the player profiles and refresh yourself with some of the characters you might see. I'm looking forward to seeing Big D, but also, not only the NSCC guys, but a lot of other players from around the country, including the national captain, Rasmus Shigawal and Donnerstadt. They are the defending champions. They've got a lot of great T10 talent. Hope you have a safe evening. I'll see you in Gibraltar virtually and Austria virtually, and I'll see you soon as well. Stay happy, stay safe. Enjoy these highlights today, thanks to Sprint Productions. And we'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series right here on ECN. Good night, everyone.
Thanks, guys. See you later.
Share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come. Lower ball, but he's picked that up beautifully. He's setting it all the way. Gidna, but Shaka, that was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying, and the fielder makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with the Kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. And our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions of European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in, will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Another one, that's the big one. That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes, he sent that pack in, but the shaka, 6-4.